Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate, and we are back. We are live, and we are ready to dissect this event as it transpires in front of us. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. We've got a lot to talk about before we get into exactly what we are doing here, but first things first, let's get into the new tornado watch that has been issued over the past 10 minutes. So let's real quickly go through that. Here's your new tornado watch. I'm sure the graphics are not all fixed up yet. I'm got a little bit of kinks to work out, so just keep it calm for right now. This is just what we're gonna have to deal with. But I'm still trying to figure out the kinks with all the stuff that I originally had, so we might as well just deal with what we have right now. Oh, my Epic Pen's not working. Well, this is fun. I absolutely love when my Epic Pen just loves to not function. That'll have to be something I'll have to fix over time, but oh well. Your new tornado watch, which includes much of Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, and northeast Texas. Those areas right there will have that tornado watch until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The probabilities are actually pretty enlarged here. We have a 70% chance of seeing tornadoes, 2 or more tornadoes. We have a 40% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes. So definitely something that we are going to have to monitor as this continues to move on through. Real quickly, let's go to Epic Pen. Let us uninstall. Yeah, because this is what happens when you don't actually function. You get uninstalled. Yes, I want to completely remove Epic Pen. Thank you. And close. So there we go. Epic Pen is gone, and we'll have to re-download Epic Pen as time goes along. But you know what? It'll be fine. There it is. So if we pull that up. Yes, we want to reset up. Yes, yes. I accept the agreement. Yes, 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 yes. Install. Do not recommend speed running through this, but you know what? It's good enough. It'll get itself done. Alright, so now since everything is now functioning perfectly, I believe, fingers crossed. Yep, there's our Epic Pen. Everything's functioning well. So you can see this goes all the way to the northern parts of Arkansas, all the way down into northwestern parts of Louisiana, into I'll just say eastern parts of Texas. As I mentioned, a higher risk for tornadoes, a pretty high risk for wind here. As a matter of fact, we can take a look at the probabilities for wind. 80% chance of you seeing 10 or more severe weather wind events. And that right there, that's pretty high. Yeah, 80%. That's crazy. Especially if it's if it was just one, I'd have been like, okay, that's nice. That's nice. 80. We're starting to get into some deep territory. And then the probability of 6 or more combined severe hail wind events, that's over 95%. They're almost guaranteeing that we're going to see some of that. So this is something that we're going to have to monitor today as this unfolds in front of us. So if you do stick around on the channel here, we'll be able to get everything, all the information that you may need. So let's get into the day 1 outlook here, which is the enhanced risk that was issued earlier on today. They did shrink it down a little bit. So that's another thing that I wanted to mention here. But your hail risk has been extended a bit further north into northern parts of Missouri. You also have a new hail risk that's up into Minnesota and Wisconsin now. Near the Duluth and the Minneapolis vicinity. So if you live over there and if you have some passing thunderstorms, they could include some severe hail and upwards of 1 inch, maybe even larger in some spots. Your wind risk is your 30% right here. It's mainly localized in northern Louisiana, northwestern Mississippi, and south central to central and maybe even eastern parts of Arkansas. So if you live over there, you guys have a higher end risk of seeing some gusty winds over 58 miles per hour. And then if you're in the yellow or in the brown, you have still a decent chance of seeing that same risk, but it's lower than the main area. Then you also have your tornado risk right here. Here's your 10% indicated in yellow, your 5% indicated in brown, and your 2% indicated in green. So we do have that 10% chance for tornadoes located in areas near Memphis, near Shreveport, Little Rock, Jackson, Bossier City. Jonesboro is right on the border of this. Monroe is right near it. So if you live over there, you guys need to monitor this event really heavily. I'd recommend staying on the channel. I'm not sure if other channels are doing severe weather coverage as well, but I'm going to be doing this all day until the event ends. Then we'll move on to some other risks here. Tomorrow's the new day 2. Large 2% that has now been extended into portions of the Ohio River Valley, so all the way up into Michigan, down towards places like Biloxi and Mobile. So you guys are going to be getting some a decent chance for some severe weather. Hail will be mainly localized into the southern parts of the risk, but the wind will extend all the way up into Michigan, and same with that tornado risk. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor this event heavily. Flex for you, Nick. Haha.
Show the biceps. Gotta show the biceps.
We also talked about the day 3 outlook here in my video. If you haven't seen my video already, please be sure to go watch it. I talk about the events today and then on Friday and a little bit Saturday. But Friday, I give an interesting discussion topic as to what could happen, as well as a pretty nice demonstration, if I do say so myself. I love that demonstration that I did. So, but if you guys want to know what's happening here for Friday, I'd recommend looking on my video that I uploaded earlier on today. So if we go over real quickly to the live analysis of what all is happening here, the mesoscale analysis, we'll take a look at the thermodynamics and see how much CAPE there is. And in some spots, there is some areas that's gotten over 2,000 joules per kilogram. I hate the fact that there's no contours here, so it's pretty hard to look at for the most part. But let's see. I'm trying to see if there is any contours that I can add on here, but I don't think I can. So that's unfortunate. But if you just follow the lines here, this band of line right here is the 15,000 joule per kilogram mark for your surface-based CAPE. Over here is 1,000. Over here is 2,000. So there's a lot of energy over just to the west of Texarkana at the moment. And there's already a line of storms that have formed from Joplin all the way down to Fort Smith, moving further down into eastern Texas. So that's the beginning of the line right there, and that's something that we need to monitor as time goes along tonight. Here's your satellite imagery of what I just talked about. You can see multiple thunderstorms are starting to form along the line here. So there's some other storms that are moving on through into Fort Smith as we speak. There's not a whole lot of activity happening in front of this besides a pop-up shower that has decided to rear its ugly head. It's just near Little Rock.
Cassie Young Super Chat $1.99.
Cassie with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. My goodness. What's going on the date on the stream? Oh, I guess I didn't update that correctly. Fun. There you go. Fixed. But Cassie with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I updated for you all. There you go. Didn't post your message. I don't know. I don't know the whole thing about super chats. It's just available for me. So yeah. But now I can get a coffee. That's good. That's good. Good saying right there, Bread Knot. Good for me, I guess. Jeez. Thanks, Cassie, for buying me my coffee. Thank you. Anyway, so yeah, satellite imagery shows your thunderstorms that are starting to form. The brighter the colors, the higher up in the atmosphere the storms typically are. So in this case, we are seeing exactly that. Your grays are typically your lower parts of the atmosphere, the clouds, and your black is just your surface. You know, there's no clouds whatsoever. I'll even show the true color here to show you what exactly is happening with the clouds. So you can see the kind of brownish green is exactly where the ground is. Then you have your thunderstorms that are firing up along the line. They aren't looking all too intense at the moment, except for some storms that might be marching off into places like Kansas City. But other than that, as of right now, this is definitely the beginning of the severe weather event. And as that transpires over time, you'll start to see it start to mature, start to materialize as a more premier threat. And that's why we have our enhanced risk today, which includes the 10% chance for tornadoes. That's also the reason why the Storm Prediction Center issued a tornado watch. So please monitor this event. If you know anyone who lives in this event and they don't believe you or anything like that, send them to this live stream, or just send them something about how they're in the tornado watch. Send them the link or something like that. Share this video with friends and family. We can get the word out here to tell people that this stuff is happening near them, and that the more lives that we can save, the better. So if you guys would do that, I would greatly appreciate it. I know I'm going to retweet it on Twitter. But definitely something to where people are going to want to monitor this event. If you guys are new to the stream, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as well as share this with friends and family and on social media. And yeah, that would be greatly appreciated, because I do videos every single day, as well as do these live streams. I'm more known for my live streams than my actual videos. So my videos aren't as good as some other people, but my live streams, I like to say, rival. How's Jacksonville, Florida looking this weekend? You can start to see some severe weather on Saturday into Sunday. You guys could definitely see some more severe weather that could push off into your area. Could South Carolina see some rough weather? Not today, but in the future they could. There's the severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, that was issued for much of Missouri. I'll actually take a look at the probs of that real quickly here. So a 20% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, 5% chance for 1 strong tornado. But you do have some decent probabilities for some wind and hail. So definitely something that looks to be more like a severe weather threat and not as much as a tornado threat. What day is Houston going to look like it's going to get heavy rain? I'm thinking Friday. But Friday is kind of up in the air right now. It's thundering here in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. Yeah, here. Luckily, I know where Eureka Springs is. So across the board here, this entire line is pretty fun. Here's Fort Smith. If you keep following along the line up here, you get to Springdale and all the way up to these storms where Eureka Springs actually is located. But you have a lot of thunderstorms that are moving through your area right now. Some could contain some gusty winds. In the storms that are a bit more towards the side along the line, that one tends to be a bit more of a gusty wind threat. But these scattered storms that are over near your general vicinity right now are really pretty interesting. So, Osceola. Did I say Osceola? I guess that's a good reminder of what it's how to pronounce it whenever I see Osceola. But yeah, this general vicinity right here, a lot of thunderstorms that are starting to march on through. Will the storm be serious at Tuscaloosa, Alabama? It's looking unlikely. As the storms continue to move on through into the morning, it'll be more or less a gusty wind threat. So it's not going to be all too much of a major risk for you all until it gets to, say, tomorrow, to where the chances for severe weather for you all are not as strong as today. But Friday, I do want to mention for the people who live in the deep south, like Mississippi and Alabama. Mississippi, you're going to see parts of this risk towards the latter stages of this event today, but on Friday is something that I'm watching really closely with how much energy is in the atmosphere. That could create some really strong severe weather for you all. So just to back up my claim, here's Friday's outlook. Massive yellow in this area, but there's some green that's expanded a bit more. I'm expecting this yellow to be expanded a bit further north and east, so just something to monitor with all of that. What do I expect Lafayette, Louisiana to get? Lafayette, Louisiana will most likely be kind of on the border of the risk. Does pivotal weather cost money? No, it does not. It's right on the border of the risk. I'll actually go down to Shreveport's radar because that's the lowest radar I have. I'm not going to go any lower than that because it's not going to do a whole lot. But you can see Lafayette's all the way down towards the southern parts of Louisiana for people who don't know. And they're kind of like on the border of getting something or getting nothing. If we take a look at the outlook right here for you, Lafayette's like right on the border of this yellow risk, which is a 2 out of 5 for on the severe weather scale, according to the Storm Prediction Center. So you have the chance of seeing stuff like gusty winds, some spotty hail, but your threat for tornadoes is relatively small. So it's, you know, one of those things to where you could see something, but it's not as intense as some of the stuff that's to your north. Are these storms headed towards Kentucky? So depending upon where you live in Kentucky, yes, but if it would be more or less near the Paducah areas rather than places like Lexington and Louisville. But tomorrow, if you live into places like Lexington and Louisville, then you guys could see some severe weather tomorrow with the slight chance, or I'll say the marginal chance in this case, of some severe weather as well. So something to monitor with that. Alright, let's take a look at some of the storms that moved along the line. Some people said that they wanted me to look at Missouri, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. There is a cell right here that's catching my eye, just to the north, or actually near the Golden City areas. For you guys who don't know where that is, here's Springfield, here's Joplin, here's the storm that I'm looking at. And so this general vicinity right here near Golden City, Lockwood, Greenfield, and Arcola, there is a supercell that is kind of marching its way through off to the north, maybe more to the north and east. So something to keep in mind with this event, with this system right here, that it can produce these supercells along the line, just like this one. It could be a lot stronger than what we're seeing right here. It could be a lot weaker. But as time goes along, we'll start to see more cells like this, and maybe it could produce a tornado, maybe it can produce some gusty winds. But as of right now, just by me looking at the system, it doesn't really look all too organized. I'll even look higher up in the atmosphere, and it really does not look organized whatsoever. So I can't exactly say that it is doing a whole lot of damage at the moment, but still something that we'll continue to monitor. What's your opinion on Kentucky seeing tornadoes? You're in Murray, Kentucky. Give me a second. I'll be able to get that information for you. If you guys couldn't figure out already, I don't live in these areas. Okay, so yeah, you guys have a small chance of seeing some severe weather. The marginal risk is there for you, but it'll be more or less an overnight event right around midnight to later on in the overnight areas. So we'll have to continue to monitor that system as this system as it continues to move off overnight. But yeah, you could definitely see some severe weather that could be impacting your area towards the overnight hours. Alrighty. I want to start taking a look back at the let's actually take a look at the Fort Smith radar here. There's a cell over here that's off near Monroe, and it's starting to catch my eye a little bit because it looks kind of like what a supercell would look like. We'll be traveling to Lexington, Kentucky on Friday evening, so you have an extended forecast. Kind of. So for Lexington, I'm not expecting you all to get a lot of severe weather. This green, which is a marginal risk, it's like a 1 out of 5 on the severe scale, could be extended up to you all, but it doesn't seem to be like extraordinarily, massive, if you will. And it won't be as severe as some of the areas further south. As a matter of fact, I'm fully anticipating the areas further south to be a lot more severe than what we are seeing on this convective outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. But still, Well, we're gonna have to continue to monitor that event as we continue to move on forward. As I said, I upload videos every single morning. Sure, it's on the long side, but I'm gonna try and make it so that the beginning of the video, from the beginning to the middle, is an explanation as to what you guys could see in the timings, and then towards the latter stages of the video, I'll actually make it so that it goes a bit more in depth as to what all people can experience. So, well, if you want to stay tuned to those videos, I uploaded a video this morning talking about some of the stuff. If you want to watch that, be my guest. But yeah, for the most part, that's what I think about it. Real quickly, I do want to pull up my IEM bot here, and I'm gonna put in all the stuff that I need in order to get live notifications from the Storm Prediction Center. So do that. Take off all bots talk because that's stupid. All right, so we want. Let's see, what all do we want here? KSRX. That's not how that works. Let's do Fort. No, there's no Fort Smith. That's right, it's a border. So Little Rock, we want that one. We want Shreveport. We want Springfield. We want Memphis. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's the Z-Meg. I think. I can't remember. It's not. Dang it. So it's Meg Chat. There we go. That's the issue is going to be they're all on difficulty time and price range. What in the world? Don't know. I'm reading through the chat here. What do you think about Aurora, Illinois will get this afternoon and night? I'll take a look at that in a second. Is the southeastern tip of Iowa, Missouri border going to get hit by this? Or is it mostly going to be south of you guys? I think you guys can see some severe weather in those areas. It won't be large. You guys won't see a whole lot from it. But Jackson. I think it's that one. I think. It is this one. Perfect. So Jackson, and then is there any other areas that are in this risk? If not, oh crap, of course there is. St. Louis. Duh! How could I forget St. Louis? There it is. St. Louis chat. Do I want to add anything else? I can add something else if I really want to. Paducah. I gotta add Paducah, honestly. Yeah, Paducah. I'll add Paducah. There we go. Alright, so whenever you hear that noise, that one that you just heard, that is when something new comes in to IEM bot, which will be able to tell me as to what exactly the National Weather Service has sent out to the general public. So this is the most efficient way of telling me what stuff will be sent out. And so if you hear that little beep, that is exactly, or the little jingle, I should say, I'm getting something from IEM bot there. So, alrighty. Now, since we're pretty much all set here, yeah, let's take a look a bit more at these cells as they push on through. So there's been a tornado watch issued for most of these areas, and these lines of storms that are starting to push off. This actually is starting to show a little bit of a hooking characteristic here. That is a terrible drawing. There you go. So a little bit of a hooking characteristic already along the line. So some of these storms might be trying to start forming these little embedded rotations within this line, this QLCS, if you will, the quasi-linear convective system. So we might not be getting a whole lot of, you know, a whole lot of action right now, but this is the beginning of the event. You know, we do this every single event to where we live stream from the beginning to the end. We make sure you don't want to miss anything whatsoever. And seems how these storms are already starting to look like they're rotating, then we're starting to get, we're going to start paying attention to these a lot more. If you guys are new to the live stream or new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like on the video. Leaving a like actually makes it so that YouTube's algorithm looks at this live stream, and because of how many likes there are, it'll say, hey, more people should go watch this live stream. So it gets put onto YouTube's algorithm, and it gets put onto more people's recommended feeds. So by doing that, you're actually getting the word out a lot more efficiently rather than just sharing it on social media. Although if you were to do that, that would be great as well. So if you guys be sure to like the video, that would be greatly appreciated, and subscribe if you're new, as well as turn on notifications, because we do stuff like this every single event. Every single event, for the most part, that has the chance for tornadoes, we will cover it here for you. Something new came into IEM bot Little Rock. That is just an update for the tornado watch. So the tornado watch includes 47 counties in Arkansas. That is absolutely massive as to what all has been issued here. But I actually think I should turn the volume down a bit more, because once stuff actually starts to get going, it goes bloom, 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 and we're like, oh, stop it, we already know. You know? But yep, massive tornado watch, as I said, that had been issued. 47 counties in Arkansas that are being impacted. So please, please, please monitor this event as this continues to transpire in front of us. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Is there anything else that I would typically do, chat? I'm not sure if what else I would typically do. I'm trying to think. I guess I'll figure it out along the way. But I think I have everything. I have all my radars set up. I could try and put in some GIS stuff, but that might start to glitch out my my radars. I have my radar scope up, which if there's anything else that happens outside of my the radars that I have, I'll just use radar scope to take a look at those events. Any place in Mississippi? Yeah, I have Jackson up. The Jackson's National Weather Service that helps me out. Let's see, I have all that. I have my satellite up, which satellite's still going strong. Let's actually take a look at that for a bit. Yeah, I mean, these storms are really starting to fire up. There's a lot more of these greens and yellows across the board along this line. This is the area that we're going to want to look for severe weather. So now, since we're seeing that, things are going to start getting pretty interesting. I also want to take notice to this storm right here that forms. I want to actually go over to Little Rock's radar real quickly, just to see what all is happening. Here's your little cell that's actually heading towards Searcy. Not exactly too high up in the sky, almost 21,000 feet up in the sky to be exact. But you know, it's still a nice little thunderstorm that's pushing on through. So yeah, definitely something to monitor as this continues to move across the watched area. Yeah, so real quickly, I want to go back to some of these other cells here in Fort Smith. And I can't really see a whole lot as to what's happening with Echotops because it's so close to the radar. However, I can say that this storm right here has around 40,000 feet, maybe even higher than 40,000 feet Echotops there. So that's some really tall thunderstorms that are protruding through these areas. I actually want to take a sounding on the cell. Why am I being called? My father has to call at the least opportune time. This is great. Of course I had to be called at this time. Of course I had to be called at this time. Alright, let's take a look at this cell over near Circe. Yeah, it's about the same. I thought I pronounced it right. Circe. Hey, we've got the roads. Dude, I didn't even know that we... Dude, we loaded this correctly. Look at this. We've got our roads here that tells us what specific roads are around here. We are set up here today, chat. This is actually the files that I was talking about that might lag my computer, but it's actually working pretty well. It came in, and it's, yeah. I've got all the coverage right here, all the specific roads and stuff like that, so if there's a tornado that's on the ground or something like that, I can tell people what specific roads are there, and I can tell people, whoever lives in that general vicinity, get in your safe space. So we are set up here today. This is actually the debut of using this type of technology with my computer, so we'll just have to figure it out along the way as to whether or not I can run it. But we're going to be pretty good. Your name is Jason, and you want to know any bad weather heading towards St. Louis? Well, not right now, but you guys could definitely see some severe weather later on in the day. This is a good time to where I'd be able to show you all the models and what we can expect from this event and the timings of this event. So I'll move off to the 17Z run here, the latest one that came out. This is the HRRR model. This updates every single hour, so we have something new every single hour that comes out. So a large band of thunderstorms that's beginning to form, as we are seeing right now. This is what's happening at the moment. As this continues to push on through, more thunderstorms begin to develop in places like Missouri. Texarkana and the Shreveport area start to get more thunderstorms. There's also more thunderstorms that form near Little Rock. These storms are pretty discrete for the most part, so we might see some discrete supercells that could produce tornadoes along the way.
Cassie Young Super Chat $4.99. Oop.
Cassie, you're basically feeding me dinner now. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. My goodness. Go oop yourself. That's a real. I'll say that much. But thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Chat, Cassie and I know each other, so we're friends, stuff like that. I'd like to say we're friends, but she's probably gonna kill me or something like that. It is what it is, chat. But anyways, the line of storms start to push on through into Arkansas, central parts of Arkansas. Shreveport, they'll start to get impacted at around the 4 o'clock hours. And then as that continues to move on through, places like Jonesboro and near Memphis and Monroe, as well as Jefferson City. You guys actually, around Jefferson City, you'll get impacted around the 5 o'clock hours. But Memphis and St. Louis, you guys can start getting impacted by these storms at around the 7 o'clock hours, something around the sort. So the timings for most of this is going to be elongated throughout the evening. I guess I have a lot of time to be able to discuss these events with you all, but as this continues to unfold around us, we will continue to monitor this event for you all. So even storms that are around Jackson, you guys can start seeing some action in around 8 to 9 o'clock. Right around those areas is when you guys can really see the beginning of some of these scattered storms. Some could produce some gusty winds, some can produce some spotty hail, maybe some large hail in some spots, maybe even the threat for some tornadoes. So that is something that we'll have to continue to monitor as well. I'm going to take a look at the worst case scenario indicator real quickly, that's what I call this thing. It's actually called the significant tornado parameter. And what this does is it tells me how bad the tornadic rotation is here in some spots, or even the chances for tornadoes are in some of these areas. So
Aiden Landrib Super Chat $14.99. Pay your staff. Lol.
Aiden with the $15 super chat. He's one of my staff members on my Discord server, which, by the way, if you want to join my Discord server, link is in the description down below. I do pay my staff, kinda. I put them in a tournament to where the employee of the month gets all sorts of stuff, like shout-outs on Twitter and YouTube, as well as compensation and stuff like that. But for the most part on Discord, it's kind of voluntary for the most part. But yeah, whoever works the hardest gets paid, and it's all a competition. Compare that to other Discord servers which don't. I say I'm running a good company over here. Yeah, so let's take a look a bit further. Yeah, this doesn't look all too massive. I mean, it still curls off. We still have rotation which curls off to the right, or at least the winds that curl off to the right. This forms general rotation, so we do have a tornadic hodograph here. Basically what we're looking at is if a weather balloon was lifted or was sent up into the sky, and we had a radar to track it from where it was going, kind of like how we have radars with the rain and stuff like that for weather. We can see that the weather balloon starts to go a bit further away from us towards the north, and then it curls, goes to the north again, does a bunch of loop-de-loops, and yeah, that's an awkward looking shape that I just drew, so let's never talk about that again. Anyways, so it does curl, because it does curl off to the right, it does have a little bit of rotation spanning up within the atmosphere, so we'll have to see, but as time goes along, we'll see if that translates to the ground, and maybe we might see a chance for some supercells that could produce some tornadoes. Someone asked about Illinois earlier. Sorry about not answering about Illinois, but Illinois...
Aiden Landrib Super Chat $1.99. It's pay to win.
I mean, it sure could be pay to win if you want to think about it like that, but then again, that's called bribery, and I gotta give a fair shot to my other staff members as well, so we'll leave it at that for now.
We won't leave it at that. Please give me more money and I might give it to you.
I'm just kidding. No, we are not taking in bribes. But yeah, some scattered thunderstorms currently over near Peoria and even further north. I know someone asked about Aurora, and you guys could definitely see some severe weather later on this evening.
Cassie Young Super Chat $4.99. I'm employee of the month.
Yes, Cassie, you are. You may not be staff, but you are employee of the month. Congratulations. So yeah, you guys could definitely see some severe weather later on today. So we're going to have to continue to monitor this event for you all. If it's anything severe or tornadic, we will continue to monitor that as we go along. We have a new update from Jackson. This is an area forecast discussion. Basically what that is they actually tell the people who are within that jurisdiction as to what the weather is going to be like that. And so I would love to read that information, but for the most part, it's not exactly all too interesting. But as of right now, the systems are now starting to break out of its infancy, if you will, and the systems might become a bit more tornadic along the way. But as of right now, it's the beginning of the event, the beginning stages of the event, and as this continues to move along, we will continue to cover this a bit more seriously, because as of right now, you know, there's nothing really too much that's happening. We're kind of just getting the word out for the most part, although this system right here near Hartford does look really interesting. With the hook right here, the radar showing the velocities here, you can actually see the velocities The greens are moving towards the radar, the reds and grays moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. The rotation moves counterclockwise, similar to how hurricanes move. So right in there is where the rotation would be. Just to the south of Hartford, just to the north of Bates, moving over the oh boy, there's another thing. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh wow. Okay, so we already have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. So there's your rotation that's near Bates. Let's go over to the severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto and Sabine parishes in Louisiana, as well as Sabine, St. Augustine, and Shelby counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So let's take a look at that severe thunderstorm warning real quickly, and we are now starting to see a bunch of stuff that's kicking off now. So here's your severe thunderstorm warning. This is near St. Augustine in Texas. Just by taking a look at the reflectivity, a lot of rain here present on this storm. There's a little bit of hail with this, but taking a look at the velocities, we'll actually do a storm relative velocity for this, which basically accounts for how fast the storm is moving. So storm relative velocity is showing that the winds aren't exactly the best in some of these areas. If I take a look at the KDP, this shows that there is going to be some lower visibility within some of these areas near St. Augustine. So if you live along, or if you're driving along United States Route 96 or State Route 147 north of St. Augustine, you guys can see some lowered visibility, as well as some gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. And this also says that there is the threat for some quarter-sized hail. I'll move over to the maximum expected hail size, and there is some areas that could see above half an inch of hail. So really something to kind of monitor as this storm moves over into the parishes of Louisiana, and we will continue to monitor this as time moves along. And it actually looks like there has been an uptick in the amount of hail that is within the storm. So we'll continue to watch this as time moves along. Most of you heard that ding again. So this right here is telling us from Springfield the hazardous weather outlook. We won't get into that. Another hazardous weather outlook for Little Rock, so nothing important that is being issued from all of these radar services in these National Weather Service areas. But I do not see any rotation within this storm just quite yet. If I actually take a look at the enhanced echo tops, the cell actually spans the thunderstorms going upwards of 42,000 feet, which is a pretty tall up in the sky, really tall for the event that we have today. Even if it gets up into the 50, that's super tall. 60 is, ginormous, whatever word you want to use for it to say that's how tall it goes up in the atmosphere. But 42,000 feet is how high this storm actually spans up. I actually want to take a 3D of the storm to see what it looks like structurally, so that I might be able to figure out what exactly could be happening with this storm. So if we take a look at the 3D here, I'll take a look at the isosurface. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking at a specific amount of precipitation that the radar is picking up. And so if I curl this back up, this is lower amounts of precipitation. This is green. There is a little bit of an inflow notch here, but it's not defined yet, so I can't exactly say for certain as to there being a lot of it. But one thing that I do know is that there is a really nice updraft in place right here, to where you see this kind of gap in this area. The reason why there is no rain within that general vicinity is because the updraft is holding all of this rain that's above the gap in place, and so that's what could be showing off some of the higher amounts of hail within those general vicinities, and that is where you could potentially see your quarter-sized hail. So that is something that is really interesting to note with this storm that I take a look on 3D. But otherwise, I mean, this storm looks pretty interesting for the most part. Your anvil is present on this storm. If you notice how it just kind of juts out like this, that's your anvil. Your anvil also is associated with supercells, so this is clearly a supercell that we have here on rotation on the radar in front of us. I want to go back to the Fort Smith cell because this one actually is starting to become really interesting. I'm looking at the probabilities of this by using my satellite, or not my personal satellite, but a satellite, and analysis from the RAP model, which constantly updates here for me. So I'm seeing that this actually has a 34% chance of some severe hail. at almost a 90% chance of some gusty winds and a 17% chance of producing a tornado. So that's pretty interesting for you guys that know what CAPE and capping inversion is and all that stuff. The most unstable CAPE right now is 1,650 joules per kilogram, and there is no capping inversion at the moment. Your shear is pretty interesting. Your storm relative helicity at 0 to 1 kilometer. This is why I talk about the helicity in my videos from 0 to 1 kilometer, is because I can look at this from this analysis here of what the current helicity is. So you would typically want around 200 in order to consider tornadoes, and it is around 138 at the moment, so not a whole lot of tornadic potential at the moment that we can look at. But as this continues to move along, this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor from these systems. Fort Smith right now, I said that this was the Fort Smith cell. This is actually not exactly in Fort Smith. This is near Hartford, but that was the cell I was more or less talking about. There's another cell that is off to the north and east of Fort Smith near Alma that is passed through your general vicinity. So Fort Smith in itself, you guys are most likely out of the risk right now. You guys can see some passing showers later on, so we'll have to approach that whenever that may happen. But these storms that are moving through the Alma area in Arkansas definitely is showing some curling nature. I ran a class as to how to interpret radar data and what are some signs that can determine as to whether or not a storm is rotating or not. And one of these signs is when a storm starts to arc like this, to where your inflow notch starts to get a bit more into the game, and that's when you can start seeing some rotation develop, maybe even some tornadic rotation later on into the evening. But something that's really interesting that I wanted to make a note is that there is a storm near Alma that is producing some heavier amounts of rain, even some larger amounts of hail, some in upwards of almost quarter size. So I wouldn't even be surprised if this storm gets severe warned. But luckily, it's starting to head into the rural areas of northern Arkansas, or just right in the Ozarks in general, in between places like Eureka Springs and Springdale and Fort Smith and Conway. So that is the good news for all of that, that these storms aren't really going to be impacting a lot of people. I do want to make a note back at the Hartford cell that some larger amounts of hail are being picked up by the radar here. So the maximum expected hail size is almost 1.5 inches, definitely over 1.25 inches. So places near Mansfield, Huntington, Abbott, places along United States Route 71, whichever way you take, could see some hail in upwards of maybe even 1 inch, maybe even to 1.25 inches, but still something that we really need to monitor as this heads off into your general vicinity, that you guys could see some larger amounts of hail in your areas. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery. Jeez, I cannot speak. Imagery. There we go. Oh my goodness gracious, what just happened? Mesoscale discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It's discussing the severe thunderstorm watch, so we'll actually take a look at that in a second, whenever we have time to discuss that. But yeah, a new mesoscale discussion. The Storm Prediction Center issues that pretty frequently in regards to what could be happening within those warned areas, and so we'll take a look at that in a bit. But satellite imagery across the board, a lot of these storms are starting to fire up. There's some storms that are occurring in western parts of Missouri. I was showing you guys the storms that were occurring near Fort Smith. I also showed you the severe thunderstorm warning that was heading off to the south. You guys can't actually see those storms because it's outside of the satellite imagery that I showed you all. But these storms are now starting to fire up. And as I mentioned, these are kind of the beginner stages of this event. I also want to make a note that there is also some extra thunderstorms that are forming in southwestern parts of Arkansas. Those could turn into your supercells later on in the day. So we will definitely want to continue to monitor those storms as that moves towards the north and east into the Pine Bluff and the Little Rock areas. So we'll continue to keep this coverage up all the way until this event is over. And yep, we'll be... I hope we'll be reliable to you all, and we'll try and continue to get the word out about the severe weather. Speaking about getting the word out about the severe weather, if you guys are new to my channel and you do want to contribute, please be sure to leave a like. That actually gets onto YouTube's algorithm, and it tells YouTube that more people like this live stream and that more people should view it. So this actually tells YouTube that it needs to go onto more people's recommended feeds, into which that actually tells gets the word out to more people who may not be aware of this risk. So if you guys would do me a solid, please be sure to leave a like on this video, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media, so that way more people may be able to watch the analysis here that's being taken place. Some more things that have came up along the board. An advisory for the severe weather, the storms that are moving off to the north of the severe thunderstorm warning that we were talking about earlier. Along this line, they are advising that there's going to be some severe weather that is going to be moving into specific counties. So I'll just list these out for you all. Smith, Marion, Wood, Upshur, Morris, and Camp counties. It'll be moving into those general vicinities relatively soon. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor these storms, and they could potentially go severe warned. St. Louis canceled a flood warning, which happened earlier in Illinois, so that is the good news. But as of right now, these lines of storms are really starting to kind of fire up and pick up, if you will, move into these general vicinities to where it could definitely be somewhat impactful to the people living in these areas. I want to go down to the mesoscale discussion now, and I want to be able to read what they are talking about with the severe thunderstorm watch that was issued in Missouri. So let's take a read here. An evolving line of thunderstorms is expected to continue to intensify and organize through 2 to 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time and pose increasing potential for damaging wind gusts and perhaps a couple of tornadoes as it advances east-northeast across the region. So what they're saying here is, if you didn't, if you couldn't understand that, is that severe weather is starting to pick up and amplify into some of these areas in southern or central Missouri, and that people need to continue to monitor this as these storms will get stronger over time. So that's something pretty interesting to note from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's actually go up to that area in Missouri, see what exactly is happening with most of these storms. So you can already see the line of storms that are forming here. If we just were to connect the dots, right here is your line of storms that is extending all the way down towards Kansas City. And so a lot of scattered convection at the moment. Not a whole lot of people are being impacted majorly by this. A lot of gusty winds, I will say that much. We're actually seeing some gusty winds in upwards of 35 to 40 miles per hour. Not super strong, but it's definitely above average, if you will. So places near Springfield and anyone along United States Route 65 north of that, you guys could definitely start seeing some severe weather across the board with gusty winds such as that. I don't see anything majorly tornadic that's, eye-catching, that's eye-popping, if you will. But I'll keep you guys updated if I do see anything. There is a supercell that's starting to form off near Shell Knob and Kimberling City, those general vicinities. So that is something that I'm going to want to watch as that heads towards Spokane. So, I'll watch these storms as they continue to move along with this event, but nothing too major that I am seeing here. App, this is GR2 Analyst, costs $250. I know it's expensive, but it's a 21-day free trial, and you don't have to insert your credit card information, stuff like that, if you don't want to, because the free trial is free, as it says. Jacqueline, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Show some love from West Central Louisiana. Yep, thank you, Christina. I really do appreciate it. I know it's a bit late, but I was just rambling on about all sorts of stuff that was happening across the board here. So the two storms that we were talking about earlier in Arkansas, the one near Alma and the one near Mansfield, both of them, or the one near Hartford, it's now near Mansfield as well. Those two storms are looking really interesting in my honest opinion. And the reason why I say that is because you can see they are arcing, as I was talking about before, as to what these telltale signs of storms starting to rotate. So we are seeing a bit more of that inflow notch right within there. But these storms aren't super tall at the moment, so we can't exactly say that it is in the pristine condition, if you will. The helicity at the moment is around 141, which you would typically want around 200 in order for you to start considering tornadoes. But it is starting to amplify. We are noticing that the helicity is starting to ramp up a bunch now compared to what it was like about 5-10 minutes ago. And so as we continue to monitor this, we'll start to see these storms start to intensify a bit more, and that's when we can start getting into the threat for tornadoes. Northbrook, Illinois, what's up? What's up? Welcome to the stream. Alrighty, for the most part here, that's the severe weather event up in Arkansas for us. Let's go down to the severe thunderstorm warning that's moving into Louisiana here. So, as I said, there is a severe thunderstorm warning here for DeSoto and Sabine Parish, as well as Shelby, St. Augustine, and Sabine County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live over there, you guys could see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail from this stray thunderstorm. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as time moves along here this evening. I'll put storm motion on the storm, and we'll figure out what exactly we could be seeing here with these winds. I don't see a whole lot from this. The hail is depleted a little bit, but it's became a bit more widespread. So that is one thing that I do want to make a note of with this storm. But if you live near Zwol, Noble, Converse, near Mitchell, Belmont, Pleasant Hill, you guys could be seeing some severe conditions. As I said, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and the potential for quarter-sized hail. I do want to go over to Little Rock real quickly. A lot of these scattered storms at the moment that are appearing here. A lot of them, including some that are these supercells that I were talking about that were forming, that we could see off the satellite in southwestern parts of Arkansas. Some of these thunderstorms are actually reaching as high up as 43,000 feet on this one cell near Prescott, and then as high up as 45,000 feet on this storm near Magnolia. So these storms are really starting to kick off and fire up, and they'll continue to push on through into places, as I said, near Pine Bluff, near Little Rock, all the way out through basically much of Arkansas, all the way through this entire event. So if you live in Arkansas, especially southeastern parts of Arkansas to central parts of Arkansas, you guys definitely need to continue to monitor this event. You're from Maryland. It's been really nice here lately. I wonder if we will get severe weather later on in April like we normally do. I'm in South Central PA, so I understand your pain. I would hope that we're going to get severe weather in April, but as of right now, we're in a very unfavorable pattern for severe weather in the northern parts, well, central to northern parts of the country. The only central parts of the U.S. that's getting some real severe weather is going to be the plains. But for us, there isn't really going to be a whole lot that's happening. Northeastern Arkansas around Corning. So you guys, I'll check that in a second, but Corning, you guys will definitely see severe weather. Basically, it'll happen later on tonight. A lot later on tonight for you all. More or less into the 8 o'clock hours. Maybe 7 o'clock if these things move a bit faster than anticipated. But still something to monitor based off of that. The severe thunderstorm warning for Texas and the Louisiana that we mentioned earlier has been updated. So St. Augustine, that county has been canceled, but the other counties like Sabine and Shelby, as well as DeSoto and Sabine parishes in Louisiana. That will continue until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We also have some significant weather advisories that has been issued for southwestern parts of Arkansas because of those storms that have been firing up across the board. So we really need to continue to monitor this as this pushes on through. You're here from Springfield, Missouri. Do you think that we will have a chance of a tornado? At the moment, it doesn't look like it. You guys could most certainly see a lot of gusty winds, I'll tell you that much. They may not reach the severe threshold, but 35 to 40, maybe 45 mile per hour winds is somewhat likely in and around your vicinity. I don't see anything that could could be tornadic, or at least I'm not seeing anything here on radar. But this is definitely a system that we're going to want to continue to monitor. And even my satellite analysis is starting to sound the alarm at the potential of a gusty wind threat here. A 69% chance of producing some severe wind. So if you live in those areas near Springfield, I would just recommend that you go inside. There's a lot of rain near your general vicinity right now anyway, so I'm assuming you wouldn't be outside. But I'd recommend you just stay inside for the most part. I just had to double check to make sure that we didn't have anything on there. But yeah, let's go back over. I want to see how tall these storms are from the Shreveport radar, because I actually don't believe that it's above 40,000 feet. It is. Oh wow, it is. So almost 44,000 feet up in the sky near Magnolia, and almost 42,000 near Prescott. So yeah, these storms are really tall. Geez, this storm is really tall. What am I talking about? This storm near Carthage right here, this thing is having a whale of a time. I mean, look at this thing. This storm is spanning up and upwards of 48,600 feet. So, I mean, this thing is really starting to kind of pick up a little bit. And this is where these storms could start to become a lot more organized. And all of a sudden, the ecotop's just kind of depleted. What the heck happened? The storm just basically say, you know what, I'm just going to put on a front for you for a little bit and then go away? That's not nice. That's not nice at all. I will continue to mention that along this line, you can still see some decent amounts of hail, some spotty hail. Some could be large, over a quarter size, which is basically over an inch. But if you live in any of these areas that could be warned for severe weather, you really need to go inside because you do not want to be pelted with hail. Trust me, I've been there, done that. It's not fun. Yeah, these storms have fired off really quickly. I mean, look at this. I'll play the last few radar scans here, and look, they just appear out of thin air. This is over a span of an hour, and they don't start appearing until 15 minutes ago. So these are some storms that are really going to start to fire off and ramp up rather quickly. Now, in regards to severe weather, will that ramp up rather quickly? That's something that will have to be determined, and that's something that we'll continue to monitor for you all as time goes along. I want to go back to Fort Smith, because these storms over here are looking pretty interesting for the most part. Where did this cell come from? Who are you? You've just been there, but you're starting to pick up a lot, and that's pretty interesting. So this discrete cell, it's now starting to head towards Clarksville. This is something that we're going to want to watch as well. It doesn't show anything, any telltale signs of it being tornadic, but as of right now, it's looking pretty interesting. It's kind of really firing off here around these areas. These other cells are looking. This cell right here near Abbott actually has some general rotation. Not strong rotation, but it has some general rotation. Some weak ones. So it's starting to develop a little bit. It's starting to kind of pick up where it's leaving off. And the helicity is starting to ramp up some more. It's at around 1,000. Not 1,000. Geez, that would be crazy. It's around 146 from 0 to 1 kilometer at ground level. So this is something to really monitor as this moves on through into central parts of Arkansas. How's it looking for Texarkana? Hey, we've got a Texarkana viewer. Hello, hello. So for Texarkana in itself, you guys have some scattered storms at the moment, but a line of storms is barreling through your area. So that's going to be something that you're going to want to monitor pretty heavily. You could easily see some gusty winds and upwards of, say, 40 miles per hour, maybe 45. Nothing severe quite yet, but it could potentially intensify as time moves along. So we'll continue to monitor that area for you. New update, that's another significant weather advisory. So more storms that are starting to form off in southwestern parts of Arkansas. They're starting to give off some advisories for those storms. So that's really something that we're going to watch. Check PA, why do you see stuff popping up? Because Pennsylvania is special. I should know, I live there. But yeah, it's nothing really too serious up there. We do have some scattered storms that are forecasted for today, but nothing too big. Can you take a look at the Netherlands? Because there has been hail and snow from the Scandinavian area. Can I look at the Netherlands? Hold up, I'm curious. I can kind of? Oh, there is some scattered storms here that are marching into the Germany vicinity. Belgium, Netherlands, I believe that's the Netherlands over there. Hold up. Just gotta double check. Yep, that's the Netherlands. Or somewhere over here, that's the Netherlands. So yeah, there's some scattered showers that are moving off through your area. And would not be surprised if it was producing some snow showers, but unfortunately I do not have the best equipment to tell you what exactly is happening besides reflectivity and velocities. So if there was some severe weather that happened in Germany, I hypothetically could cover it. That's an idea for some more content, wouldn't it be, chat? More coverage, places like Japan, Canada, Australia, Germany. More areas that I could potentially cover. Who knows? We might see it. Anything severe headed towards Little Rock? At the moment, yes, but it's going to be quite a ways away. So I'll actually change this to the reflectivity here. Here is Little Rock right here, right at this circle. And you've got some scattered storms that are starting to pop up across the board here that are really starting to fire off, if you will. I'll actually show you guys the satellite imagery in a second here. But just a quick note, over the past, say, 30 minutes, these storms have really formed out of thin air, and so that is now starting to move into the Little Rock vicinity, and you guys could easily see some severe conditions within all of that. New update for Shreveport. More significant weather advisories. So some more of these storms are starting to get on everyone's radar here. Yeah, we have a lot of people from Europe here. I just want to say you guys are awesome, even though you guys don't get as bad as severe weather as we do over here. We do appreciate you guys coming in and watching some of the stuff that's over happening in the States. That's what you guys like to call us, the States. Yeah, so the severe weather is really starting to kind of ramp up along the line. Now I'm starting to see the reason why they're issuing so many special weather, significant weather advisories here in Texas. It's because this entire line is really starting to congeal and form some spotty hail across the board. So this is something that we're going to want to really monitor as this pushes off to the east still. It'll start to move into the parishes of Louisiana and the counties of Arkansas. And that's where we can really start to see the severe weather kind of ramp up a little bit. The severe thunderstorm warning, that was for DeSoto, Sabine, DeSoto and Sabine parishes, as well as Sabine and Shelby counties in Texas. That is expired now, so that is the good news here. But still, some spotty hail across the board for the most part that people can expect as well. No activity in Florida, only a fire. Yeah, you guys really have some issues with some of your fire risks sometimes. What software do I use? GR2 Analyst, 21-day free trial if you want to test it out. But then after that, you'd have to pay $250. personally, I think this is the best radar on the market. So if you're a weather nerd like myself and you want to think about it as a career, I'd highly recommend this program for you. It's better than WSV3 in my honest opinion, because you can do 3D. Here, we'll do a 3D scan of these storms over here in Fort Smith. Show you all what this cell over here in Clarksville is doing. 3D scan of this storm. There's actually some hail that's falling from this system as well. So we can take a look at specific precipitations and specific heights. That's exactly what I'm doing here to try and find an inflow notch. There's a little bit of an inflow notch here. You see this cave right here, chat? This right here is a little bit of a weak inflow notch that the storm's tried to develop. And we might be able to see something tornadic form off of this soon. So we'll have to see as this continues to move off. But classic anvil shape storm that we are seeing off of the 3D here. Clearly the jutting anvil of the storm. You can actually see some overshooting tops with this system, or with this storm specifically. So we'll continue to monitor that storm. It looks to be relatively intense as of right now. I'm looking at the hail core and it looks pretty interesting. It actually goes up above 30,000 feet up in the sky. So we are really going to have to monitor this storm as this moves on through. Helicity is now starting to uptrend more. It's starting to get up to the 170 areas. So it's getting closer and closer to that 200 threshold, that meters per second threshold, to where it's really going to be, we're really going to have to consider the threat for tornadoes further along into the evening. But this is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor as these storms start to get into higher helicity values, and that is the reason why we have a 10% chance for tornadoes today. Speaking of which, let's take a look at that risk here that was issued by the Storm Prediction Center. An enhanced risk has been issued for northern parts of Louisiana, northwestern parts of Mississippi, and south central to central and eastern parts of Arkansas. That could include a strong threat for some gusty winds and a widespread threat for some tornadoes. But then further along, indicated in yellow, you have your slight risk, which goes all the way up to the border of Iowa and Missouri, as well as Illinois. So you guys could see a higher level threat of hail and wind within your areas. And then your marginal extends outside of those risks, which the marginal is a somewhat small risk, if you will. A smaller chance for severe weather, so I don't really talk about marginals a whole lot. But the one thing I will talk about is your 30% chance for winds here. That's right inside the enhanced risk that I mentioned. So people who live in places like Memphis, Shreveport, Little Rock, Jackson, Bossier City, Greenville, you guys are inside the 30% chance for some gusty winds, which can reach over 58 miles per hour in some spots. So you guys really need to monitor this system as this continues to move on through, especially towards the overnight hours when the winds could actually amplify and intensify. So really something to monitor with that. We also have our 10% chance for tornadoes, which is located practically over the same areas, including Pine Bluff if you live over there. So that's something that we're going to want to monitor as well. And then even if there wasn't a 10%, we would have live streamed anyways because of the massive 5% risk for tornadoes that is extended to places like near Alexandria in Louisiana, south of Jackson, near like Tupelo and stuff like that, near Jackson, Tennessee, just to the east of Springfield, Missouri, into Jefferson City, Missouri, relatively close to the St. Louis metro areas. So just something that we want to continue to monitor all the way throughout this evening, that there is the chance for some tornadoes, and that this is something that we need to continue to watch heavily. People ask, I'm seeing some people that are asking as to why this is happening in the same area over the past 3 weeks. That's mainly because this is the type of year to which severe weather is favored in these areas. This here is mainly the type of year to this area right here in this time of year is really when this severe weather starts to amplify for places like the Deep South, the Southern Plains. All the moisture is relatively within those areas, consolidated within those areas. And then once it starts to get in towards the the late April into the early May to late May, that's when your moisture starts to rise a bit more, and it starts to impact places like Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, stuff like that. So really something that we need to monitor with all of these storms. That as of right now, it's going to be in the deep south. That's just what time of year it is. But then later on in the year, that's when we're going to want to watch areas like the Central Plains. So traditional tornado alley, basically. More significant severe weather advisories. So many. There's so many, but no warnings and stuff like that. What's that noise? So I explained to the people who were here towards the beginning of the stream what that dinging or that jingle noise was. That's basically IEM bot that gives me live updates as to what the National Weather Service actually releases to the public. So that's what I'm looking at up there. Whenever there's a jingle, it tells me that something new has been issued from the National Weather Service or even the Storm Prediction Center or whatever National Weather Service I choose, more or less. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. Let's see. I want to quickly take a look at the satellite imagery, because those storms in southwestern Arkansas, you can actually see right here. I'll actually make it smaller for you all, make it a whole lot easier for you guys to see. Look at these thunderstorms that are now starting to blow up in southwestern parts of Arkansas. These are some strong storms that are really starting to pick up, and this is some storms that we're really going to want to watch to monitor as this heads off towards Little Rock and Pine Bluff. So this is really the beginning of the event here, and that this is exactly what we're going to want to watch as this heads off to the north and east. But as I mentioned, if we go back to the risk here, slight risk is for most parts of Missouri into Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and western Tennessee and western Kentucky. For the people who are wondering, hey, well, I'm not in the slight risk, could I get some severe weather? Yes, you can, but that would be tomorrow, more or less tomorrow. So places like central Tennessee, central Alabama, into Georgia, into Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, you guys can start seeing your severe weather tomorrow, which is exactly what this giant marginal risk here is for. Could be upgraded to a slight risk, so that'll be something that I'll continue to monitor, and I'll update you guys in my video that I upload tomorrow morning. So if you guys want to stay tuned to that by hitting the subscribe button and turning on notifications, you guys could be able to stay up to date with all the severe weather heading into your area. Let's go to the storms that are in southwestern Arkansas. I want to look at these a bit more. And geez, these storms are really starting to explode here. Nothing really happening a whole lot to the north and west of El Dorado, but more storms are really starting to fire off. Actually, I want to go to Shreveport real quickly. Look at how many storms have really fired off. I mean, there's stuff that's happening south of Shreveport. There's stuff that's happening near Magnolia, El Dorado, Stevens. There's stuff that's happening right along the interstate of I-30. So this is a lot of activity that's really starting to ramp up here. And we're going to want to continue to monitor this as it starts to head into a more favorable environment, conducive for strong gusty winds, large hail, and maybe even tornadoes. But still something that I do want to make a note of for all of this here. What about East Tennessee? That'll be your risk for tomorrow, so you guys can see not as strong of a risk here today. But it's still something that we're going to want to monitor even for today, because depending upon what happens with this event can determine as to what all is happening for you all. New severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson and Newton counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So let's go over to the Fort Smith radar. This was the storm that we were actually looking at with our 3D scan. So we definitely have something interesting that's brewing here near the ozone and Harmony. And if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor this storm as this continues to push off to the north and east. Let's take a 3D of this storm right here, as I just saw it updated so that hail could be upwards of an inch. Let's take a look at the ISO surface, and it's looking all right. There isn't exactly an inflow notch here that I can see present available towards us. Maybe a little bit of an inflow notch right here, but it's not all too organized at the moment. So that's something that I do want to make a note of, but here is your little teeny tiny inflow notch to where your updraft could be sustaining the threat for tornadoes in those areas. But yep, still something to monitor. Here's your classic anvil, just by looking at this storm here. Amazing presentation with your anvil, as well as your overshooting tops with the storm. So this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to watch as this continues to move on through, and that this is severe warned for places like Ozone and Salas. So if you live in these counties, Johnson and Newton counties, as I said, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And that I just recommend you guys would just go ahead and stay indoors with this one. If you guys... Actually, never mind. I was just going to say, what in the world is all this? But then I figured it out. If you guys are new to the channel and you want to support us, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family. This is going to sound stupid, but trust me, it's true. Leaving a like on the live stream actually tells YouTube that people should watch this video, whether they like it, whether they need information or whatever. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. So once YouTube's algorithm gets that, then it gets put on more people's recommended feeds, and so then the word of the severe weather event actually gets out a lot quicker. So if you guys do me a solid, please leave a like on this live stream, as well as share this with friends and family and on social media. We may be able to get the word out to more people who may not know that this event is happening. And it's all about saving lives here. We don't do it for the money, we don't do it for the clout and stuff like that, or for the fame or whatever. This is just our sole purpose here of getting the word out for these people who might be impacted. New update, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Polk County, Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. More 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail is favorable for these storms. So we'll actually take a look if I can figure out where Polk County is. I'm assuming it's this cell near Waldron, but I don't exactly know because my geography for Arkansas isn't exactly the best. You know, as I said, I live in Pennsylvania, so my geography isn't the best. That's the reason why I have these updated roads here to where I can tell people specifically as to where these storms are heading. But there's your new severe thunderstorm warning, and it is for the cell that I did call out for. So let's take a look at that storm real quickly. Just by looking at the radar, it doesn't look all too interesting, all too impressive. But if we notice the hail that's falling from the storm, you could see some in upwards of over 1/2 an inch, maybe even 3/4 of an inch. And that is some hail that isn't really going to do a whole lot of damage, but if you're outside, it could hurt some people. So please stay inside if you live in these areas, especially along United States Route 71, State Route 8 in Arkansas, State Route 88 in Arkansas near Board Camp. Please just go ahead and stay indoors. There's also a airport over here, whether it's a municipal airport or an air base or whatever. I'm pretty sure it's not an air base. I think it's just like a regional or municipal airport. So if you live near the airport, you need to go ahead and go indoors because you do not want to be pelted with hail from the storm. Look at the velocities. There is a bit of rotation with this storm. You can see the greens are moving towards the radar here. So the greens are moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south of Potter, just to the north and east of Hatfield, moving off to the north and east. So people in Mena, you really need to go ahead and get indoors now. especially if this thing starts to intensify further. If this thing starts to really pick up and intensify, then we could be dealing with a really bad situation on our hands, especially with the threat of a possible tornado. So we need to monitor this as much as possible within the next few minutes. Let us see. I do want to... Ooh, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. That'll be for Christian, Green, and Stone counties. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hails with that one. So let's go take a look at that storm over near Springfield. And that is basically for the majority of the metro area, as well as areas south of that. So a large severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Springfield in itself. So if you live in these areas, if you live near Springfield or anywhere near this general vicinity of Springfield, or if you know anyone who lives in these areas, please go ahead and tell them to go ahead and get indoors. It's pronounced Mina. Well, now you know that I'm very uncultured with these the geography of these areas. So sorry if I made people upset, but I'm trying. I'm trying. But yeah, you could definitely see some gusty winds from all of these storms. I know there was someone who lived in Springfield who came into my stream. You could definitely see some gusty winds from this storm. So we really need to continue to monitor this event as this continues to push on through to the north and east. What program is this? This is GR2 Analyst. I've modified it with my color tables and all sorts of stuff. So if you take a look at other weather YouTubers and wonder what the heck is this is different. This is GR2 Analyst. I just modified it to my own liking. 21-day free trial, but then after 21 days, it shuts off unless if you pay $250, which if you're a weather nerd like myself, it's well worth it in my honest opinion. You can do 3D scans, you can do slices. Here, we'll even do a 3D scan here for you with these cluster of supercells that are just to the south of Springfield. Because a lot of people like the 3D. A lot of people have been calling for me to do it a lot more often, and I honestly should. There's actually an inflow notch here near Ozark, so that actually is something that we need to watch too. The potential for some severe weather, some tornadic potential here with this cell right here. So we'll monitor this a bit further. But if we take a look at some lighter precipitation, you can see the classic anvil that this storm forms. Now, obviously, as you get closer to the radar, you can't see a whole lot, but still, this is some really interesting thunderstorms that are starting to pop off across the board within these general vicinities. So we'll continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north and east. They are under a severe thunderstorm watch. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but I would not be surprised if this thing does become a bit tornadic later on today. So we'll monitor this system as this moves on through. Let's take a look at the velocities on that storm, and there actually is a little bit of a differential between some faster wind speeds that are moving towards the radar and some slower wind speeds. So it doesn't really indicate a lot of rotation. It just shows that these storms are really gusty, which is warranting the severe thunderstorm warning. But this is really still something that we're going to want to monitor as this pushes on through. So places like Battlefield, Nixa, Ozark, Fremont Hills, Galloway, Springfield, you guys could definitely start seeing some gusty winds and maybe even some spotty hail in some of these areas. So really something to monitor with all of that. How did I get the roadmap on GR2 Analyst? I downloaded it from whatever site that GR2 Analyst has with some their roadmaps. You can find that online. I can't remember exactly where, but you can find those online somewhere. So new update. This is for Little Rock, and this continues the severe thunderstorm warning for Johnston and Newton. So let's actually take a look back at that cell real quickly, because I am curious as to what all has happened to it over the span of the past 10-15 minutes. So now the storm has moved over Ozone a bit more, heading towards Salis, Limestone, Deer, Fort Douglas. So if you live over in those areas, you really need to monitor the storm and stay indoors. The hail size is more or less almost to an inch. So if you live in those areas, you could see hail size in upwards of a quarter. that can do damage to people, so do not be outside during that. You do not want to go outside and be like, I gotta take in the hail, man. No, just don't do that. Don't do that at all. It's kind of stupid. Yeah, that's really my recommendation to you. Don't do that. Let's see. New update here. A new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Gregg, Harrison, Marion, and Upshur counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So let's take a look at that cell real quickly. That'll be heading off into the general vicinity of Shreveport. Actually, just to the north of Shreveport. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning that has also been issued. This is in Fort Worth's jurisdiction. We do not have that on our IEM bot. But 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail could be impacting places in Anderson County in Texas. So if you live over there, you need to monitor that as well. But let's take a look at this storm over here near Gilmore. That has the tornado possible. And indeed, there is a bit of rotation. There's actually a bit of rotation along the line here across the board. But a couple areas that could have some really interesting rotation. Just to the south of Gilmer, you can see the grays are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. I'll take a storm relative velocity for you all to make it a whole lot easier to see. That didn't really help a whole lot, I'm not going to lie. But some weak rotation is here on this storm. Nothing all too serious at the moment, but we'll continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. The maximum expected hail size is almost an inch. So if you do live in some of these areas, you know, as I said, hail at around quarter-sized hail can hurt people, so you do not want to be outside. That is really something that you guys do not want to mess around with these storms. New update here. This is a report of hail. This is our first report of the day. This isn't severe hail, but it is hail 7/10 of an inch. This is near Highlandville, which I believe is south of Springfield. So those storms do have a history of producing hail. Not super large hail, but hail could span an upwards of an inch in some spots. So you need to continue to monitor that as they continue to move on through. You have friends in Waldron, Arkansas. Are they safe? Does anyone know? I'll look that up here in a second for you, Kat. So Waldron, Arkansas. You guys are near a severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll take a look at that real quickly. You're just north of a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a band of thunderstorms that are moving through your general area. There might be a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that just passed through your area, and there's actually a bit of rotation on this storm. So I'm actually really interested as to why there isn't anything warned for the system. But Waldron seems to be out of the main risk of this thunderstorm, so that is the good news here for you. What about Lafayette, Louisiana? I'd like to know the impacts later today and tomorrow. So for Louisiana today, it's not really looking like you're going to get the main risk, but you guys do have the chance for tornadoes. I'll pull up this convective outlook here for you to be able to basically give you a generalization as to what you could see. The Storm Prediction Center has given you a slight chance for, or a marginal chance for hail over an inch, a slight chance for some gusty winds over 58 miles per hour, which is a 15% chance. And then you also have a 2% chance, maybe a 5% chance if you live north of Lafayette, like near the Alexandria vicinity. But right around those areas, you do have a 2% chance for tornadoes. So I'd continue to monitor that as long as you can. And I know we will. We will be covering this event all the way throughout the day. So if you want to stick around with us, as I said, you know, all I ask you guys is to please be sure to leave a like on the video so that the word can get out. As I said, it sounds stupid, but if you like the video, it actually tells YouTube's algorithm that more people want to see this video. Whether it's just getting information out or whether it's funny or whatever, it just tells YouTube that more people should go watch the video. And so that tells YouTube's algorithm to send it and put it on people's recommended feeds. So if you guys do that, that would be a great help to get the information out. As I said, the main purpose of this live stream or my channel in general is just to try and save lives. So the more we can try and do that, the better. And if you guys are willing to help me out, that would be greatly appreciated. And then if you guys also are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell. As I said, I upload videos every single morning updating you all on what all may happen. So if you guys were to do that, subscribe, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and stuff like that, the usual, that would be greatly appreciated. Alright, so yeah, this storm right here, which is not exactly impacting anyone at the moment because it's in a bunch of rural areas, has some really interesting rotation. I'll take a look at the Little Rock area. New severe thunderstorm warning for Bradley, Calhoun, Cleveland, Dallas, and jeez, I can't pronounce that one. I think that's Wachita. I think that's how you pronounce it. So those counties will be impacted and will be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. I'm not sure if it's this storm or not. If it is this storm, then I'm a prophet. I'm just kidding. I am not a prophet. But it is still something that I want to talk about, and it is not for the storm. It's actually down to the south. This shows you my knowledge in the geography of Arkansas, but this storm has some really interesting rotation. You can clearly see the reds are the winds moving away from the storm. The greens are the winds moving towards, the reds are away from the radar. The greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So this is showing some really interesting signs of it being tornadic. The helicity isn't all too great at the moment, but, well, for that storm specifically, but it is starting to rotate. Washita. Now I know. Now I'll be able to say whenever that happens. A tornado warning. Logan, Scott, and Yell counties in Arkansas. That will be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm assuming it's this storm. If it's this storm, we've been watching the storm for quite some time, and I would not be surprised if they pulled the trigger on this. And yep, there it is. There's the new tornado warning. So as I mentioned, tornado warning for Logan, Scott, and Yell counties. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live in these areas, if you live near the Blue Mountain, if you live north of Blue Ball, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off just to the south of Blue Mountain towards the State Route 10 areas in about a half an hour. So if you live over there, you guys have a little bit of time. I know there's a lot of oil wells around here, this part of the state, but you guys have a little bit of time. You guys need to just go ahead and have a plan of action to be able to get into your safe space. As I said, underground or the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or maybe even tornado as possible. As that continues to move on through, it'll affect places like Blue Mountain and Waveland, maybe even Havana later. So this is definitely something that the people over there need to continue to monitor as this storm moves off into their general vicinity. Ohio, that area is going to get severe weather tomorrow. Areas just to the east of this risk is going to see severe weather tomorrow, so people need to monitor that. We'll talk about that later, but as I said, the tornado warning just to the south of Boonville, just to the south of Magazine, just to the north and east of Waldron. So Waldron in itself is out of the risk, but you guys need to continue to monitor this cell. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas, Lonoke, Monroe, and Prairie counties. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so that's in Arkansas. So if you live over there, you guys could see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Definitely something that you need to monitor as this pushes on through to the north and east. So these cells are really starting to ramp up, guys. This is exactly what we were expecting what would happen later on. Some more storms that are starting to pop up. And indeed, this is exactly what we are starting to see, this widespread risk for some gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail, and in this case, maybe a couple tornadoes, maybe a few tornadoes. So we're really going to want to watch this as much as we can. All right, let's talk about the severe thunderstorm warning over here for Bradley, Cleveland, Calhoun, Dallas, and Wachita counties. Jeez, I can't speak. I don't know why. But that'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail could be expected with the storm. So let's just quickly take a look at it. If you live in Camden, by the way, you should be indoors if you're not already. But it's right over you guys, so I wouldn't leave out of your safe spaces quite yet. If you live over near Eagle Mills, Bairden, Thornton, Woodbury, Hampton, Fordyce, you guys could be seeing the severe weather here from the system. Something new just got issued. It's a mesoscale discussion for the tornado watch, so we'll actually talk about that as soon as we're done covering all of the localized threats, because I do want to hear what the Storm Prediction Center is telling us about the tornado watch that was issued earlier. So let's take a look at this storm a bit more in depth. Let's take a look at the maximum expected hail size, which the name entails, says exactly what it does. It tells you what the maximum hail could be on the storm. So we can already see some areas that could produce an upwards of maybe an inch inch of hail. So that will definitely hurt some people if you stand out in the middle of say the open and the storm just starts to run over you with a bunch of inch-sized hail. That's quarter-sized, and that's not exactly the best. You wouldn't want to go outside and be like, all right, hail, let's go in time for you to hit me or whatever. No, that's stupid. Get inside. So if you live near Woodbury, Hampton, north of Hampton along United States Route 167, as well as near State Route 274, and State Highway 274 and State Highway 203. You guys need to go ahead and get indoors. I'd highly recommend that. Yeah, so that's where you guys could see some 1-inch sized hail from these storms. As I said, don't want to be impacted by it, so please get indoors. Let's take a look at this other severe thunderstorm warning here that's north of Stuttgart. This is for Prairie, Lanoke, Monroe, and Arkansas County. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail with this one. And there's actually 2 areas that could see an upwards of 1-inch sized hail with this storm. So if you live north of Stuttgart along United States Route 63, as well as State Route 343, and State Route 86, you guys could see some hail in upwards of maybe even an inch. Maybe larger if the storm continues to intensify, but this is definitely something to where you're going to want to stay indoors with this one. The gusty winds I don't really see a whole lot of from the radar, but we'll continue to monitor this as time goes along. Let's go back to the tornado warning.
Super chat $1.99. Look at the Ulm cell. It has rotation and hail core.
Ooh, the Ulm cell. So I'll actually take a look at that in a second. I have to look that up. Look up as to where that is on. That's definitely not in Arkansas. I'm assuming that's in Missouri. But Aiden with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. No, it's not in Missouri. What in the world? If you're talking about this over here, no way. Oh, this cell right here. There's not really a lot of rotation, not a lot of wind on it. That's not what I saw, at least. Yeah, let's take a look back at the tornado warning here. As I mentioned, the tornado warning is here for Logan, Scott, and Yell counties. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Another thing that I wanted to mention real quickly is that this storm has large amounts of hail with this. I mean, there's hail in upwards of an inch, maybe even an inch and a quarter in some spots. So Blue Mountain, Magazine, Waveland, you guys might get hit by some tornadic rotation, or you might get hit by some large hail. So I would just recommend that you get into your safe space, get underground or get in the lowest and most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Now, Magazine's outside the tornado warning in itself, so you guys most likely won't see the tornadic rotation. It'll be more or less just the hail that's currently falling on top of you. But areas like Waveland, Blue Mountain, you guys could see hail now in upwards of almost an inch and a half. So you really need to monitor this cell. And people downstream along State Route 10 near Waveland, Havana, Bellevue, Corinth, you guys need to watch this storm as well. Just in case if this storm does re-intensify with its rotation, because right now I don't see a whole lot of it at the moment. It did look like it had some really good rotation before, but it just kind of faded off a little bit. And so that is the good news for you all right now. And the main reason that contributes to that is because the helicity is really low in these areas. It can't actually sustain the actual rotation of these supercells, these mesocyclones and these wall clouds, if you will. So it's kind of just fading a little bit. You typically want your helicity at 0 to 1 kilometers up in the sky to be around 200. It's around 140 right now, so it's not exactly in the best case scenario for it to start producing some things. But as I said, people near Blue Mountain, Waveland, Havana, you guys need to go ahead and monitor this storm as this moves along. New severe thunderstorm warning for Claiborne, Faulkner, Stone, Van Buren, and White counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live in those areas, you guys really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors, because you do not want to be pelted by 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. New severe, well, actually, an update to the severe thunderstorm warning, the large one that was issued over Springfield. It has now been canceled for Stone County, but Christian and Greene counties in Missouri, you guys still have your severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back down to Texas real quickly. We'll go over to the cell that had the tornado possible here. I also know that we have some people who live over in Texarkana. So if you live in Texarkana, your storms are starting to approach your general vicinity. But there's a new area there's some areas that I wanted to look at. And there's actually two areas. I didn't mention this one before, but it was just something that I wanted to make a note of now, is that there's two areas of rotation. There's the weaker one that's inside the severe thunderstorm warning, which has some pea-sized hail, some hail that's upwards to about a half an inch. There's also a new cell that's forming off towards Lone Star and Avenger and Hughes Springs. There's a really good rotation here. You can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away, or the grays and reds. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south of Lone Star. So this is really a storm that we're going to want to continue to monitor. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this cell. The helicity is getting closer to 200. It's actually 162. So that is something that we're going to want to continue to watch as this moves off to the north and east. But this is definitely something that I'm going to continue to watch for a while, all the way up until it dies. Yeah, this is some really interesting rotation here that's moving off through Shreveport. Significant weather advisory. I really thought that was a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, but you know, I was gonna jump the gun and say, oh, there it is, but nope, there it's not. So can't say a whole lot with that one. Let's take a look at the mesoscale discussion-ish after we give this update on the severe thunderstorm warning. So it continues for Bradley, Calhoun, Cleveland, Dallas, and Wachita counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still the same stuff as usual. All right, let's take a look at the mesoscale discussion. Let's see what the Storm Prediction Center is talking about in regards to what we can see with this event. So let's take a read here. Let's read what's happening. This got issued 11 minutes ago. So the summary is: severe threat continues across Weather Watch 75. Well, that's nice. Thanks for giving me an update. I guess I'll just have to read this entire block of text now. Jeez. All right, let's see if I can simplify this down for you all. A mix of linear and cellular convective cells continue to gradually deepen along the front that now extends from near FYV to FSMGs. I am assuming those are specific areas within the watched area. So basically the entire line of storms that we've been talking about. Storms are in a weakly capped environment, which most of the accent most of the accent tied to the advancing front, although cells are over the open warm sector are also maturing, which means that storms are starting to get stronger. The storms are in a favorable environment for organization given the 30 to 40 knots of deep shear and modest mid-level lapse rates supporting 1,000 to 1,750 joules per kilogram, which that's how much energy is in the sky. You would typically want 2,000 to consider strong storms. So it's all right. It's not it's not super low, but it's some modest level of energy. Low level shear supports rotation, which is the helicity that we were talking about in some areas, locally enhancing the risk for hail and tornadoes near dominant convection. The greatest severe threat over the next couple of hours may evolve near convection that can strengthen nearer the warmer surface temperatures from Louisiana into southern Arkansas. So basically, the giant band of thunderstorms that we've been watching develop over the past half an hour to maybe even an hour in southwestern Arkansas, they're saying that the strongest storms could be coming from those severe storms. So we'll have to continue to watch that as this continues to move on through. The greatest severe threat over the... Oh, we actually talked about that earlier. What in the world just happened? My goodness, my ears. New convective outlook. So we'll talk about that in a second. Here, sooner or later. But let's continue with this. Farther southwest, convection may pose isolated damaging wind risk from Anderson to Robertson counties in Texas. There's a lot more CAPE here, near 2,000 joules per kilogram. So some more energy in those areas, meaning some scattered strong storms could happen. Maybe some could be severe, but still something interesting to watch. Low-level shear profiles are a lot weaker compared to some areas just to the east, so not really all too favorable for tornadoes. It's unlikely that a new watch will be extended further south, so it'll be more or less just the areas that are currently watched by the Storm Prediction Center will continue to stay watched. So something to keep in mind with all of that. Let us see. Phone is going off. I don't know why. That's because someone's at my front door, and I don't know why he's at my front door. If you guys are new to the channel and you do want to see more of the stuff that I do, please be sure to leave a like. That actually gets the word out easier because it tells YouTube's algorithm that more people want to watch this type of content. Also, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications because I do stuff like this every single event. I also make videos every single morning to update everyone as to what all is happening. And share this with friends and family and on social media. The more the word gets out, the better in this case. So let's continue to try and get the word out for you all. Let's take a look at some of those cells down in Shreveport real quickly that have been really firing off into places like southwestern Arkansas. There's actually a new severe thunderstorm warning for Little Rock. So let's take a look at Little Rock real quickly before we even talk about that. So a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lanoke, Saline, and Pulaski counties. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail is likely with this event. So if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north and east. This is definitely something to where you guys need to get indoors. I wouldn't say get into your safe space because there's no tornadic rotation with this system right now. But as this continues to mature over time, like the Storm Prediction Center said, we can definitely see some cells that could be able to produce tornadic rotation later on. So let's continue to monitor most of these cells, a bit of a speed run, if you will, now. Let's take a look at some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's actually go up to Springfield, Missouri, and let's see what Springfield is doing. So your gusty winds have kind of pushed on through, guys. For the most part, you guys are starting to get out of the risk. Not exactly right now, but it's starting to become a bit more of a gusty wind threat. Not really a tornadic threat here to begin with, but it is starting to push on through your area. So some more chances of some severe storms within those general vicinities. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery, Polk, and Scott counties. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So if you live over there, you guys need to also go ahead and stay indoors. Don't really go outside because you don't want to be really pelted with hail a whole lot. That would be my recommendation for you all. Yeah, there's been some reports of some small hail with this. As I said, there was a report of 0.7 inch of hail in Highlandville, which is south of Springfield, Missouri. So there is some larger amounts of hail within this line. Not exactly large, it's kind of spotty now that I think about it, but it could get larger. There is a severe thunderstorm watch in your area that's warning, that's basically telling you all to watch out for hail and winds, not exactly tornadoes. So something to keep in mind with all of that. All these dings are now, this is IEMBot that's telling me, that's keeping me all up to date with what the National Weather Service is sending out. So there isn't really a whole lot that's being sent out that's really important. It's more or less just updates to the warnings. So for instance, the severe thunderstorm warning for Saline has been canceled, but still continues for Lanoke and Pulaski. Lanoke has also been canceled, but Arkansas, Monroe, and Prairie counties will still continue. So if you live in those areas, if you were the areas that I called out that said that your risk is diminished, or that your risk has been canceled for the time being, then it has been canceled. Let us see. A new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for this cell that we're currently looking at right now, or this cluster of storms. So this is for Benton, Camden, and Morgan counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, not really a large hail threat, but there is that tornado possible tag here, so that is something that we're going to want to actually monitor. Let us see. There's not supposed to be long track tornado event today, guys. This is not supposed to be like a high risk. You know, I'm the type of guy that covers risks big or small, except for when I think it's too small. And too small is when it's like a 2% chance for tornadoes as its highest risk. So if it's 5% or if it's 10%, you know I'm most likely going to cover it. But let's not get in a fight here in the chat, because that's not exactly the best thing to do. Is Morgan joining? I got no clue. Honestly, I have no clue. He's probably doing something else, which, that's understandable. Have a nice day. Could these storms get stronger as they move east? Yes, that is exactly what they will do, actually, Morrow. Good call there. Because they're moving into a lot more of a favorable environment, you can actually see that chance, that risk for severe storms amplify as they move along. So that's something that we're going to want to watch as time moves along. There is a, here's the new severe thunderstorm warning that's actually not for the one over near Springfield as I thought. You can see that my geography is quite poor for the most part. But yeah, there is a bit of areas that actually has some pretty interesting rotation. Look at that. I would not be surprised if that actually produces a tornado warning soon. So we really need to watch that storm. The severe thunderstorm warning for Gregg, Harrison, Marion, and Upshur counties in Texas will continue with its tornado possible. So we're going to want to watch this as this moves on through to the north, kind of a northeast component with these cells. But yeah, a lot of rotation here with the storm, a lot of lightning too, which can indicate that these storms might be getting stronger, or at least this storm could be getting stronger. So if you live near Cole Camp, Stover, near Smithton and Otterville, you guys could see the potential of some tornadic rotation moving through your general vicinity, maybe even a tornado warning soon if it gets relatively stronger. We've got a new report of some hail. This is in Quitman, quarter-sized hail, which is 1 inch. So this is something that we're going to want to watch as this moves on through. That these cells are now starting to produce larger amounts of hail across the board, and this is definitely something that we are going to have to continue to keep up to date with everyone, because hail getting pelted by hail is not exactly the best. There is a little bit of rotation here on the storm. I'm not sure if this is the storm that was be updated yet. No, so here's the new updated severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go to Fort Smith to see this rotation here. But I was talking about near Blue Mountain and Waveland that there could be an area of rotation that's developing or maybe sustaining, and it could provide some tornadic conditions for your area. And this is exactly what we're seeing here near Blue Mountain and Waveland. So if you live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and just go ahead and get indoors. That is honestly what I would highly recommend. I just realized that the convective outlook has been updated for day 3 and not day 2. That is really interesting. That quite possibly might be an emergency outlook for Friday. So Friday is going to get really interesting here, and I actually want to take a look at that real quickly if you guys don't mind me looking. This doesn't show up yet, so we're going to go on a College Edu page. This might update for me a whole lot quicker. So text products, severe weather text, SBC, and there it is. There is your SIG risk right there. So a 30 SIG over places north of Louisiana, north of New Orleans to places like Jackson, Mississippi, near Monroe, Monroe, Louisiana, I should say. So if you live over there, you guys might see some large hail. I was talking about that earlier in my video this morning, but there's a lot of energy here with this day 3 outlook. And yeah, someone just told me it's an emergency outlook for day 3. So that is something that we're going to want to watch. We could easily live stream this event here on Friday. Probably will live stream. So if you guys want to stay tuned to that by turning on notifications if you haven't subscribed already,
$4.99.
Please do so.
It's an emergency outlook.
Yeah, so even Sam, who just super chatted me $5, which by the way, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Even Sam just told me it's an emergency outlook, and he knows a thing or two about weather. So this is really something that we're gonna want to watch as this moves on through here today. We're gonna do this real quickly for you all because this is kind of stupid and I've asked nicely. But yeah, this is really really something that we're gonna want to watch as this continues to move on through. Friday, an enhanced risk. We very easily could live stream. So as I mentioned, if you haven't already, please subscribe and turn on notifications so that you guys may be up to date with all the stuff that's going to be happening on Friday. And we could easily live stream that event as well. Let's see. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun, Cleveland, Dallas, Grant, Jefferson, and Wauketa counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over there, you guys can see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. The severe thunderstorm warning for Christian and Greene counties in Missouri has expired, so that is the good news here for you all. But you could easily see some more severe weather later on today. You might. New tornado warning, Logan and Yell counties in Arkansas. So this was the storm that we were looking at before we looked at the emergency outlook. So people near Waveland, I told you all that you need to get in your safe space. I hope to God that you guys are doing so now. But please, 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 if you haven't already, you need to get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading over the State Route 10 areas near Waveland, heading off towards some rural areas, so that is the good news. But as of right now, heading over the State Route 10 area, I said you guys need to monitor this heavily and stay in your safe space. That is exactly what is happening right here. So please, please, please get into your safe space here with this one. Let's take some time. Let's get a timing out here for you all, because this will be impacting people later on tonight. So in the Delaware vicinity, it'll be impacting you guys in about half an hour. So if you live over there, you guys have a little bit of time. You can go ahead and take proper precautions, get pillows, get helmets, just in case if this thing does produce some tornadic rotation or does produce a tornado with this one. So you need to monitor this. A new tornado warning has been issued in Missouri. So it's that cell that we were talking about as well with radar scope. So we'll move over here. Here's your tornado warning. The rotation is actually fanned out a little bit more. It's a bit broader, a lot broader actually, but still something to keep in mind that if you live in these areas, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So Coal Camp, Stover, Syracuse, Otterville, get into your safe space right now. Go ahead and do so. You got a tornado warning for Logan County, Arkansas. Well, here's your tornado warning. Depending upon where you live in Logan County is where the actual rotation will be heading off. So your rotation actually would be right in here near Waveland. So your greens are your winds that are moving towards the radar. Your reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be.
$2.99. There could be some giant hail Friday.
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree. There could be some very large hail in those areas, but yeah, as I said, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of that, please turn on notifications. I'll be uploading videos every single morning, especially if you live in those areas. So I'll keep you guys up to date as long as I can. But yeah, here's your rotation here in Waveland. It's actually just to the north of Waveland. So if you live near Havana, if you live near Belleville, if you live near Blue Mountain, you guys are in the clear. Sorry for blinding you guys temporarily. But if you live near places like Delaware, you guys have about a half an hour before the rotation actually is over you. So please consider that as that moves off to your north. Let's go back over to the tornado warning over here in Missouri. This is for Benton and Morgan counties, which will be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your rotation again. Your greens are your winds moving towards the radar. Your reds are the ones moving away. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live near Stover, if you live near, what is this? This is Coal Camp. If you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It looks like the winds are actually starting to amplify a little bit, maybe start to get a bit stronger. So we might be starting to see a bit more of a maturity aspect from this storm. So all the more reason why if you live near Coal Camp and Stover, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. I'm going to move this radar over here to Kansas to be able to get a better look for you all, because there isn't really a whole lot that's happening near Memphis at the moment. But we're going to continue to try and monitor this as best as possible. If you guys are new to my channel and you do want to help me out, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family, yada yada yada. The best way we can get the word out is by sharing the stream and making sure people stay informed. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, I would say share them the stream and I'll be able to get them the information they need. Here's your rotation. You have your greens, as I said, move towards the radar. Your reds are moving away. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And it's actually starting to amplify a bit, as I mentioned. So if you live near State Route 52, if you live near Florence, Syracuse, Otterville, you guys need to go ahead and monitor the storm heavily. As I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you live north of Stover, you guys need to do that as well. So please, 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 you really need to monitor this as much as possible. Let me see. I want to do something real quickly. Do that and do this. Perfect. Yeah, this rotation is still there. It's pretty gusty though. You can see this line and how it arcs off like this. This tells me that it's really gusty. A lot of gusty winds with this storm. The winds are really starting to push behind this line. And if I actually change it back to the reflectivity, which shows you the rain, it actually shows you that line of storms that's marching on through. So really something that you guys are going to want to watch as this continues to push on through later on to like Florence, Stover, Syracuse. Really something that we're going to want to watch here. Let's go back to the tornado warning here. This is for Logan and Yale counties. That'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities in itself have actually disorganized itself a little bit. Trying to get storm motion here for you all. There it is. So yeah, the velocities have actually weakened quite a bit here. It's lost a lot of its presentation. Not really all too appealing, if you will, from what we are seeing. But then again, there is still some general rotation on the storm, so I'm not saying that this risk is done and over with for you all. I'm just saying that the storm is weakening quite a bit. Let's go over to some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings real quickly. Let's go over to places like Little Rock here. So the severe thunderstorm warning that's moving right over Little Rock right here. Still could get some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. That'll be in effect for Lanoke and Pulaski counties until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live near Little Rock or North Little Rock into Sherwood and McAlmont, as well as the Sylvan Hills near the State Route 107 area and the United States Route 67 area, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors because these storms will be moving through your general vicinity relatively soon. There's also some other severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. There are so many, actually. We have 10 severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect right now. So across the board, there is a lot of activity here in places like Arkansas and maybe even a couple into Texas, Louisiana, and Missouri. So we will continue to monitor this event as this continues to move on through into the evening, as this continues to amplify. But just want to let you know we will continue to monitor this as best as possible. If you know anyone who lives near Pine Bluff, I would tell them that there is a severe thunderstorm that is moving off into their general vicinity. Not anything like too significant because there's not really a lot of hail with it. More or less a gusty wind threat that can knock over trees. Up to 60 miles per hour is warned for the storm. But I would just warn the people of Pine Bluff that there is a severe thunderstorm that's heading off into their general vicinity and that they really need to watch this with the utmost care, in my honest opinion. Something new for Springfield. The tornado warning for Benton and Morgan counties in Morgan will continue until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that's something to keep in mind there. If you guys do want to join my Discord server, we do have a Discord server here called Twist of Fate. If you want to learn about the weather, if you want to talk to people about the weather, the Discord server will be sent in the chat here. So, if you guys want to do me a solid and join that, that'd be greatly appreciated so that we can have more members that can communicate. We're a growing community, not a lot, if any, drama here. Don't jinx it, please. I don't want to jinx it. So if you can keep that same energy, that would be amazing as well. We are now getting some reports of ping pong ball sized hail. Yes, that's an inch and a half. Inch and a half sized hail in, that would be Claiborne County in Arkansas. So I'm assuming that is what, this storm up here, I think. Yep, so it's this storm up here that's had a history of producing 1-inch sized hail. So this storm has also produced ping pong ball sized hail as well. So really something that we're going to want to continue to watch as this moves on through to the north and east. Especially ping pong ball sized hail can do damage to your cars. What is the day 2 outlook? It's a marginal risk for much of the United States here, for the most part. Let us see. Tornado warning continues for Logan and Yell. So let's actually take a look back at that storm real quickly, and we'll take a look at some of the storms that are along that line as well. But here's your rotations, not really too strong. Your reds are moving away from the radar. Your grays are moving towards. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be, but it is very, very weak. Very, very weak at the moment. Even if I look higher up in the sky, which is where it's supposed to be stronger, it's very disorganized. So there's nothing really a whole lot to look for this. Look for this system. But still, we're going to continue to monitor this as best as possible. Day 1 outlook has been issued. So we'll take a look at that in a bit. The enhanced risk stays as we figured it would. I didn't think it would get upgraded to a moderate because a moderate is pretty bad for the most part. It's a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, and it just doesn't look like that in my honest opinion. But still, we're going to continue to watch this as much as possible. There's your update for the Storm Prediction Center, so that's nice. That's nice and all. That's very nice. Let us see. Let's take a look at this cell over here near Cedar Creek. I really want to watch this storm a little bit because it does look like it has some interesting structure. The helicity is not too bad, but it's not, not exactly the best either. So, it's definitely something that we're going to want to watch as it continues to move off to places like Bluffton and Briggsville, as well as Rover and Onyx. But nothing too serious at the moment with that severe thunderstorm warning, so that is the good news there. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning? No, it just got updated. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I am not going to lie. Let's see. New updates from Little Rock. Expires the severe thunderstorm warning for Cleburne and Stone because the risk for that cell has depleted. And we're not going to get into that. Let's go down to actually, let's go down to Shreveport. I want to take a look at the cells over here that are approaching Texarkana. So storms are now starting to get into that general vicinity, as well as Shreveport. There's this cell right here near Harleton that's looking really interesting. 2 areas of general rotation, but one, or actually both, that looks pretty organized, but one looks a lot more organized than another. That would be the one near Harleton heading off towards Jefferson. So I would not be surprised if they issue something along the lines from this, but this is a real gusty wind threat with this storm right here. You can see the classic bowing characteristic that indicates that a lot of gusty winds are surging in behind this rain and causing a lot of strong winds within this area. I actually want to take a 3D of this storm real quickly, a 3D image of this system. And there is an inflow notch with this storm. There is a really interesting inflow notch, not all too large with this, but it is a pretty interesting inflow notch, to say the least. Lower the, or actually I'll make it look at higher amounts of rain, and yeah, there's your very, very interesting inflow notch right within here. So you can see this kind of gap, this little cave that the storm naturally creates, or these supercells naturally create. So right within here is where your inflow would go in to feed the thunderstorm, and that is exactly what we're seeing with this storm. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move off. As I said, towards the Jefferson areas of Texas, it'll be eventually moving off to the north of Shreveport over time, but still something that we're going to monitor as this continues to move along. Dad says you shouldn't go to church tonight because he is scared there might be tornadoes. You live right next to Memphis. Should you be concerned? Well, it depends upon when your church is going to be. So if it's going to be around, say, 8 or 9 o'clock, then yeah, I would say you wouldn't go to church. But if you're going to go to church at, say, like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, I'll actually take a look at the timings here for you for Memphis. Memphis will start to get impacted at around maybe 7 o'clock, give or take. So that's when thunderstorms will start to move on through. So maybe around 5:30, that's what I'd say you can go. But then 6 o'clock or maybe later, that's when you can start to get into the range of when the thunderstorms will hit you at around the latter stages of your mass. So something that I would... it would just have to depend upon when you are going. Let us see. Tornado watch has been updated for places near Shreveport. So county in Oklahoma has been canceled, which we kind of figured that much. So yeah, that's pretty interesting there. Let's take a look back at the tornado warning here for Benton and Morgan counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. you can see the general rotation here. The reds are moving away from the radar. You have two areas, green's moving towards. So the one near Florence and one just to the west of Florence. Both of them are rotating. My bad for blinding you all. But definitely some really interesting rotation here within this storm that's moving off towards Florence and Syracuse. So if you live near Florence, live near Syracuse, live near Otterville, I would say you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest or most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all real quickly. This will be heading off to the Syracuse area in about 5 to 10 minutes. It'll be hitting Florence as soon as you hear this transmission, so you need to go ahead and get in your safe space then and there. But Syracuse at about 5 to 10 minutes, so you don't really have a whole lot of time. I would just go ahead and get into your safe space. If you live along United States Route 50, you guys also have that same time frame, 5 to 10 minutes, so please go ahead and get into your safe space if you live in those areas. Let us see. If you guys are new to the stream and you do want to support my channel, please be sure to leave a like as well as subscribe. By leaving a like, it actually tells YouTube's algorithm to share this video with more people. That's the best way to get the word out, in my opinion, so that it actually appears on more people's recommended feeds. So if you like the video and share this with friends and family and on social media, you'll be able to get the word out a whole lot more effectively, and that would be greatly appreciated. So like the video, subscribe if you're new, and turn on notifications, as well as share this with friends and family and on social media so that the word may get out. Let us see. I want to go back to Arkansas real quickly, and I want to take a look at some of these other storms here. They don't exactly look all too massive. It's a lot of scattered convection at the moment. But a lot of these storms, these thunderstorms, are actually going up to 40,000 feet up in the sky, maybe even larger in some spots. This one, for instance, goes up to 43,000 feet for a bit, and then they just kind of go back down. So this is really interesting to kind of see what exactly we're dealing with. Let's actually take a look at the satellite imagery here. There's a new thunderstorm that's forming on the rear of the original band of thunderstorms. So this will be something that we're going to have to monitor as well, especially with the amount of wind shear here throughout this event. So definitely something to keep in mind with these systems as they move off to the north and east. There's also some extra supercells and or thunderstorms that are forming on the eastern parts of Arkansas into Memphis. So we also have to monitor that as well. If we go back to Little Rock, we can actually see those storms that are starting to pop off, but they'll be heading off to the north or the north and east. So places like Jonesboro, Corning, Pocahontas, Walnut Ridge, Augusta, you guys, that general vicinity, you'll start to see some more of those thunderstorms that'll head off into your areas. So something that we're going to want to watch as this continues to move on through. Let us see. Getting a bunch of updates here. New severe thunderstorm warning. Lanoke, Prairie, Pulaski, and White counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So it's an extension for the original warning that was in Little Rock. There was reports of almost an inch in hail, or inch-sized hail, so almost up to the size of quarters. And so that warranted a new warning for areas along United States Route 67, like places like Cabot, Austin, Ward, Beebe, as well as McRae and Garner. So if you live in those areas, as well as areas near State Route 31 and State Route 38, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get inside. You do not want to be pelted with hail. Trust me, that is not fun. You know, you do not want to stand outside and just be like, hey, hit me with hail. You know, that's just not the best thing in the world. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead, continue to monitor this heavily. Let's go back to our tornado warning here in Arkansas. This is now starting to head into some populous areas. So let's see if it is actually updated itself or it's even reorganized. And it indeed has. This is one thing that I wanted to look out for, and it indeed has updated itself. So your grays are the winds that are moving towards the radar. Your greens are the ones that are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south and east, or south and west of Delaware, just to the north and east of Havana and Arkansas, moving to the north and east. So if you live near Delaware, if you live along State Route 22, or let me go back to Little Rock so I can go to my GIS file. If you live anywhere along, say, County Road 26, if you live along those areas near Chickasaw or north of Chickasaw, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation. This will be heading off to just to the south of Delaware, just to the north of Chickasaw, along that county road that I said earlier, in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you live over there, you have some time, but not a whole lot of time, so I'd recommend getting into your safe space. Then it'll be heading across the State Route 22 area in about 15 minutes, and then over to the Russellville area, which seems to be relatively populated, in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to go ahead and tell them to get into their, have a plan of action, I should say, ready for them, so that they may be able to continue to monitor the storm heavily. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, don't be afraid to share my live stream with them. I know there's other live streamers that are on YouTube that are doing this as well, so you could easily do that. But if you share my live stream with them, I'll be continuing to update everyone on the situations that are across the board here, including the 2 tornado warnings that we have, one in Arkansas, one in Missouri. So please be sure to share this on social media with friends and family and stuff like that, as well as like the video. Believe it or not, liking the video actually gets the word out a lot more effectively, because it that actually gets sent to YouTube's algorithm, and it tells YouTube that more people should watch the live stream, that more people should know what's going on. So it pops up on people's recommended feeds, and if there are some people who don't know what's going on around, this information could be really valuable to people who do not know what's going on. So that would be greatly appreciated. And let's continue with the analysis here. Let's go over to the tornado warning up in Missouri. I do want to take a look at the updated, what is updated over there. That is not helpful. Give me a second. Let's go to Kansas City's radar. And there is a little bit of rotation, but a lot of gusty winds here approaching Syracuse and Otterville. So if you're in Syracuse and Otterville, I told you all before, you need to stay in your safe space. I recommend you still stay there, especially anywhere who lives, or anyone who lives along United States Route 50 from Otterville to Syracuse. But as of right now, it's a lot of strong gusty winds that could be moving through your area. New severe thunderstorm warning actually has been issued for Pettis and Cooper County for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a tornado possible. So if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this storm. Stay in your safe space. I highly recommend you do. And downstream, people who live in State Route 5, you guys need to also go ahead and stay in your safe space as well. Let's go back over. There's a new severe thunderstorm, actually. New severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for, let's see, for Yell County. This will be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live near Danville, that's where the storm actually is located. And if you live near Belleville, Corinth, Danville, anywhere along State Route 27, as well as State Route 10, you guys need to continue to monitor this storm and get indoors, because, as I said, you do not want to be pelted with gusty winds. You do not want to be pelted with quarter-sized hail, because that will hurt you. I want to go back to the storm down in Texas, because it does look like, or it did look like before, that actually could produce some tornadic rotation, just by looking at the reflectivity. And there still is a bit of a hook on this storm, but it doesn't exactly look all too intense as of right now. So just by looking at the tilt that's looking the closest to the ground as it possibly can, which is 2,000 feet, there isn't really a lot of rotation here. But if we go to the higher parts of the atmosphere, you can see, yes, there is some general area of rotation there. Your greens and your brighter greens moving towards, your grays are moving away, and that is where your general rotation would be. So something to monitor as that continues to move off towards places like Louisiana and Arkansas. I'm going to take a sip of water real quickly. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, because I do stuff like this all the time. I cover events to the best of my ability, or at least that's the main purpose of my channel. I also do videos every single morning, so I try and help people out by giving people forecasts. The beginning parts of my video is more or less just an overview as to, or an oversimplification as to what could happen, what the forecasts are for it. And then there's the latter stages of the video where I actually go in depth as to what all is happening within that cell, or within those lines of storms that could be forming. So for instance, on Friday, I most likely probably will live stream. There is a lot of energy out there that could produce some very large hail into places like Louisiana. So that'll be something that I'll continue to have to watch as we get closer and closer. So if you want to be updated about that severe risk, you guys should totally check out my videos that I upload every morning. Stepped away, did anything touch down? No, not yet. So I'm looking at a 3D scan here of this supercell here, this thunderstorm, and there is an inflow notch here. This is a really interesting inflow notch. You can see this kind of cave right here inside this band of yellows. I'm looking at some moderate levels of rain here. So there is something really interesting coming from this storm, where the inflow, the energy could be seeping into the storm and could be feeding this thunderstorm. So we really need to watch this in regards to if it can mature and possibly produce a tornado along the way. So I'll keep coming back to that storm every now and then, check up with it and see what else could happen here. Let us see. A new mesoscale discussion has been issued for parts of the severe thunderstorm watch. That ding, by the way, that you hear in the background, that actually is my IEM bot, which is a program that I use that updates me whenever stuff gets released from the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, and the National Hurricane Center. So whenever you hear that little ding, I actually turned it down a little bit for you all. That's when you guys can start seeing, well, that's when you can start hearing about what more stuff can come from the National Weather Service and what they're releasing. So for instance, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, all sorts of different warnings, or maybe even reports that they're getting that they could release to the general public to basically inform people as to what is happening or what was happening. Let's see. Speaking of a ding, there is a new ding, and there is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Johnson, Logan, Pope, and Yell counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A tornado possible is with this cell, so this is something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves on through later on. But yeah, there is the new severe thunderstorm warning right here. This includes places like Russellville, along Interstate 40, along United States Route 64. So if you live in these areas, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and a tornado possible is likely with this storm as it moves off into your general vicinity. So please, please, please monitor this with the utmost care as this moves on through. The tornado warning for Missouri has been canceled, mainly because it's turned a bit more into a gusty wind threat, which is the good news, because we don't want to see more people impacted by these storms. But definitely something that we're going to want to monitor as time goes along. I want to take a look at the satellite imagery real quickly. And yeah, there's a bunch of thunderstorms that are firing off now. I mean, my goodness. Look at this. A lot of thunderstorms. This is a lot of action right here. I mean, just look at that. That actually looks really appealing to the eye to look at. It's kind of satisfying. I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty satisfying. So, geez.
George Cogswell Super Chat $2.99.
George Cogswell with the $2, well, actually the $3 Super Chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, great stuff, great stream, sir. I'm awaiting in Memphis and awaiting the weather.
Super Chat $7.77. Thanks, Nate. When do you think BB and CSCR will be in the clear?
I'll get to you guys in a second, but first off, I just want to say thank you for the $7.77 Super Chat. Both you and George are amazing. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. I'll take a look here for you right now. So, Circe and Baby right now, Baby's about to get the severe weather. Circe is getting a lot of these scattered storms, but there is a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are around your area that could be producing some larger amounts of hail, especially if you live to the west of Circe, near Sidon and Center Hill. Some hail could actually be in upwards of almost an inch. So, if you live like near Sidon, Latona, or just to the west of Circe, you guys can see some larger amounts of hail. BB could see some smaller amounts of hail, and relatively soon. If you live near like McRae, Gardner, as well as Higginson and Circe, you guys can see the severe weather a bit later on. I'll actually get some timings out here for you. I would say you guys would be in the clear from these storms in about, at minimum, a half an hour. The actual thunderstorms that could be severe will come in your general vicinity in about 15 minutes. But then after that half an hour, you guys will have a little bit of a break before more thunderstorms start to roll in through. Whether they will be severe or not, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I'll continue to update you all as much as I can. But that will mainly continue all the way throughout the evening into the overnight hours for you all. But you guys will be in the clear in about 30 minutes. In my honest opinion. Can you tell me where this is? This is in Arkansas. So most of the activity right now is in Arkansas with a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over in Missouri. But for the most part, there is a lot of activity that is here over in Arkansas. I do want to actually real quickly take a look at this tornado warning. This is about to expire in about 11 to 10 minutes. So it's, you know, it's getting to the latter stages of the event. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of it because it's most likely not going to be all too tornadic. After this seems how it's really weak at the moment. But people near Delaware, I would still say that you need to go ahead and continue to stay in your safe space from the storm. Get underground or get in the lowest or most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This will be heading off into your general vicinity within about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit less than that. So you guys really need to continue to monitor this storm. If we head a bit further south, there's actually a couple more cells that are looking to be a little bit tornadic. There's one just to the south of Bluffton heading towards Onyx and Rover, as well as Briggsville. We were talking about that storm earlier. So you can see the reds are moving away from the radar. That's the winds. The greens and grays moving towards the radar. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. But it is relatively weak at the moment. That is the good news. But we will continue to monitor that storm, especially if it does start to intensify. New update, Severe Thunderstorm Watch has been canceled for a bunch of stuff, and the severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to get issued in St. Louis's jurisdiction. How do I feel the Memphis weather will look like? So for you guys, I definitely think it'll be more of a gusty wind threat. As a matter of fact, I think it'll be a much stronger gusty wind threat than we are currently experiencing right now. But you guys could also see, personally, you guys could also see a higher threat for tornadoes within your areas as well. So that is something that we're going to want to watch with all of that. The one thing that I'm trying to... the helicity's starting to spike. So now it's starting to get to 200. That's when we can start considering tornadoes. It's right now at 190. So we're starting to get into that area to where the 10% chance for tornadoes is starting to come in. And by the way, I just want to mention real quickly from the Storm Prediction Center, you know, we're not even in the main risk yet. All right, here's the enhanced risk. A bunch of your scattered thunderstorms are starting to get into parts of the enhanced risk, but your main enhanced risk is northern Louisiana, northwestern Mississippi, and south central, central, and eastern parts of Arkansas, where you guys can see your 30% chance for winds. That's the reason why I said that there's going to be a stronger chance for winds. It also shows a bit of a squall line or a QLCS that typically creates a lot of strong gusty winds on the models. So that's the reason why there's the 30% chance there. There's also the 10% chance for tornadoes as well. So we're definitely going to want to watch this system as this continues to move on through. And it's starting to move into that environment to where you can start to see the heightened chances of tornadic potential. So we noticed here that the helicity is starting to spike. You would typically want around 200 in order to consider tornadoes, the threat for tornadoes. And it was 150 at one point. Now it's 190. So this is really something that we're going to want to watch here. Nashville, Tennessee this evening. Nashville specifically could see some scattered storms, but your threat for severe weather will most likely be tomorrow. I'll actually discuss that real quickly the next couple of days. Giant marginal risk for most parts of the southeast into the Ohio River Valley, into the Appalachians, all the way up into the Ohio River Valley, with a 5% chance for hail localized in the southern parts, a 5% chance for wind going from Louisiana to Alabama and Florida all the way up into Michigan, and then your 2% chance for tornadoes that extends all the way there. You also have your day 3 event, which is on Friday, and this is really interesting because we can see some large hail from this. There's so much energy here that it's not even funny, and we'll get into that more into tomorrow's video, which if you want to stay tuned for tomorrow morning's video, turn on notifications if you haven't subscribed already. But this is something that I'm really going to want to watch out for. The threat for large hail, some damaging winds, maybe even the chance for tornadoes, but still something that I'm really going to want to watch out for. And I might even live stream as well. I usually live stream most events for the most part, but that's exactly what I'm going to watch out for here, this event on Friday as well. But Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, all the way down into Arkansas. Much of Louisiana is being impacted here. All the way into Mississippi. That's where your enhanced risk, which is a 3 out of 5 on the severe scale, all the way into the western parts of Alabama, and then your marginal extends throughout most of this. I wouldn't be surprised if this slight actually gets extended further east, so we'll just continue to monitor that as we continue to get closer to the event. But as of right now, our main priority is more or less the event that's happening in Arkansas at the moment. Let's see, significant weather advisory, severe thunderstorm warnings, and all sorts of different stuff. So nothing really too new to update you all on, besides the fact that there are some of these this last line of storms that are moving on through are looking pretty interesting with gusty winds and maybe even some spotty hail and the threat for some tornadic rotation, but not a huge threat. It's still moving into that area. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Yell County in Arkansas. Yell County has been really active as of late. So you guys will have your new severe thunderstorm warning that'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail as that continues to move off through your general vicinity. So there's your new severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be right here for Briggsville, Rover, and Onyx. If you live in there, I recommend you guys go ahead and go indoors because you do not want to be pelted with gusty winds and or hail. That's just my honest opinion, though. I mean, if you want to get pelted by hail, go right ahead, but I warned you.
Terry super chat £3.
Terry with the £3 super chat. My goodness, thank you so much, my friend. I really do appreciate it. That is absolutely amazing. I heard that there were some people that were saying they were reporting some spotty hail in Illinois. Yeah, Illinois could even get into that action. Some of the scattered thunderstorms that are moving on through here. There's even some showers that are moving through Chicago at the moment. So if you live near the Chicago metro area, or if you live further north of Chicago metro, like Elgin, moving to Algonquin, and moving further north into Waukegan and North Chicago. That's where you can start to see some scattered showers, maybe even some spotty hail with all that. So you really need to continue to monitor those events as they continue to get closer and closer and unfold. Let us see. I want to look at something real quickly. I want to look at these severe storms over here near Searcy and BB as well. I want to take a look and see what they're doing. BB is starting to get out of the risk here. So BB itself, for this severe storm, it's starting to move out of the general vicinity. But Searcy, you guys are about to get impacted by these cells as they continue to move on through. New severe thunderstorm warning for Webster and Wright counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. So please go indoors if you live in those areas. You do not, as I said, you do not want to be impacted by those larger amounts of hail. Let us see. Yeah, no, there's some widespread storms here that could be producing some spotty hail. Not a whole lot. We've seen larger amounts of hail earlier on in the day, but as I mentioned, we're at the real infant parts of this event, the infancy. These storms are starting to move into areas of helicity that are starting to get more towards the 200 vicinity. So this is something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. These storms that are coming through near Pine Bluff specifically. Those storms, we can really start to see things start to ramp up. And that is one thing that we're going to want to monitor as this moves on through. Let us see. Nothing really too interesting here, so I just wanted to watch a couple of things. Let's go back to the Texas cell. We said that we were going to monitor the cell as it continues to move along, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot on it at the moment. The rotation seems to have kind of fizzed out a little bit. And yeah, it has. So what's happened here is that it actually went high precipitation and clogged all the inflow, but now it's recycling. We can see that arcing characteristic again to where your inflow would be feeding the thunderstorm. So the storm might be trying to recycle and produce something tornadic somewhere along the line later on in its stage. But still, there is something to watch out for that this storm could be trying to recycle. The tornado warning, obviously, as you have noticed at the top left corner of the warning box, that has been canceled or expired. Yeah, it did expire. It's 4:30 already, Eastern Daylight Time. That's crazy. So we'll continue to monitor those cells as they move on through, but the tornadic threat for that cell has diminished. Thank the Lord. You going to get back into your pajamas? I mean, I would stay in my pajamas anyways, even if there was severe weather. Typically, I would sleep during through severe weather events that go through my area, but unfortunately, I'm kind of a weatherman now, so I can't exactly do that. If you guys want to join my Discord server, I do own a Discord server here. We have a lot of people here too. We're actually getting closer to 500 members, and a lot of these members are pretty active. So we talk about severe weather for the most part. If you want to learn about severe weather, they also have that as well. If you also just want to, just chill out, talk with some of these people, make friends and stuff like that, or extra friends on Discord. Not saying that, you don't have to if you don't want to, But if you want to, join my Discord server. It'll be in the chat right in the chat right there. Just click that link. It'll bring you up to where you can join the Discord server. Unless if you've been banned here before, then obviously you can't join. But I would like it if you guys would join, because then you get to talk to me a lot more often. That's where I'm at. if you guys are new to the stream and you do like the content that I do provide, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, and share this with friends and family. Liking the video or liking the live stream actually makes it so that it gets the word out a lot quicker. It tells YouTube's algorithm that more people should watch this type of content, this type of live stream, or this live stream in particular. And so this live stream actually shows up more on people's recommended feeds. And that is exactly what we want to do here. We want to spread the word of severe weather, tell people that this stuff is happening around them. So if you could do that, that would be greatly appreciated as we continue to cover this event into a more in-depth note. Is there a way to pull up full nationwide radar image on GR2 Analyst? No, unfortunately. You see, I would have done that like years ago or stuff like that. But it's still a good product regardless, honestly. You know, I don't really mind switching from radar to radar or even just having multiple tabs open. Now, to be fair, my computer is pretty good, but, you know, I don't mind keeping up tabs. New severe thunderstorm warning for Lanoke, Prairie, and Pulaski counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. So if you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and get indoors because you do not want to be pelted by gusty winds and large hail. What app do you use / recommend? So this one I'm using right now is called GR2 Analyst. For you weather nerds who actually, you know, are considering weather as a profession, stuff like that, GR2 Analyst is absolutely amazing. 21-day free trial for people who just want to try it out in general, but then once that is over, it will actually shut off, and you can't do anything unless if you purchase a key, which is $250, only one purchase. You don't have to do a subscription. Well, there is no subscriptions unless if you want to do another program, but that one is just this program, but with a little bit of extra add-ons. So I could easily just customize this thing however way I see fit, you know. So like I could customize the color tables, you know, like this enhanced echo tops. This is a modified version of the default one, but if you look really closely, the blues are actually transparent, and I actually made it that way. So you know, it's just something cool that I can do. I can add different color tables, I can add different things, you know, that tell me what's going on, that stuff. If you're a weather nerd, GR2 Analyst is the way to go. But if you just want general radar stuff, Radar Scope is another option too. On your phone, it only costs $10. But I promise you, this gives you everything you ever need for looking at the weather. You take a look at, you have radar right here, which is your reflectivity. I'll pull that up. Here's your radar. It looks kind of similar to what you see on GR2 Analyst. You've got your velocities here. This also looks like stuff that you'd see on GR2 Analyst here. You got your correlation coefficient. You got other stuff as well. But this is more or less just a lower resolution of GR2 Analyst as well. So if you guys want stuff like Radar Scope, I highly recommend Radar Scope for people who just don't want to purchase a whole lot of that. The cool thing that we can do with GR2 Analysts, and I know a lot of people are like, all right, Nate, we've been saying the same thing over and over again for severe weather. You know, give me something new. All right, well, I'll give you something new. How about we take a 3D of one of these storms, shall we? Now let's figure out what exactly is happening here in these storms. Did a new warning just get issued? Yeah, a new warning just did get issued. There's 2 new warnings that got issued here. We already talked about the Lanoke one, but there's another one that's heading towards Corning. I know someone lived over there. But Randolph and Lawrence County in Arkansas, that'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. You do not want to be pelted with gusty winds and large hail. Anyways, let's take a 3D of these storms. Let's see what exactly is happening with these storm systems. So I'll take a 3D here. And this will pop up. And boom, we got a nice little 3D of the storms. Let's take a look at the ISO surface. And these cloud tops aren't exactly all too tall. They only span up to about 40,000 feet, give or take. Or at least the smaller amounts of precipitation is the stuff that spans up to 40,000 feet. But this is a really nice gust front that's developing here, with a lot of gusty winds. You can see how the line here starts to, instead of it curling back down, it goes straight down. And usually when that happens, you tend to see a lot of these gusty winds that could be stirred from these lines. So that's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing those gusty winds showing up on the 3D scan here. And whenever we get tornadoes and tornado warnings and stuff like that, we'll be able to see the actual rotation on radar, and maybe even a tornado on radar as well. So stay tuned for that if that ever happens. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But, you know, we'll see as time goes along there. Let us see. The severe thunderstorm warning for BB and Cersei has now been canceled. That is the good news here. So, you guys are somewhat out of the risk. I know there was someone who lived over there. But BB and Cersei, you're still going to get rain in Cersei, but the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for your general vicinity. However, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to head just to the south of you all. So a lot of these areas will most likely see some damaging wind gusts and some hail around the size of quarters, which would be around an inch. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings that are expiring now. That's good news. I also have my box of snacks here. So I got my chicken and a biscuit crackers if I ever get a little hungry. I've been live streaming for quite some time now. So every now and then I need a snack. Every now and then. Yeah, I've been live streaming for 3 hours now, so I've been covering this from the beginning all the way until the end for the most part. So, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Let's actually, Jennifer, hello. Welcome back to the stream. I remember you. Messy storm mode and no cap equals this event is a dud. Well, for the most part, but it's not exactly dudding yet because, you know, you haven't really reached the enhanced part of the helicity. It's kind of in the weaker parts of the helicity right now. But these storms that are a bit to the south of Little Rock are in helicity values of around almost 200. So that's really something that we're going to want to watch as well. Let's take a look at Missouri. Someone said that take a look at Missouri. So these storms that are moving past Springfield, if you live near Springfield, by the way, you're in the clear. But if you live near Niangua, as well as Grove Spring, or Niangua, I should say, I think, as well as Morgan, Evergreen, Competition, you guys could get some gusty winds here. There's also an interesting appendage. I thought that was a bit of tornadic rotation, but it didn't look like it a whole lot. So not really a whole lot here from these storms that are moving into Missouri. A lot of gusty winds for the most part, but other than that, it is relatively minor across the board here. Are these lines of storms going to make the Chicagoland area later? These lines of storms, yes, but it'll be a relatively weak compared to what's happening right now. But you do have a lot of thunderstorms that are moving on through your area right now. Scattered thunderstorms. So if you live like northern parts of Chicago, you guys could most likely see that severe weather. But for the moment, nothing really too big here from this event. We had a couple of tornado warnings earlier on. My goodness, what in the world just happened here? Mezzo discussion concerning tornado watch. All right, so finally we get some word from the Storm Prediction Center as to what all is happening. So let's read here. Severe weather threat continues. Severe risk continues along ahead the front. So far, storms have had a history of hail and a few wind gusts, but tornadoes remain possible through the evening. So they're still saying that the threat for tornadoes still linger, though. Which, that is one thing I will say. the major threat has not even occurred yet. There is most of the storms are occurring right along this line that I'm about to draw. There's some scattered storms that are appearing right here, but for the most part, the major threat hasn't happened yet. You're not into the main part of the 10% risk, and that's when we will continue to have to watch this with the utmost care, because once that starts to amplify, then more storms, we could see more storms that could potentially have a stronger tornadic risk. We're also looking on Friday, not tomorrow, because there's not really as much severe weather. I mean, there's severe weather across the board, but not to the severe capabilities of me live streaming. But we are monitoring Friday for a potential large hail event that could be occurring across all of Louisiana into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, maybe some of Houston, some areas into Little Rock and Arkansas, much of Mississippi for the most part, in places like Jackson, Vicksburg, Clinton, Pearl, and Ridgeland, as well as maybe Monroe in Louisiana. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this event heavily. As I said, I most likely could be live streaming, but we could potentially see some large hail, 2 inches, 3 inches, maybe even 4 inches. That would probably be the maximum that I would say, but there's just so much energy there. The lapse rates are looking so good and within that vicinity. I would not be surprised if there was some large hail amounts in those areas. New update here for me, so let's take a look. Severe thunderstorm warning expires for Logan and Yale. That's the good news. Look near Fulton, Missouri. I think you see a hook. Could be wrong. Let's take a look. Fulton. Let's look it up. Fulton, Missouri. This would be all the way up there. Okay. Let's go to Kansas City. So it's north and east of Jefferson City. There's Jefferson City. Right here. So there's a lot of scattered storms for the most part. I mean, it's not exactly all too organized at the moment, and we're also looking at stuff that's pretty far away from the radar, but there is some activity there that we can notice. Love the NAM. I mean, I kind of figured that the NAM was kind of doing a whole lot more than it actually should have, but they had to issue that risk anyways because of what the NAM 3K said. But for the most part, it's been all right. Not exactly the worst thing in the world, but we've been covering this event pretty well so far. How about Tennessee and Carolinas? Tennessee, in eastern Tennessee, you could see your severe weather later on tonight. But then tomorrow, as the severe weather starts to ramp back up just a little bit again, you could start to see your severe weather into places like Nashville and east of that into like Knoxville, towards your mid-afternoon into your evening hours. So I would watch that if you live in Tennessee. And as for the Carolinas, you guys might see some severe weather on Friday, but it's looking not as likely as some of these other areas. So we'll have to continue to monitor that as time goes along. Have you met extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer? No, I would like to though. Anytime I meet a meteorologist, I always have fun talking to them. I haven't met any meteorologists that you guys know of, but I have met a couple, just a couple though. Is the PDS sounding on day 3? Yeah, I actually noticed that. The only issue with some of the PDS soundings down there is that some of them are capped in Texas, but Louisiana's looking really interesting. Large hail. All I'm saying is that there could be very large hail in Louisiana, and that is something that I am really going to want to continue to watch out for. Let's see. Don't care. Yep, nothing really is happening right now according to the National Weather Service, so that's good. But there is a little bit of rotation on the cell here, general rotation near Russellville. Storm motion's kind of favoring it a little bit in the upper parts of the atmosphere. Or actually not really the upper parts, the middle level parts of the atmosphere. 11,000 feet up in the sky is how high I see it. There is a little bit of general rotation here at around 7,000 to 8,000 feet up in the sky. So this is something that we're going to have to watch. The only issue is that it's moving further and further away from a radar, or both radars, so it's moving into an area with less radar coverage. But we'll continue to watch out for that as time goes along. I'm trying to see here if there's any more areas of big rotation. I don't really see a whole lot. Just a lot of scattered storms with some gusty winds and some spotty hail. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Let's see. Monroe's radar is looking like it's having a whale of a time. This is an experimental radar that I'm using right now, so you know, it's looking at all it can. It's like the little engine that could, except it's not as, you know, special. So, you know, it's doing for the most part what all it can. Do I actively go storm chasing when I can? I mean, I live in southern Pennsylvania, so there's not really a lot of opportunities to storm chase, but whenever there is, then yeah, I do. I actually have had some streams before to where I've storm chased. I'd storm chased Isaias, where I was actually along the coast of New Jersey. I also storm chased a localized 10% that was over near Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, to which I saw 2 mesocyclones. I was also about a mile or a half a mile away from an EF1 tornado, but it was so rain wrapped to the point where it was kind of hard for us to really time and figure out where the storm was going to be. But we did do some recon after that and figure out if some areas were all right and people were okay. And yeah, I do storm chase whenever I can. So large hail means strong supercells of wind shear. If wind shear can gather there, more violent tornadoes for day 3. I mean, I'm not really anticipating Friday to be a major tornado threat. It'll be more of a very large hail threat. Like, very large. Large hail. Really large hail. I'm actually counting on it to be very large for the most part, but yeah. How can I tell what a mesocyclone is? Are you talking about by the way I chase, or are you talking about on radar? Because on radar, if you just see rotation, you just assume it's in the mesocyclone. But, yeah. No, for the most part, I do storm chase. Back from school, what'd you miss? A couple tornado warnings, but nothing dropped, so you're fine. Luckily, we have this experimental radar here, though, to at least give us an idea as to what's happening in the 10%, because there's not a lot of coverage here. If you take this radar out away, the closest radars here are Shreveport, Alexandria, Jackson, Mississippi, and then all the way up in Little Rock. There is nothing in this box here, except for the experimental radar. There's even, if you can include this entire area right here, this is just me drawing an outline from to every single radar here. Not a lot of coverage in this general vicinity, so I'm pretty happy that I at least narrowed down a little bit of coverage here in Monroe. We don't have an experimental radar over here, but there is something over here, and at least we have it. That is something. If you guys are new to the channel and you do like the content that I provide, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I do live streams like this whenever weather events typically get bad. I also upload videos every single morning, updating everyone on what the weather's going to be like. So if you guys turn on notifications, you guys will be all up to date with the weather. The first half of the video is me generally explaining as to what all is happening. The second half is what's happening on a, like I explain technically what all is happening. So what makes a thunderstorm go off, what energy is there, what the wind shear is like, and all that sorts. We even go into soundings to monitor what the atmosphere is like. So if you guys are interested into that, stay tuned to the end parts of my videos. But other than that, if you want to just know the general area of, you know, storms, if you're going to get storms or not, beginning to the middle parts of the video, and I'll even like indicate when you guys can leave in the future videos, stuff like that. Because I know people have, you know, they have their own lives. They don't want to be, you know, taken by a 30-minute video, unless if you like have it in the car in the background. But even then, towards the latter stages of the video, you won't be knowing what I'm talking about, unless if you kind of see what I'm talking about. So, you know, we'll have to see. You're still here in Corning, so please keep you in mind. Yep, 100%. You guys are right outside a severe thunderstorm warning. So I'm watching you guys. A lot of scattered storms at the moment, but it's really hard for me to be able to show the radar for you all because of how little the radar coverage is for you. But, yep. Does ZR2 Analyst work with Canadian radar sites? I wish. I actually wish. Because then I would be able to cover Canadian events. I would. But no, only Radarscope does that. And I think Radarscope's pretty well known for doing that as well. Radarscope covers Australia, Australia, Germany, for the most part. It also covers, as I said, Australia and South Korea, although GR2 Analyst does have radars for South Korea as well. So if there's also a tropical system that moves on through over there, I'd be able to cover it if I really wanted to. But it is what it is. If you guys are new to the live stream and you do want to support the live stream out, please be sure to leave a like. By leaving a like, it actually tells people, or it tells YouTube's algorithm that more people actually want to see the live stream. So it gets put on YouTube's algorithm, and YouTube's algorithm then puts it on people's recommended feeds. So by leaving a like, it helps get the word out that way. And if you do want to help us out by getting the word out that there is some severe weather that's occurring and that it could get worse later on into the evening, please be sure to help me out in that aspect of YouTube. And then share this with friends and family who might also enjoy this. This is, watching severe weather is pretty interesting. I love doing it even if I'm not covering it. So, it's just something that I like to do for the most part. And, yeah. I enjoy it. I know I do, at least. I'm going to get a little bit more. Did you see that huge tornado in La Plata, Maryland? Was that earlier? There's no way there was a tornado earlier this year. No way. No way. Okay, so I had an interesting demonstration in my video this morning about how capping inversion works. And for you guys who may not know what capping inversion, it's basically a limiting factor for thunderstorms. So if you guys would pay attention to my full screen here real quickly. There's nothing that's happening right now, so I'm allowed to do this. So imagine inside this water bottle is your energy, and this is where all your thunderstorms start. Your thunderstorms start from the ground up, and they just kind of shoot out. If you've seen those kind of time lapses and stuff like that, you'll see how thunderstorms rise, and that's exactly what happens. Your thunderstorms rise, your energy shoots up, and so that is where you can see your thunderstorms begin to intensify. Let me double check to see if something happens here. No and no. Although 57 mile per hour wind gust report in Kaiser in Missouri, so that's something to keep in mind. Anyways, so here's your energy. What capping inversion does is this lid. It stops the energy from shooting out, because if you squeeze a water bottle, you can squeeze as hard as you want and the lid won't fall off. That's what capping inversion does, or at least a lot of capping inversion does. Oh, that's in 2002. I was barely alive in 2002. True facts. There we go. All right, we've blown up the water bottle. However, if there's a little bit of capping inversion towards the top, and the lid is kind of like, not as strong, what will happen, and I'll actually twist the water bottle here. I love doing this demonstration. you can see the lid actually start to bulge. You see how it starts to kind of curl up to the top? That's how much energy is within this area. So if I release the lid, look at this. Steam starts to come out of the water bottle, and that's your energy that can do with a thunderstorm. Those thunderstorms can become really explosive, can create a lot of momentum, and in that case, that's when you can see your explosive thunderstorms. So that's just something cool that I like to explain to people, and how capping inversion works with thunderstorms. And yeah, hope that was hope you all enjoyed that one. All right, back to covering the storms and stuff like that, because that's exactly what we're supposed to do here. Springfield, Missouri. Let's see. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Webster and Wright counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So if you live over there, you guys need to stay indoors, especially near Grove Springs, Competition, Evergreen. You guys really need to go ahead and stay indoors, because you do not want to be pelted with quarter-sized hail and some damaging winds. I'll tell you that much. Now, there's another severe thunderstorm warning over there. It's actually near Tuscumbia, but there isn't really a whole lot that happens. It's not really a whole lot that's happening with this band of thunderstorms, but there is the report of the 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts within the storm, so that's the reason why the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Miller County until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, you know, if you live in these areas, Tuscumbia, St. Elizabeth, Mary's Home, Henley, Eugene, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. As I said, a lot of gusty winds in your area, so you do not want to be pelted with a lot of rain. That kind of stings, especially if you have a lot of bare skin, kind of like myself in this stream today. So, but yeah, lot of stuff there. Jeez, we are 15. Are we seriously? Bro, no way. We're not 15 away. We're like 22 away. Hold up. S members. Yeah, we're 22. We're 22 members away from reaching 500 on our Discord server, which is pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I started my new Discord server around what? It was after or around New Year's, something like that. And the fact that we now have almost 500 members in this, that's amazing. So if you guys want to be a part of our nice little community that we have there, please be sure to go and join that Discord server. We talk about weather, we talk about stuff in depth as well. We also just kind of chill out there. So if you want a nice little community to hang out with, please be sure to go ahead and join that Discord server there. Let us see. More significant weather advisories. A lot of stuff is kind of just blobbing about. Your helicity is still not as high as it should be for tornadoes. That's the reason why you see a lot of these little circles. This is telling me specifically as to what's happening with these storms and what environment it's around. So helicity is not as high as I typically would like it to be. It seems that as you head further south, the helicity gets higher and higher. So that's something that we're going to want to monitor as well with these storms here. Let's see. The severe thunderstorm warning that was with Lanoke, Prairie, and Pulaski now has been updated. It cancels Pulaski County, but it continues with Lanoke and Prairie. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail on that one, so you really need to monitor this one with the utmost caution. Let us see. Just hopped on it. Yep, beautiful. You see, more people are joining and stuff like that. And it's a nice little community that we have here. I talk over there. I talk a lot on Discord, a whole lot when I'm not on YouTube. So if you want to hear what I'm thinking, you want to know me better and stuff like that. You know, I have a Twitch for that as well, but I'll broadcast that in a Discord server or whatever. Um, but that's basically what I do for the most part. Is I just sit in Discord, talk to people, tell people about what's happening with severe weather and what's on my mind, and yeah, that's basically what happens. And there's even some of my staff that's talking in there as well. So you'll have a fun time if you want to join over there in that Discord server. Alrighty, I kind of want to go over to Shreveport's radar real quickly. What in the world is this? A lot of gusty winds, I'll tell you that much. I'm gonna try and see if I can find some areas of some rotation. I don't find anything so far, but this right here is a really strong gusty winds, a strong line of storms here that'll be moving through the Elm Grove, the Sligo or the Sligo areas, Oakland, Frierson, Kingston, Grand Cane, Keachie, Stonewall, Forbing, Keithville. You guys are getting a lot of heavier winds and a lot of heavier rain there as well. So I'd continue to monitor this storm as this continues to move off to the north and east. 500 minus 485 is 15. That's with bots. So you got to be able to look at it again and subtract the bots from it, which we have 7. So if you actually subtract 22 from 500, well, something like that. It's actually, we have 22 away. Although not anymore. We now have, what is this? I think it's 19. So not bad. We're getting there, we're getting there. Tony White, what's up? Boss Hog, how's it going for you? It's going well for me, so, for the most part. Do I work anywhere? I used to work at a ski resort. I actually worked around quite a lot. I was in college for Penn State for a little bit, but I decided to take this semester off because I'm not going to online classes. So, but yeah, trying to study to be a meteorologist, or at least I'm trying. It's kind of hard because college is college, but as long as I keep working on it, you know, then we'll hopefully get better and better. And that's another thing as well that that's another thing that I want to say as well. It's a lot of risk and a lot of benefit with subscribing to my channel, because sure, all right, it's a lot of weather and stuff like that. You know, weather can be stupid sometimes, all right? There can be a point where it's too much weather. You know, I know that much. But if you stay with me a lot more, or if you stay on my channel, the upside's going to only get higher and higher because I'm going to be going to school for this stuff now. I'm actually going to learn more stuff than I already know, which the stuff that I already learned, I just did research myself. You know, I asked people who knew what was going on, and you know, they taught me, or at least told me stuff about what all is happening, and you know, that's basically what all I did. But you know, now since I'm actually going to be trying to go to school for this stuff, you know, there's more stuff that I could be learning in the future, and that's exactly what I want to try and incorporate onto a channel like this, where I want to try and get the word out, I want to try and help people, and the more that I can do that, the better it will be. Only thing I say isn't quite fair is no mentioning other servers supporting each other. I've mentioned you on Ryan Halls today, and he's not streaming yet. Did you? Oh, if you're talking about like other live streamers and stuff like that, now, if I'm not like live streaming and there's other people live streaming, you know, of course I'll mention some other people. You know, like I have a person who I constantly refer to sometimes whenever I'm not live streaming. His name is Morgan. He's not on today, but it might actually be doing some stuff like that. But, you know, I refer people to other live streams a lot and try to help people for the most part, but you know, if I can try and direct most of the attention to my channel, you know, sure, everyone's got the same thing. You know, everyone could be saying, you know, the same thing about weather. You know, I'd like to say my stuff is better, but to be honest, you're the judge of that, not me. But for this, for the most part, I'm the type of guy that will more or less try and help people out, whether it's my channel or some other people's. Let's see. There's some couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson City that got issued. So let's talk about that real quickly. I actually want to go into higher tilts. I want to see. I want so badly to get the MZZU radar on GR2 Analyst. I know we can get it on GR2 Analyst. It's just I can't do it for some reason. I don't know why I can or I can't. But yeah, I mean, there's only so much I can do, I guess. Geez, beam height is looking up 3,000 feet. So yeah, your gusty winds are coming on through. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cole, Boone, Callaway, Osage, and Montague counties in Missouri until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So it's more or less some gusty winds and maybe some spotty hail. But yeah, maybe the chance of a tornado. We actually had a tornado warning earlier, but still something that we would like to monitor as this goes along. Can you please explain wind shear? Okay, so wind shear. Let's start from this, okay? I'll go to the models here. I'll actually go to a model here known as the GFS, or the Global Forecasting Model. If you're on my channel, you'll see this a lot. But wind shear is basically attributed to the wind patterns that are in the upper parts of the atmosphere that happen all across the Earth. You know, whether you're a flat earther or you're a glober, this still is a thing. All right, wind shear will 100% be a thing all the way throughout. So with these wind patterns come jet streams. And these jet streams are these kind of roadways of air that go throughout specific parts of, you know, the United States, maybe even some other countries and stuff like that. Actually, just all throughout the Earth for the most part. And so the thing about the wind shear is that it is always constantly moving. You know, wind shear, right now there's a jet stream that's over Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, all through these areas. You know, right now that's where the wind shear may be. But then towards the weekend, you know, you might have some of the wind shear that may not be there anymore. It may be over towards Florida, the Carolinas, the Ohio River Valley. You might also see some more wind shear, you know, say, you know, you had some strong wind shear over here into places like Illinois, but then the next day you might not even get any of it. So wind shear constantly fluctuates depending upon your jet streams, and depending upon how strong your jet streams are at the specific time can determine as to how strong your wind shear is. So that's just something that I like to say about wind shear for the most part, to try and help people kind of understand or comprehend what all is happening. Let's go take a look at the satellite analysis here real quickly. I actually want to take a look at sub-regional sectors. I'm going to go to this one instead because there's a lot of thunderstorm activity that's happening over into places like Louisiana, Arkansas, and even Texas. There is still some stuff that's occurring in Missouri, but that's not really like all too much. Just besides the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. But there isn't really a lot of coverage for a GR2 analyst. There is for a radar scope, but it's just not really all too good. So nothing really too much to talk about at the moment. Although there is the severe thunderstorm warning that I just noticed over in Texas. Look at this, the severe thunderstorm warning for Nacogdoches, Angelina, San Augustine, and Sabine counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Most of these areas actually had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier on in the day. So another chance for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail could be possible with this storm. So let's take a look at it a bit more in an in-depth analysis aspect. If we take a look at the velocities here, definitely some strong gusty winds here, 100%. I'm seeing some velocities in upwards of 45 or even 50 miles per hour in some spots. So that is some really strong really strong sustained winds. Some gusty winds, maybe even stronger than that. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor this system very carefully. And as that continues to move off into places south of San Augustine, near Chirino, near Broadus, as well as State Route 103 and State Route 147, you guys need to continue to monitor this storm. Let me see. I do want to quickly look through the rest of the line here. Oh my, that is something. Okay, so this thing might be starting to try and curl around. So this thing might be starting to try and form some tornadic rotation, chat. This is a really interesting supercell that we're looking at here in northwestern parts of Louisiana. So this is definitely something that we need to continue to monitor. This is a really strong presentation here based off of what a mesocyclone or a supercell would look like. So we see this classic arcing characteristic here, to which I would typically look for as the beginner stages of a strong supercell. So we actually have some pretty decent action happening here just to the south of Shreveport. So if you know anyone who lives near Ninook, as well as Ringgold, Heflin, Freiburg, Elm Grove, Caspiana, those areas, you need to go ahead and get indoors. I'm just warning you all, you might have a supercell that might be heading into your general vicinity that is looking relatively intense. So you guys need to continue to monitor this as this continues to mature. We'll actually stick with the cell for a little bit because this is a really strong supercell of what I'm looking at. But yeah, all of these storms are moving off to the north and east. And if we go back to our satellite imagery, you can see these thunderstorms out in front, how they start over here and they move off to the north and east. Same thing with these thunderstorms right here. They start over here, move off to the north and east. This right here is something similar. It's starting off to the west. It's moving to the east northeast. So it's not moving as north as some of the other storms are, but still something to keep in mind that a large supercell is approaching south of Shreveport, and it is looking relatively interesting. I mean, some of the ecotops in this thing are already above 40,000 feet, and that is some pretty tall thunderstorms. Actually, I want to take a 3D of this storm. This storm right here is really piquing my interest. And yeah, it's already trying. It's trying to get an inflow notch. So this is definitely a storm that we really need to watch. The hail core and stuff like that is going to almost about 35,000 feet in some spots. So hail core is relatively tall for the most part. But this is some really interesting storm. I'll say that much. Actually, I want to look at some higher amounts. Oh yeah, there's your inflow notch. Boom, there it is. So you see how it's kind of like has this cave here, chat, right here? That's your inflow notch. All right, it's still in its infancy right now, but this is a very well-defined infant supercell. And this is something that we're going to really want to start watching as time goes along. This is a storm that I would not be surprised if it starts to kind of amplify, and we really need to watch this storm. All right, I wouldn't say I'm concerned about it yet, but this is a classic infant supercell that we would typically be looking for to produce tornadoes. This is a textbook right here. If I were to have a textbook in front of me, but this is a really interesting cell that has some phenomenal organization for it being so young. And look at this, chat. It's starting to try and curl more. Here, I'll put the radar up a little bit, and we'll watch it together as to how it formed. But you can see originally it was just a cluster of storms, how it's pretty much a line. You can notice how it was very much so a line here with this storm right here. So you can see how it turned from a line all the way to an arc. So this is when it starts to try an arc here from Longstreet. You can see how it starts to kind of arc here. And now it's starting to approach some other areas like near Kingston. And here's where it's starting to arc a bit further. This is where it's starting to get a bit more well-defined. So this is a storm that we really need to watch as this continues to move on through towards the Caspiana, the Ninook areas, as well as the State Route 1, the United States Route 71 areas. we really need to watch this storm as it continues to move on through. The helicity values with this storm aren't too great, but the supercell is looking great. So we might see something from this, but it's really this is really a classic supercell that is almost textbook at this point in infancy. So this right now it's in the beginner stages, chat. All right, it's the beginner stages of this event of a supercell, and once it goes along with time, it'll begin to start to form the classic. Oh, look at it! Look at this! Boom! It's already starting to hook. Already started to hook right here. This is a clear, well-defined hook right here near Kingston. It's kind of jutting out. It's gusty winds a little bit more. So this is a bit more of a supercell along a line, but this is 100% a supercell that is trying to wrap up here, and the velocities aren't exactly showing a whole lot. I just moved it down to a lower scan here, but this is 100% trying to hook up right here. It's trying to ramp up. So you got your greens that are moving towards the radar, your reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, and that is exactly where it is, about to move right over Interstate 49, just to the south of Kingston. So if you live near Westdale, Ninook, as well as Caspiana, as well as United States Route 71 and State Route 1, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get indoors, because this thing could easily start to wrap up, and this thing could easily start to move off into areas that could be impacted by a tornado. So this is a classic supercell that is trying to organize itself here, and this is 100% something that we need to watch a lot more. I mean, this is probably the best organized supercell of the day, in my opinion. This is looking really interesting. I mean, this is a really well-defined supercell. I don't know what else to say besides this thing looks amazing. This is the typical supercell that I would look for severe weather. All right, it has the classic hook that is starting to wrap up. Sure, your outflow boundary is providing a bit more of a gusty wind threat here, but if it wraps around its rear flank downdraft a bit more behind it, oh yeah, you can see that hook. You could see that hook. So we'll have to see as this continues to move along later on in the evening, later on in the lifespan of this cell. But this is definitely something really interesting to look at. What's your age, bro? You're doing an excellent job. I'm 18, about to be 19 at the end of April. I'm trying to study for meteorology at Penn State, although I took the semester off because I'm not taking online classes. Bruh. But yeah, that's basically how to ID myself. But yeah, this is a really nice supercell. I know I've been saying this for a while. Look at this. Even my satellite analysis is saying 38% chance of producing a tornado. That's the highest probability we've had all day. 81% chance for wind. Shreveport. Tornado warning. There it is. Boom. Tornado warning for Bienville, Bossier, Caddo, DeSoto, Red River parishes in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until, oh my goodness, 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That right there is, this is the storm that we've been watching for. All right. We know for a fact that this thing might start to ramp up a bit. And this is exactly what we were watching. We were trying to figure out here as to what all could be happening with this storm. But this is indeed a this is a storm. This is a storm right here. We've been monitoring this for quite a while. We've watched it from infancy, and we told you all that's exactly what we had to watch for. And as soon as it continued to move on through, classic textbook supercell right here on this line of storms. So as I mentioned, Caspiana, Ninook, as well as State Route 1, as well as United States Route 71, as well as Woodardville and Ringgold, as well as State Route 7. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This is not something to celebrate, chat. This is, people might be impacted by this. It's just more or less, this is really Now this is starting to get pretty concerning to where it might actually produce the tornado. So you can clearly see the winds, the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the south and east of Kingston, moving to the north and east. Let's get a timing out here for some of these areas, because some of these areas could actually see the potential threat for a tornado, as the tornado warning has been indicated here. So if you live near State Route 1, north of Westdale, or near Westdale, you guys have about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, I should say. Then if you live near Ninook, as right around the United States Route 71 area, about 15 minutes to maybe even a little bit after that, maybe 17 minutes, you guys can see this action. So if you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space now. You have a little bit of time, but you need to continue to monitor this with the utmost care. Let's see. Then after that, it will start heading into the Woodardville area as well as the Ringgold area in about 30 minutes. So you guys have a little bit of time. You can get pillows. You can get, mattresses. You can get helmets, stuff like that. Any way, shape, or form for you to get put more layers in between yourself and the potential tornado. So that it is something to keep in mind right now with this cell. But yes, this is 100%. This is 100% a classic supercell. We've been tracking this ever since infancy. We can take a look. Here's the reflectivity. It's hooking. You can clearly see the hook here. And you can actually see these little arm bands here from the cell. This is actually these inflow bands. These cells, sometimes when they ingest inflow, you can actually see the dust or the air particles that are being kicked up and thrown into the storm, the actual supercell that can actually ingest the energy. So that is exactly what we are seeing right here with this supercell, and we need to continue to monitor this storm, as I said, as it heads towards Ninook. Let's take a 3D of the storm, because the inflow notch should look a lot more well defined here. We took a 3D of it in infancy. Let's take a 3D of it now, since it's a bit more warned. And yep, your inflow notch is 100% a lot more well defined. This is exactly what we would not want to see, exactly what we want to look for, though, in order to see some tornadic rotation, or at least an inflow notch here to at least allow the thunderstorm to continue to eat moisture. So the way to see it here on the supercell is anywhere you see a massive cave is where you can see that inflow notch, and right in here is where that cave would be. Under that box is exactly what we are going to want to look for. So that is a clear inflow notch right there, to which the storm is ingesting a lot of energy. Otherwise, the storm is suspended for the most part into very high parts of the atmosphere. If we look at the echotops, this storm actually goes above 45,000 feet, 46,000 feet. So this storm is really tall. This is a very tall thunderstorm that is suspending through northern or northwestern parts of Louisiana. So people need to continue to monitor this very much so. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. Either share this video with them. This is going to sound stupid, but liking the video actually helps, because that tells YouTube's algorithm to put this on more people's recommended. Seems how liking the video tells YouTube that more people like this and or want people to get information. So by liking the video, that helps. So please, any way to tell these people, whether you need to tell them on social media, without sharing my stream, with sharing my stream, whatever way to get the word out, this is exactly what we need to do here, because this is a classic supercell here that's moving through into places like Westdale, Ninook, and East Point. So these are the areas that I'm a bit concerned about right now. You can see my circle's not exactly the best because I'm shaking a little bit. This is really strong presentation here based off of radar. But yeah, Ninook, Westdale, East Point. If you live along United States Route 71, if you live along State Route 1, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get in your safe space now. The latest scan came in, and it is looking a lot more well-defined here. You can actually see the hook here that's protruding from the cell, and you can see these arm bands that are swirling from the inflow notch. So this is your inflow band that is actually swirling into the storm. So I'm actually assuming that it is relatively low precipitation right now. There isn't a lot of rain that's in some of these areas, so you might actually be able to see the wall cloud as it approaches you, but that does not give you the that does not give you the excuse to go outdoors and look at the storm. All right, this thing can produce a tornado, and I'd rather have you be in a safe space rather than not. And being outside is not being in your safe space, so you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space right then and there. But that is a very obvious hook right here. This is a very obvious hook. Let's see. Rain slowing down. You can see the rotation from northwest of Shreveport. If you're northwest, you can't see the tornado. This is to the south of Shreveport, or to the south and east of Shreveport. But this is very interesting here as this continues to unfold in front of us. But this is very interesting. We've got some reports near Ozark, Missouri, which is, I believe, just to the north and east of Springfield, Missouri, of a large tree down. So the storms up in Missouri have a history of producing some strong gusty winds that can actually topple trees. So that is something that people need to continue to monitor. Let's actually take a look at that real quickly. We'll get back to the supercell in a bit, but central Missouri, for the most part, we don't have a lot of radar coverage here unless we want to go onto radar scope, and radar scope doesn't tell us a whole lot from that radar to begin with, so we're just going to take a look at the radar here from Kansas City and hope for the best. So a lot of thunderstorms. Actually, I think it'll be a whole lot easier if we take a look at the radar near St. Louis. So let's quickly take a look at this as this continues to unfold in front of us. We'll get back to the tornado warning storm. As we said, we're just going to start covering some a wider area because each life is equal to another, and so this is exactly what we're going to want to do in order to try and get the word out that severe weather is there. But Jefferson City, if you live near Jefferson City, you guys are experiencing a lot of gusty winds at the moment. Some strong gusty winds. As I said, it's had a history of toppling trees. So if you live over in those areas, you guys definitely need to stay indoors. You have a lot of thunderstorms spread across the board. I can't exactly mention a lot of cities, so I'll just mention some. If you live near Columbia, Jefferson City, Steelville, Rolla, Salem, those areas, as well as Waynesville, you guys, anywhere around these areas and east or north and east of that area, you guys can see some thunderstorms. Some could be strong and create some gusty winds within your general vicinity. Let's go down back to the tornado warning because this is still pretty concerning. It just updated and the hook is a whole lot better. Oh my, this is not what we wanted to see here. This is exactly what I did not want to see. This is a very strong supercell that is starting to develop here. And we've been monitoring this. We saw this in the beginning since infancy as to what it could potentially be in regards to a strong supercell. People, I'm sure a lot of people had some raised eyebrows. They're like, no way that storm would turn into stuff like this, but indeed it did turn into stuff like this. And so this is something that we need to continue to monitor. We'll take a look at the velocities here. And you can see the greens, or the bright greens, which are the stronger winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle in this area for right now is where the rotation would be. Just to the east, or just to the west of Westdale, just to the north of Carmel, just to the north of Interstate 495, moving to the north and east. So if you live near State Route 1, if you live near United States Route 71, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. The correlation coefficient doesn't say a whole lot. A lot of people would say this is a debris signature, but if we outline this lower values of correlation coefficient and quickly move to the base reflectivity, this is actually the inflow notch. But for people who don't know what the CC is, or the correlation coefficient is, basically it looks at the density of some of the particles in the atmosphere. And so at a specific spot, it registers it as a 100% for the correlation coefficient, a high correlation coefficient, which is mainly rain. But once it starts picking up stuff like hail, maybe even stuff like maybe even debris, that will start to show up as a low correlation coefficient. And so that's the reason why we look to the correlation coefficient every now and then to try and figure out if a tornado is in progress. Because if the debris is being lofted up into the atmosphere, something has to be lofting up that debris, and in this case, it would be the tornado. But there is no tornado right now, which is the good news here. I'm trying to take a look at some of my other products here. Spectrum Width looks at turbulence. Tornadoes obviously cause turbulence, so we're going to take a look at that. And there is some turbulence around where the tornadic rotation is, but it's nothing all too consolidated. So it doesn't tell me that this thing is on the ground right now. New tornado warning that has been issued for the cell out in front of this. Oh, that's a stronger area of rotation here. This thing just ramped up rather quickly. I think it might have merged with a supercell. But a new tornado warning is here. This is for Webster Parish, Caddo Parish, Claiborne Parish, Bienville Parish, and Bossier Parish. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This right over here actually is looking relatively interesting for the most part. I actually do see a debris signature off of this storm right here, so I would not be surprised if this thing is on the ground right along here. If you live near State Route 7 near Heflin, if you live near Freiburg, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we have two cells here that are relatively strong here. We have the one that most likely is a tornado in progress that's heading off towards Heflin and Freiburg, which will be impacting those areas in about 15 minutes-ish. And then we have the other original cell that's near Westdale. That'll be moving off to the north and east, and it'll be impacting the State Route 1 area in about 5 minutes. So if you live over in that area, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. If you live over near United States Route 71, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. You have that storm that will most likely be coming through your area in about 15 minutes. I still don't think this is a debris signature down here near Westdale yet, although the new scan just came in. It doesn't show me anything too interesting, so let's go up to the north. Yep, this tornado was definitely briefly on the ground at one point. You can still see the debris signature is still there, but this is 100%. The storm up to the north was on the ground, and you can faintly see the embedded hook here with this. So you can, if you just trace the dark reds here and how it swirls around right here. So here's your dark reds. You also have your dark reds right within here, which actually swirls around like that. That actually shows you that your tornado is right within that general vicinity, which is this is really hard to look at, mainly because of how much rain is within that area. But this is definitely a storm that is looking rather intense and could potentially have two tornadoes. One definitely on the ground. That's a correlation coefficient drop or debris signature here. The other one doesn't look exactly to be on the ground right now, although it's looking a lot more likely that it could be trying to be on the ground. But I do not see anything in regards to it potentially being on the ground for the most part, although it does look rather interesting. But if we outline this correlation coefficient here, the lower correlation coefficients, and I switch back over to base reflectivity, it's still the inflow notch, so there isn't really a lot of there isn't really any debris here. Now chat told me to take a 3D again. I do want to take a 3D of these two cells, these two tornado warnings, because both of them look rather interesting here. So let's take a 3D of both these cells. The one that is tornado warned has the best inflow notch of the day. You can clearly see the cave here, clearly see the cave right within this area. So that's where the inflow would come into the supercell and feed it. So as it continues to move on through, the storm continues to gather more and more energy, and so that's right where it would take the energy, right near the surface where the tornado would be. So that is a classic 3D inflow notch right within that area. That is a classic supercell that is moving on through. Then you also have your other supercell, which is up to the north. Because it is a lot more rain wrapped, it is very hard for me to depict as to where the inflow notch is specifically. But there is a bit of an inflow notch if I go to higher values of rain, to which of what I'm trying to find for 3D. You can clearly see this inflow notch right here. A smaller inflow notch, but an inflow notch nevertheless. That tells us that there could easily be another tornadic system, and I would not be surprised if that actually did produce a tornado. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor with all of that. If we go take a look on the just the regular lit volume, which is I'm looking at specific spots in general. But this is I'm looking at all the major amounts of rain, the heavy rain, as well as the yellow, which is the moderate amounts of rain, and you can clearly see the inflow notch even in that. I mean, look at this. You have your clear cave right here. This is not what you want to see from a supercell. This shows you that it could very easily be strong and could potentially be dangerous along the way. New scan just came in. Base velocity shows, oh boy, this thing could be on the ground as well. I would not be surprised if this tornado right here was on the ground, just near Westdale. There's a bit of a ball right here on spectrum width, which measures turbulence, and so that turbulence is telling me that it could easily be on the ground, or at least trying to go on the ground. So that is something that I do want to make a note of as this goes along. And just as evidence as to turbulence with the spectrum width, if I go back over here, you can see that there's a bit of a ball right here as well. Not a super strong ball, but there is a ball over in that general vicinity. So before, there most likely was a tornado because of the debris signature that was lofted up into the sky. Now there is a new one that could easily be on the ground right now. So if you live near Westdale, if you live near East Point, if you live along near United States Route 71, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Timmer says a tornado's on the ground. I don't have Timmer's stuff up yet, so I can't exactly say if he said that. But this is most certainly a tornado or most likely could be a tornado that really could get really interesting. So this is something that we're going to have to monitor as this continues to move off to the north and east. This is indeed what most likely could be a tornado on the ground, and that is very concerning. Very concerning. If you guys don't mind me saying this, if you guys could share this information with other people, either share this live stream on social media, hit the like button by telling YouTube's algorithm to put this on people's recommended feeds, please do so. We need to get the word out that there are 2 tornadic cells in northern Louisiana. This could easily be impactful to someone, and I'd rather have it not be impactful to someone as long as I can prevent it. So if we could get the word out, try to warn people that this stuff is happening, that would be greatly appreciated. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I do live streams like this whenever severe weather events happen. I try to cover it to the best of my ability. Sure, there's other live streamers on YouTube that do this, but I'm a veteran of live streaming. I've been live streaming for a year and a half now. So this is something that it's well within my field of covering, and so I will continue to do that as long as you guys will allow me to, and I will continue to try and inform people as much as I can. But hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications, because I do upload videos every single morning, and for the events I do stuff like this, so that would be greatly appreciated. All right, let's take a look at the update of the storm. It does look like it's losing its hook signature a little bit. You can still see the outline right here, but there's a lot more rain that's starting to fall within the inflow notch, so it's kind of clogging it a little bit, making it a lot more high precipitation based. But there is still some decent rotation within the storm, and there's your debris signature right there. We called it. That's your debris signature right within that storm. So we said there was a tornado before the debris was even lofted up. Whenever that happens, that's a win in my book, because, you know, for the people who wait until they see debris, you know, the tornado's already on the ground at that point, and it could be impacting someone. So the fact that this thing, we called it before it was actually even on the ground, that is a win for us. So if you live near State Route 1, live near Westdale, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space right now. All right? It's on the ground. I'm telling you, it's on the ground right now. You need to get into your safe space. All right? You need to get into your safe space. All right? I can't stop reinforcing this narrative, because it's on the ground. We see the debris signature. This thing is lofting debris. All right? So it's, you know, not a matter of, oh, is the tornado on the ground? I'm telling you, it's on the ground. It's right here. So you need to go ahead and get in your safe space. This is the point in time to where you have to. All right? The storm, we've been tracking it ever since it was a small cell. And now, since it's moving off towards places like Westdale, north of Westdale, towards United States Route 71. If you live in United States Route 71, if you live in Woodardville, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space now. All right, you need to. There's no doubt in my mind that this thing is on the ground. No doubt in my mind. And in my opinion, it still may be on the ground. As a matter of fact, I think it is still on the ground. So it's, as long as this thing continues to look like as if it's on the ground, I will continue to tell you all that you need to get into your safe space. No, you need just please heed my warning. All right, there's too many people who want to go outside and look for the tornado itself. That's not the best thing to do, in my honest opinion, because there could be some instances where the tornado could literally be almost right on top of you. As soon as you get out, boom, it's right there. And it's happened before. Yeah, trust me. I haven't seen it personally, but I've seen videos of that happening, and it's just not the best case scenario for all this. So this really needs to be, you really need to get into your safe space. As I said, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Observed tornado now. It has now been observed. This thing is a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service, so it's not just me that's telling you, it's the National Weather Service that's telling you. At this point, it's up to you as to what you do with the information that we give you, but we need to continue to share this with people, share the stream with people. As I said, liking the video tells YouTube's algorithm that more people need to watch the video or watch the live stream. So the more information that we can get out to people, the more that we can actually help try and save lives. So this is in northwestern Louisiana. This is to the south and east of Shreveport. We have a confirmed tornado that is moving off just to the north of East Point, moving towards United States Route 71. So you need to continue to monitor the storm. As I said, it has a clear debris signature here. The tornado and the spectrum width actually seems to be a bit more not consolidated. So that's the good news. It doesn't seem to be completely out of the ground, on the ground right now, but if it was still on the ground, it still is lofting up debris just to the north of East Point. So you need to monitor the storm. Someone asked me to zoom out. This is where the tornado warning is. The pink is the tornado reported polygon. Over here, this is Arkansas. The state up here, this is in Louisiana. This is in northwest Louisiana, just to the south and east of Shreveport. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, these storms are coming your way, and this is in a 10% chance for tornadoes. So you need to go ahead and continue to, if you're out in front of this storm, like near Monroe and stuff like that, then you have a bit of time. This tornado most likely won't be on the ground for an extended period of time, like we had with some of the high risks a week or two ago, maybe even last month. But with this event here, if you live closer to it, like near Woodardville, near Hall Summit, near Castor, around places like State Route 7, near State Route 4, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If we take a look at the normalized rotation and what it looked like earlier, it did show some general areas of rotation. So it's not like this thing isn't rotation, all right? It's rotating, but it's not. It may not be the strongest thing. It may not be the best thing in the world or whatever. But it's still something to where it's telling you that a tornado's on the ground. The National Weather Service is telling you it's on the ground, and I can even zoom this in for you. Well, I can't zoom it in for you, but it says right here, at 4:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado is located 10 miles southwest of Ringgold. Hazard, damaging tornado. Source, confirmed tornado. Tornado observed. So this thing is on the ground. They said that it was on the ground. We both confirmed it for you. If you don't think that I am an absolute source of information, the National Weather Service just told you. So that is really something that we need to continue to monitor here. The rotation is weakening a bit. That is one thing that I will mention real quickly. But just because the rotation is weakening doesn't mean that gives you an excuse to not stay in your safe space. All right, this is one thing to where you need to continue to stay there as long as possible, as long as the storm continues to move on through. It's definitely really, it has a lot of gusty winds along the southern edge of the outflow boundary. I kind of wish I had this in my class to where I could show all the people that I teach for radar analysis. But there is a really strong gust front here along this outflow boundary. But there is, this is where that classic hook echo would be, and this is where the tornado would most likely be at. So Whenever you see a hook echo on reflectivity like this on the radar, this is where you can see your chance for tornadoes, maybe even a tornado in progress. So that's something to keep in mind there. Let's open up my fridge. I'm gonna get another water bottle here for myself, because I'm starting to get a little parched here. We'll give an update for Missouri here real quickly. We'll go over to St. Louis's radar. Nothing much happening. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings, which is the good news. A lot of gusty winds across the board. Maybe some spotty hail. I'll put on the maximum expected hail size, and that's what you see, these darker blues and these lighter blues. The lighter blues actually indicate some larger amounts of hail, and upwards of about 1/4 of an inch. It's not exactly too large. It's pretty small for the most part. But there are some bits and bobs of hail that are falling across the severe thunderstorm watch area. So something to keep in mind with all these storms is that you could see some gusty winds in upwards of 50 miles per hour. You could see some spotty hail. I mean, you could see a small chance for tornadoes, but the risk for tornadoes up in Missouri is starting to diminish a bit. So that is one thing to mention there. Let's go back to the tornado warning here. And one thing that I do want to mention is that this thing has turned completely rain wrapped. There's a lot of rain around this area, so if this thing was weakening as much as it was, which I'm assuming it is, I'll actually put on spectrum width, and it actually looks like it still is on the ground at this point. So I told you all that you probably should stay in your safe space, and it very well could easily still be on the ground. So the one added factor here to this is that instead of this being low precipitation type, or low precipitation based, I should say, like it was earlier in the day, earlier for the storm, now it's got a lot of rain here. A lot of rain in this general vicinity. And so if you were going to try and find this tornado, you won't be able to see it. It will be completely surrounded in rain, wrapped in rain. That's why we call it rain wrapped. And so it's just not a good idea to be outdoors during this event. Now, I mentioned Woodwardville along State Route 7. You guys have a limited amount of time before the storm could be moving near you. About 5 to 10 minutes, in my honest opinion, before this thing starts to move off into your general vicinity. Now, if you live along near State Route 4, near Castor, you guys have about 15 minutes. You still have a little bit of time. Get helmets, get pillows, get stuff like that to put more walls in between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That's the best way to try and save yourself just in case if a tornado is on the ground. So that is something to keep in mind with all of that. But as I mentioned here earlier in the stream with the storm, these thunderstorms are spanning up really high in the atmosphere, actually up to 44,000 feet, which is pretty tall. So this is something to keep in mind, that these are some super tall thunderstorms, and that these things are premier supercells that could indeed produce tornadoes like it just did. So that's something that we're going to continue to want to watch as this moves on through. The debris signature has kind of subsided a bit, so that is the good news, that the debris isn't as noticeable as it was, but still something to keep in mind, and your spectrum width isn't as strong as it once was, so that is the good news there, but it may be trying to reorganize itself, so this is something that we're going to want to try and monitor as this continues to move off towards Woodwardville. This thing might have actually kind of turned a bit more towards Woodwardville, so that might be a bit more concerning. I said that if you live near that area, you should be in your safe space, but it might be trying to curl a bit more towards Woodwardville. So if you live in the northwestern parts of Louisiana, their tornado warning is just expired for the northern parts near Heflin. So your original tornado, well, your second tornado warning near Webster, Caddo, Claiborne, Bienville, and Bossier Parish, that expired, but your old tornado warning, the one that's with DeSoto, Red River, Caddo, Bienville, and Bossier parishes, those areas still have a current ongoing tornado warning that has had a history of producing tornadoes. This is really rain wrapped. There is no way that people can actually see this storm, so do not go outdoors during this event. whatsoever. Do not do that. I mean, and this even has a tornado vortex signature now, which indicates that there could be some within here. Where are my moderators? Unfortunately, I don't have a lot because my channel just started blowing up. So I might just start doing that for putting moderators for stuff that were on my staff for my Discord. But if there's some people that are on here a lot, which there's quite a few, then I might put some moderators or stuff like that. But yeah, there is some definitely really interesting rotation. It might be starting to try and reorganize itself. As I said, TVS right here near Woodardville, that's starting to head into that general vicinity. No debris signature at the moment that I can tell, or that I can try and see at the moment. This is still something that we're going to want to kind of try and find and monitor as this continues to move into the north and east. Let's see. Do that real quickly. Is it confirmed? Yes, this is a confirmed tornado that was on the ground. Maybe still currently on the ground. A new tornado warning just got issued for the storm. So we'll go back to reflectivity. Bienville and Red River parishes, you guys are in a tornado warning. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So this thing is still ongoing. This thing still has some really good rotation. It's still rain wrapped. This tornado warning is not confirmed, so they're saying that very easily could be not on the ground, although it could be on the ground relatively soon. But this is still something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. This thing has a 90% chance of producing some severe wind, a 67% chance of producing a tornado at the moment. Its Helicity is 154, so it's not all too bad. It's in a decent environment to where it could produce tornadoes. Not the overall best one, but still something to keep in mind. So if you know anyone who lives over along State Route 4 near Bienville, as well as near Castor, Jamestown, as well as State Route 9, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. The difference between the pink polygon here and the red polygon is the pink one that was reported. The red one is not reported. But we're taking a look at the spectrum width here, and the spectrum width is showing a lot of turbulence here, which could indicate a lowering again. So this thing might be trying to become tornadic again. It's really rain wrapped, so it's kind of hard to see that this thing is a confirmed tornado, but still 100% something that we need to continue to monitor. And if we go back into the latter parts of the stream, for the people who were here with me, they can confirm that we saw the spectrum width ball, and once the turbulence started to ramp up, that's when we knew that a tornado was on the ground. And you can actually see if a tornado was on the ground even before the debris signature on the correlation coefficient. So this is something that we're going to want to continue to watch here, this ball, as to whether or not this thing could be on the ground. As of right now, it doesn't look all too organized based off of velocities, but it still is something that people need to continue to monitor. If you know anyone who's in these areas, as I mentioned, Woodwardville, geez, I can't say Woodardville now anymore. Woodardville, Ringgold, Jamestown, Castor, Bienville, as well as the areas near State Route 4, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest or most part of your building. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them that this stuff is happening. It could easily try and produce a tornado later on. It could be priming itself to try and do so right now, but that is the main reason that it has a tornado warning. So people need to continue to monitor this as this moves on through to the north and east. So share this video or share this live stream with people on social media. This is going to sound stupid, but liking the video actually gets it onto YouTube's algorithm, gets the information out to more people. So the more people that get this information, the better, so that people may stay informed, and potentially we can prevent people from being impacted by the storm. But this is definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. Day 3 going to be better than crappy squall line Taurus. Well, I mean, there isn't really a lot of wind shear on day 3, but there's going to be a crap ton of hail. Holy crap. It's going to be like, what, 2-3 inches? It's going to be absolutely mental over there. Large hail for the most part. Lapses are good at 3 to 6 kilometers, and your cape is just absolutely mental in general. Unless if you're in Texas, then you have that capping inversion, and that's not fun. But yeah, this storm is still looking relatively interesting for the most part. But this is just something that we really need to monitor as this moves off to the north and east, for the most part. The rotation is kind of broadening out a little bit. That's mainly because it's relatively rain wrapped at the moment. So that's one thing that we can note. There is a strong gust of wind here near the Hall Summit area. So there could be that could mean one of two things. Either the outflow boundary is gusting out and creating this into a gusty wind threat, but the other thing that could mean is that we could potentially be seeing a meso handoff relatively soon, which would mean that a new area of rotation would develop and that we could see potential continuation of this supercell being tornadic. But as of right now, we just see a strong gusty outflow band from the storm, especially with it being really very much so rain wrapped. But other than that, it is still tornadic, still something that we need to continue to monitor, and we need to continue to watch this. So the spectrum width isn't exactly all too consolidated due to the fact that the base velocities aren't exactly as well defined. You can see your outflow winds, which is your greens moving into the radar. Your inflow winds are kind of, I mean, they're strong, but they're kind of overlapping. They're overtaking the inflow winds. This is leading to the term outflow dominant. So this is definitely one of those things that we're going to want to continue to monitor as time moves along. New severe thunderstorm warning for Angelina and Nacogdoches, Sabine, St. Augustine. St. Augustine counties. I had to look at the time because this is the third time they've had a severe thunderstorm warning. But that'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. So you guys need to continue to monitor that storm as that continues to move on through. The inflow is really, or the outflow is really starting to wrap around now. This is something that people need to continue to really watch as this moves off to the north and east. As I said, still have some strong rotation here. If we actually take a look at the normalized rotation, it's actually showing some stronger amounts of rotation here over that cell. So that's just something to keep in mind with all of this as this moves off to the north and east. We'll continue to monitor the storm relative velocities as this is still looking pretty interesting. Spectrum width still shows that there is a bit of a lowering here. I wouldn't say it's a tornado on the ground at this moment, but maybe a strong wall cloud or a funnel cloud maybe even be possible with this. So I would just continue to monitor this storm as this heads off to the north and east. I would still stay in your safe space. I mean, this is still a tornadic storm here. 100% still tornadic. So if you know anyone who lives near Castor, near Bienville, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space, because this is 100% still a tornadic storm. It's had a history of producing tornadoes. And yeah, all we can do now is just react to what the radar gives us. The fortunate thing is that there isn't really a whole lot that's happening with all of these other storms. The other severe thunderstorm warning looks all right. It might have a little bit of rotation here, but it's pretty hard to kind of see if what all is happening. I'll actually move the Fort Smith radar down to Alexandria's just to be able to see what all is going on here. But we need to continue to try and get this information out as much as possible because this storm is still 100% looking rather primed as a tornado threat. So it might be trying to reorganize itself just a little bit. It's still not looking all too super organized, but it does have that bit of that gust front that you can see developing here. Your outflow boundary from the storm is right here. You have another outflow boundary right here, which means that there could be another area of rotation. I actually want to look at the upper parts of the atmosphere real quickly. And maybe it might be just something spinning off of the rotation here, but for the most part, it's relatively localized within the areas just to the north and east of Woodardville. So definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to get into your safe space, 100%. Jamestown, Castor, Roy or Wah, Bienville, Lucky, anywhere along State Route 4, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, alright? I'll say it again. Get underground or get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is definitely a cell that we're going to want to continue to monitor. Look at the severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, we might as well go back to our Fort Polk radar here. Still looking relatively far away from the radar, but the velocity shows some arcing, if you will. Maybe a little bit of that same arcing that we saw earlier. It's not exactly in the best environment to do so, but it still does have some general velocities. I just switched it to storm relative velocities to make it easier. So your greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in here is where the rotation would be, just to the south of Savala, just to the north and west of Rockland, moving to the, I believe this is to the east, maybe even south and east. So if you live near Rockland, here I'll actually get storm motion for warning here for you all. If you live near Rockland, if you live near State Route 63, if you live near United States Route 69, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, because you could definitely see a storm here that could be producing some general rotation. And even then, if you don't take my word for it, just go inside, because this thing just so happens to be producing an inch-sized hail, maybe even some up to an inch and a half. Come in. What do you want?
I got your dinner.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Some ketchup.
Thanks.
Need a drink?
No, I've got water. Although, give me another water bottle. That'd be great.
Yeah.
So if you live over in these areas, you really need to go ahead and monitor the system as the hail continues to kind of protrude through, and people really need to kind of monitor the system very carefully. Let's go up towards Shreveport again. New update came in for Shreveport. So Stonewall, I don't know where Stonewall exactly is, but Stonewall, or 8 miles northeast of Stonewall in Louisiana, had reports of thunderstorm wind damage. What? Thanks. Appreciate it. Thunderstorm wind damage, tree down on Norris Ferry Road. So there is some reports of trees down within some of these areas. That's how strong these gusty winds could get. And so if you live in that general vicinity, you really need to continue to monitor this storm as some strong gusty winds, maybe even some spotty hail, and yes, maybe even the threat for tornadoes could linger. Someone asked about Jonesboro. I'm going to take a look real quickly just for you all. So let's go over to Little Rock. Jonesboro at the moment is getting a lot of scattered storms. There isn't really a lot happening here, but there's definitely a lot of just thunderstorms in general that are moving through into this general vicinity. Nothing really a whole lot that's happening here with your storms. Just some general showers, some spotty hail for the most part. I do want to make a note real quickly. Which radar is closest? Shreveport. Okay, let's take a look at Shreveport. There's an area of rotation just a little bit. It has a lot of range folding, so that's kind of unfortunate. Because you can't exactly see what's happening with range folding. But there's a couple cells up here that's moving through El Dorado off towards Hermitage that actually could be tornadic. They could be starting to rotate as well. So that's something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as that goes off to the north and east. But still something to keep in mind. Still something to monitor as this moves on through. Yeah, there isn't really a whole lot more besides the areas of rotation near Jamestown, which actually is starting to weaken a lot. It's actually starting to curl a bit more towards the north, and that's another thing that I want to make a note of real quickly, is that with this storm that's curling off to the north, the more areas might be actually more areas might actually be impacted by the storm. So the people near Bryceland, people near Mount Lebanon, near Freiburg, you guys might actually need to monitor this storm more, because this thing is really starting to curl off to the north and east a bit more. It was originally moving off to the north and east. Now it's moving more northeast due to the fact of its curling nature. So that's definitely something that we're going to want to watch as this heads over and towards places like Bryceland and Mount Lebanon, especially as this storm continues to be as tornadic as it was. So just a refresher, we've been tracking the storm ever since infancy. We saw the beginner signs of it
Tornado
potentially.
227 super chat $2. What's up, man?
Tornado 227, thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. What's up? Nothing much. We're just tracking a bunch of storms, you know, the typical stuff. But anyways, back to the summary. We've been tracking the storm ever since infancy, before it even developed the hook. We knew exactly what to look for, and so we saw that happening, and it came across. Now it's had a history of producing a tornado, and the rotation in itself is actually starting to curl off a bit more towards the north. So that is something that we're going to want to monitor. As I said, Jamestown, Bryceland, Mount Lebanon, places around State Route 9. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space now. You may not be in the tornado warning, but in my honest opinion, you guys might want to prepare just in case if this thing does produce a tornado later on. Tyler Base, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Or should I say welcome back? Not to this stream, but welcome back to the channel. If you guys do like the coverage that I am providing here for you all, please be sure to leave a like. This actually helps out get information a lot more effectively, because it tells YouTube's algorithm that more people like watching this video and or enjoy the content that I provide. So this actually gets this live stream out to more people's recommended feeds. And with that being said, I'm assuming you all can notice or infer as to what I'm saying as to how that gets the word out efficiently. Also sharing the stream on social media, friends and family who might enjoy this, who also might be impacted by these events. Definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. If you also would like to subscribe and turn on notifications and stuff like that, I do this event, or I do these events just like this very often. I'm a veteran in the community based off of how I live stream here on YouTube. So if you do want to see more stuff like this, or if you do want to see videos every morning updating you all on what the weather's going to be like, please be sure to subscribe, turn on notifications. That way you all can be informed on what the weather could be like in the future. This map doesn't exactly suck because this is the rain here. If I were to take the rain away, then you would see what the map is like. But unfortunately, then you can't see where the storms are, so you can't exactly see what areas would be moving on through. But I've mentioned areas: Mount Lebanon, Bryceland, Bienville in Louisiana. You need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued in Illinois. My goodness, this is actually just barely is in Illinois. What do you mean? It says Illinois, but it's practically the entire area of Missouri up here. So a new severe thunderstorm warning for Pike, Knox, Rawls, Marion, Shelby, Lewis, and Monroe County. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. So if you live in those areas, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space that way. If you guys would also like to join my Discord server, my community is, I'd say, respectable. We don't have a lot of drama, if any. So far, we actually haven't had a lot of drama. So if you would like to join the Discord server there, the link will be in the chat here. We're almost up to 500 members.
$5.
So
thanks for your coverage of friends and fam in the South.
yeah, no problem, Meredith. Yeah, as I said, I'll continue to do this as long as I can. I appreciate the $5 super chat. I really do. You don't know how much that means to me. So thank you so much for the $5 super chat, and I'll continue to watch these events unfold here for you all and be able to dissect them to try and help you all figure out what's going on. Anyways, link is the Discord server right there. So if you want to join the Discord server, we're almost up to 500 members. We're really close to 500 members actually. So if you want to join, please be sure to do so. That would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, so your massive severe thunderstorm warning. You can clearly see this bowing characteristic here, which indicates a lot of winds are pushing up against the central parts of this arc. And this is where you can see your stronger amounts of winds, your gusty winds here. So places near Emden, near Philadelphia, Bethel, Newark, Ewing, you guys definitely want to go inside. All right, that's definitely the areas to which I would expect a lot of the more intense wind shear to be. So, or the winds to be. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Or not exactly get into your safe space, but get indoors. Let's see. I do want to go over back to the tornado warning in Louisiana. We saw that there was this area of rotation off to the north. Now this thing definitely seems to be recycling, so can't say I didn't call that, but we might be now having a meso handoff in progress. Either that or a new meso is developing on the southern edge along that other outflow boundary. So you have some general rotation here near Wa or Castor heading towards Lucky. You also have the original rotation that's heading off towards Mount Lebanon and Bryceland. So if you live near Bryceland, if you live near Mount Lebanon, if you live near Bienville, Lucky, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now and get into your safe space as well, because this storm could easily be trying to fire up and to produce some more areas of rotation. So something that we should definitely continue to monitor. What's going on in Jonesboro? Nothing too much, honestly. Jonesboro is just getting some scattered showers for the most part, nothing too severe. Maybe some spotty hail, but the rain is actually starting to leave the Jonesboro area, so that is something to keep in mind with all of that. But it's not saying you guys are out of the risk. You guys could potentially see some more thunderstorms later on this evening, and we'll continue to cover that for you all as soon as they do pop up in your general vicinity. Back to the Shreveport cell, because this is the cell that we've been talking about for a while. It's just, yeah, it's been looking pretty good for the most part. Not as good as what it was in the beginning of when it actually appeared. Originally when it was the cell that kind of just pushed on through and looked rather superior as a premier supercell. It looked so much better than what it's doing right now, but right now it's a very rain-wrapped, if you will, very high precipitation base, so there isn't a whole lot that's going on with this storm, besides the fact that you have two areas of rotation, one which is to the north that's a lot stronger, the other one's a bit weaker. The way to indicate where the rotation is, we're looking at the velocities right now. The greens and grays are moving towards the radar, the reds and oranges are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Same thing down here towards the bottom near Lucky. This one's a lot weaker because it's not as bright, but right in those areas is where you can see some rotation in that general vicinity. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space, because you do have some tornadic conditions moving on through your area. Let us see. How's Hernando, Mississippi doing right now? Let's take a look real quickly. Let's pull this up on my Google Maps. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to like the video and subscribe, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and stuff like that. That would be greatly appreciated. Okay, so Hernando is not exactly in the risks right now. There's some general thunderstorms that's moving on through, or about to move on through into your general vicinity, but nothing too serious in my honest opinion. So you guys should be getting to that point to where it's about to start, but it's not all too bad right now. We're almost at 4,700 subscribers, guys. We've gained about, what, 100 today? So that's absolutely insane that you guys have came out here today. That is absolutely amazing. And I just want to thank you all for all the support that you all have done for this live stream. So thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, still a lot of thunderstorms that are marching on through. Someone asked what is happening in Hernando. A lot of these thunderstorms are starting to kind of push on. Isn't really a lot of organization with a lot of these thunderstorms. It seems as if the major risk is on the southern side. They actually issued a new tornado warning for that northern cell. Good thing I got the word out to where the actual rotation was going. So we don't really need to cover that a whole lot right now, but a lot of scattered thunderstorms across the board here that's moving towards Memphis. Well, actually, we might as well cover it a little bit. Here's your rotation. I said Bryceland and Mount Lebanon needed to get into their safe space, and a new tornado warning has been issued for their area. So Webster, Jackson, Claiborne, Bienville, and Lincoln Parish in Louisiana, that'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A tornado warning has been issued for your area. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. So as I mentioned, Mount Lebanon, Bryceland, Oak Grove now, as well as Arcadia, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. A new mesoscale discussion for the likelihood of a watch. Interesting. So I guess we'll have to see what that does as this continues to move on through. The old tornado warning, as most of you might have noticed, has been canceled, but this new tornado warning over here near Bryceland is still in effect. You still have that rotation here. Give me a second. Perfect. But just the way it shows the rotation here on radar, the grays and greens are moving towards the radar. That's the winds. The reds and oranges are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And so you guys need to continue to monitor the system as it heads towards Bryceland, Mount Lebanon, Arcadia, Oak Grove. New debris signature. Yep, that is 100% on the ground. So this thing was on the ground at one point. And that's a debris signature. So Bryceland and Bienville, I mentioned before that you had to be in your safe space prior to the tornado warning being issued. That's exactly what happened here. And you guys need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move off into your general vicinity. So please, if you live near Bryceland, if you live near State Route 9 from Bienville all the way up to Bryceland, up to Mount Lebanon, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. But yeah, that is a debris signature that has occurred within this general vicinity. I do not think this thing is on the ground at the moment. It may have been on the ground at one point. Probably should have looked at the spectrum width because, yep, there was a ball there. So that was a good indication of a tornado being on the ground. And this is 100%, it 100% was on the ground. So that's something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. But yep, this is the correlation coefficient. The correlation coefficient looks at the density of the particles in the atmosphere. And so the more dense the particle becomes, the lower the correlation coefficient gets. That also gets to some instances where dust and smoke is there. But you can definitely see there is your debris signature. And that is a tornado that was on the ground. So Bryceland, as I mentioned, you need to get into your safe space 100%. There's no time to which you guys should be looking outdoors because right now there's a lot of rain out in front of this tornado. I'm going to circle where the debris signature is. Whether or not it's on the ground right now, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. But I'm circling right where the debris signature is, which is where the tornado would be. And I'm turning it back to reflectivity. There is a lot of rain out in front of this storm, or right in front of this tornado, which means that the people out in front of it who might want to go look for it won't be able to see it until it's literally right on top of them. And that's not exactly the best case scenario, because if a tornado is literally right on top of you the first time you see it, fill in the blank. So this is one of those things to where people need to get into their safe space, especially if they live in Bryceland. No doubt in my mind that this thing was on the ground for a brief second. It looks like the debris signature has went away for a bit, but yeah, this thing was on the ground at one point. And now it's moving off towards Bryceland. Whether it re-strengthens or not is something to where we're going to have to continue to monitor. But as of right now, if you live near Bryceland, if you live near State Route 9, you need to continue to stay in your safe space just in case if this thing does produce again. But it still does look like it's looking a little interesting. Just maybe a little, but it is relatively weak at the moment. So I will mention that. There's some other areas of rotation down along the line as well. Not as well pronounced as what it was before, but yeah, if you live near Lucky, there's a little area of rotation there, but not as strong. Not tornado warned at the moment. If you live north of Martin, you guys also have a little bit of rotation there. So you might want to go indoors. But there's a little bit of rotation north of Martin, a little bit of rotation north of Lucky. There's a couple of other areas of rotation across the board here. Lots of strong gusty winds here in Texas, but for the most part, the main threat for tornadoes would have to be localized just to the east of Shreveport, approaching the Interstate 20 area. Let us see. St. Louis Severe Thunderstorm Watch is updated, and a bunch of stupid stuff. Nice. Alright, the mesoscale discussion with the watch issuance of 60%. A threat for isolated severe storms capable of producing mainly damaging winds and perhaps a few tornadoes may develop eastward this evening. Watch issuance is possible for parts of this area in the next couple hours. So there's a chance for them to issue a new warning, or a new watch, I should say. So that is something that we're going to have to watch out for this. Get out of the bathtub? No, you want to be in the bathtub. Bathtubs are pretty good. Bathtubs are really good to be in, because they're pretty sturdy. They're bolted into the ground. So lowest innermost part of your building, if there's a bathtub there, you're definitely going to want to be in that. No debris signature from this storm as of right now. Definitely a lot of gusty winds here still, 100%. Your echo tops, this storm has definitely lost a lot of its height, if you will, but still something to keep in mind as this continues to move off to the north and east. So really something that we're going to have to monitor as this moves off to general areas, heading off towards Monroe. Actually, we have our experimental radar over there. Or not mine, but someone else's. So we can actually take a look and still see stuff compared to some other weather YouTubers who may not have it. Real quickly. Do this real quickly. But yeah, this storm looked absolutely amazing in the beginning stage, beginner stages.
Super chat $4.99. Is LA Tech University in Ruston about to get hit? I got friends there, and BTW, it is located just west of where the name Ruston is on the radar.
Yep, I see it there. The rotation in itself looks like it'll be heading off just to the north if there was any rotation left, but the gusty winds will most likely be impacting the town of Ruston. Let's see if I can get a storm track here for you. Within the next 15 minutes. So I would tell your friends that they're going to see some strong storms within the next 15 minutes. The tornadic rotation doesn't look as impressive as it once was. I will say that much. But for the most part, it is It is going to be heading towards Ruston. I will say that much. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Eli Moore. I really do appreciate the donation towards the stream. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. What's El Dorado, Arkansas closest to? Major city? El Dorado is, I'm going to circle it here for you. Here's El Dorado. Here's Shreveport. Here's the tornado warning. Alright. And I'll even zoom out a bit further real quickly. So here is Little Rock. Here's Shreveport. Here's El Dorado. Here's Dallas. Here's Jackson, Memphis. So that's where El Dorado is, right here at this arrow. Interesting areas of rotation here, but still kind of meh. Someone said that there's a new severe thunderstorm watch that was issued. I do not see it on my screen. Not on my screen. I'm gonna quickly check the Storm Prediction Center real quickly. There is not a new severe thunderstorm watch. There's a mesoscale discussion that was issued over there. No severe thunderstorm watch. So make sure your information is up to date, because false information is not funny. Not funny. Oh yeah, there's some areas along this line here in Texas that are looking pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. There's actually a little bit of rotation up here in Bronson, right towards the area. El Dorado. How come I've heard people say El Dorado? I'm gonna have to yell at them. Gonna have to yell at them. Cassie, what's up? How do? Yeah, there's some areas along here in Texas that actually have some decent rotation. Bronson, there's a little bit of rotation there. North and west of Brooklyn, there's a little bit of rotation. As well as west of Brooklyn, there's a little bit of rotation. But a lot of gusty winds along here within that general vicinity. So that's something to keep in mind with all that as that continues to move on through. But, yeah, really, really interesting to watch as this moves off into eastern Texas, even southeastern Texas in some spots. I'm seeing some maximum expected hail sizes of over 1.5 inches. So for the most part, you could see some hail amounts and upwards of maybe even 1 inch, maybe even a little bit more. So if you live over in those areas, you need to continue to monitor the system. Jasper, Texas, there was a... if you guys remember that tornado last year, I'm sure you guys don't want to remember that tornado last year, the EF3, I think it was, that caused the tornado emergency. That's heading off over into the Jasper area. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. More or less just get indoors. I wouldn't say get into your safe space. You can like sit on the couch and watch the storms pass by. But let us see. Yeah, it only expands a couple areas in the severe thunderstorm watch. So it's not exactly a new severe thunderstorm watch. It's just the severe thunderstorm watch got expanded. Something new happened in Shreveport, and the tornado warning got canceled. So we are in a bit of a down part of the stream right now, to where I think we can start answering some questions as in regards to what all could be happening later on tonight. Someone asked about if what's happening with Mississippi later. We'll go over to the Storm Prediction Center. You can actually see, we're going to actually bring up the convective outlook for today. The 10% chance for tornadoes still reigns, especially in northwestern parts of Mississippi. So the event is not done and over with. All right, if people are wondering, is it all done because we just canceled our tornado warning? No, it is not all done. There's still the threat for tornadoes later on this evening, especially into places like Monroe, heading further towards Jackson, Mississippi. So we'll continue to cover that as this continues to move on through. Get some water. Been streaming for 5 hours, guys. going back to our we're going back to our original days of YouTube severe weather live streaming, where we live stream 12 hours. So that's fun. That is fun. Indeed, that is fun. But yep, you're in Laurel, so should you be good? Yeah, you're right on the border of a 5% chance for tornadoes, but for the most part right now, you're kind of out of the risk until the latter stages of the event. So you're Laurel down all the way down here. The thunderstorms are all the way over into Louisiana. It's actually this thunderstorm, the straight thunderstorm that just popped up. I don't know exactly what it's doing, but it's having a whale of a time, I'll say that much. So. Very windy across Mississippi into southwestern Illinois. Oh yeah, really windy. My voice is fine. I mean, it's not the best, but I'm kind of used to this at this point. Do I think there will be a slight risk tomorrow? Possibly. It'd probably be more in Mississippi and Alabama. That'd be my honest opinion, but still. Honest opinion, but still. Alright, let us see. Ripley, Mississippi. Let's get to where the severe weather, if there's going to be severe weather near you. So Ripley, yep, you guys can see some severe weather much later tonight, towards the 8 o'clock hours for you all. So it's definitely something to where it's not going to happen right now, or at least the worst parts of the event is not going to happen right now. I'll move over to Memphis to actually show you exactly where the storms are. The storms might come sooner than anticipated from the actual, what's his face? The models. But your event will basically be over past midnight. I'll actually take a look at the models here for you. We'll be able to figure out what exactly we could be seeing from this. So, thunderstorms start to pass on through. They'll start to reach Ripley at about 10 o'clock in the evening for the most part. Maybe earlier than that, because I'm assuming these things are going to be moving a lot quicker. But then the event will basically be over for you by the time it gets to around 3 o'clock in the morning. So something to keep in mind with that. Let us see. What else we got here? What am I eating for supper? Hot dogs. Someone else made hot dogs for me, so I'm pretty happy. What about Drummond, Tennessee? Will you have tornadoes? Let's take a look at where Drummond, Tennessee is. So Drummond, you guys are north of Memphis, so you guys could see the risk for tornadoes. I'm not saying you guys are guaranteed tornadoes, because no one's ever guaranteed tornadoes. But you guys do have the chance for some of that in those areas, so you need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move on through. You've got severe storms that are heading off into your area, so you really need to watch this as it gets closer. But the next couple of hours, that's when you'll start seeing some of these thunderstorms. Let's see, a little bit of rotation near Ashland, Louisiana. I'll take a look at that real quickly in a bit. How's Des Moines through tonight? Alrighty, Des Moines. Gotta go up to the Midwest. So Des Moines, they're gonna still see some severe, some just scattered storms, maybe even some severe weather all the way throughout tonight. It'll get colder and colder as it progresses along through, though, all the way up and towards the midnight hours, maybe a little bit earlier than that. So if you live over there, just monitor that for right now. Let's see. What about South Carolina on Thursday and Friday? So South Carolina, here's the thing about South Carolina. These areas, it's like right on the border of you guys potentially getting some severe weather or not. It's like right on the bridge. But South Carolina, for the most part, could see some scattered storms that move on through on Thursday, particularly western South Carolina. And then Friday, it's relatively clear for the most part for you all, although there is some passing showers in North Carolina, so something to keep in mind with all of that. Evansville, Indiana, see any severe weather? Take a look at that here in a second. as I said, I'll continue to do this, do these forecasts for you all. So if you want to know what the weather is for your specific area, I'll continue to tell you and all that. New severe thunderstorm, by the way. New severe thunderstorm warning for Sabine Parish in Louisiana, as well as Sabine County in Texas, with a tornado possible on it. So that'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It was the severe thunderstorm warning that we were looking at earlier. So they just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of it. So we'll talk about that as we continue to get more into the analysis. Evansville, just by looking at the Storm Prediction Center, you guys are kind of right on the border of seeing severe weather or not. Personally, I'd say you guys would see your chance for some severe weather tonight into tomorrow, but it wouldn't be absolutely massive, if you will. Hickman, Kentucky, very worried about friends there. Yep, I got it for you. Give me a second. Hickman, Kentucky, yeah, you guys could definitely see some severe weather a lot later tonight, I will say that much. Or at least not exactly super late tonight. I'll move over to the Memphis. That's not Memphis's radar. Here's Memphis's radar. So over here near Hickman, you can see these thunderstorms are kind of moving on through into your general vicinity. So I'd say in about an hour and a half, maybe an hour before the thunderstorms actually start to officially move into your general vicinity, that's where you guys can start to see some gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail, and maybe even a couple, maybe a tornado, maybe. But later on tonight, it'll definitely look like your event will be over by, say, midnight, maybe a little bit after midnight, but still something to monitor. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville, which that's kind of interesting. I want to move over to Louisville real quickly just to see what that severe thunderstorm warning is. Because we got to be fair to everyone. We got to make sure that we cover every single event. So, severe thunderstorm warning for Clark, Floyd, and Jefferson County. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So if you live in the Louisville metropolitan area, you guys need to go ahead and just get indoors, in my honest opinion. There's a lot of severe weather in that general vicinity, so I would just recommend going indoors and not going outside. Getting pelted by hail or strong winds is not fun, unless if you're trained or if you actually know how to do it. So something to keep in mind with that. If you guys are new to the stream, by the way, and you do enjoy the content that I provide, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually tells YouTube's algorithm that more people would like to watch this live stream. So the more people watch the live stream, the more information that gets out, and so it gets put onto more people's recommended feeds. So if you guys like the content, you want to help me get the word out, please leave a like on the video, share this with friends and family and on social media and stuff like that, as well as subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications, because I do live streams like this to cover severe weather and do forecasts for people whenever the severe weather, in my opinion, is relatively bad. I also do videos every single morning, so if you guys want to take a look towards like the beginning to the middle parts of the video, I give everyone an update as to what all could be happening within your area, and then from the middle to the end part, I actually talk about the technical side of it with what all goes into the severe weather and why it's as significant as it is. So if you do like the content, please be sure to like it, subscribe, share this with friends and family and on social media. We actually have over 4,700 subscribers now. That is absolutely insane for you all. We're narrowing in on 5,000, but live streams like this do a decent chunk into the gap in between the goal that we have. So we do have a subscriber goal. That is not exactly the subscriber goal that I wanted to see in my description, but it's supposed to say 5,000 by the end of April, and I hope you guys could help me get there. Oh yeah, that's right, Matt's in the stream. I forgot that Matt's in the stream. My guy deserves... Now he can be as toxic as he wants. There you go. Bloomington, Illinois. Yep, I got you real quickly. And I'll also go to Little Rock's radar real quickly so that people can see this, because someone asked if there was a lot of severe weather off here in, if there's a severe weather off in Little Rock. I'll put the radar loop on here for you. Most of the thunderstorms have actually passed by through your area, but there's some more thunderstorms along this line that could be pushing on through. There's actually a storm off here just to the north of Little Rock that's looking kind of interesting. Yeah, a lot of people are saying join the Discord server here. Here. Discord server. It's in the chat. Link, click it. Join the Discord server. We're really close to 500 members. So if you want to join, please be sure to do that. There's a little bit of areas to where there could be some rotation. Enola has some an area of rotation. That'll be heading off to the Mount Vernon, the Rosebud area, as well as the Center Hill, the Floyd, and the Sedon areas. There's also an area near Conway, just to the south of Conway, but that one's not as organized, so we won't talk about that one a whole lot. There's also another area near Owensville, but there's not a lot of rotation there as well, so there's not really so much to talk about with all those storms. Alright, so Bloomington, someone asked about Bloomington here, so let's actually pull this up real quickly. Yes, I know, I have to look up to try and figure out where Bloomington, Illinois is. So, Bloomington's over here. There isn't really a whole lot of severe weather that could be occurring. If anything, it'd be occurring later on in the evening, into the overnight hours, so if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor these storms. Let's see. Rotation near Texas and Louisiana border. Oh yeah, I was noticing that earlier. There's the new severe thunderstorm warning that I was talking about. So there's the rotation near Hempville. So if you live near Hempville, you need to actually monitor the system really carefully as this heads off into Louisiana. So if you live near Hempville, if you live near State Route 87, near Clare, near Toro, as well as State Route 191 in Louisiana, you guys need to go ahead and monitor this system extensively, because as this system will move on through, this is something that people really need to monitor, especially if it produces a tornado later on. But still something that we need to watch as this continues to push off to the later on tonight. Jeez, Cassie, seems legit. Oh yeah, that's right. Aiden's here as well. Boom. Easy. Easy. But yeah, this is definitely one of those things where we need to continue to watch the system. Echo tops are pretty tall on this. There's actually some thunderstorms that are going up to 48,000 feet. That's really tall. As a matter of fact, I'm actually inclined to take a 3D of the storm. I really want to see what all is happening here at the base. So this is near Jasper. This is the southern edge of the line. Not a whole lot to see for the most part. I'll actually look at higher amounts of precipitation. There's a little bit of an inflow notch, but nothing really too serious. And then this over here is where the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning is, over here near Hempville. So we're going to try and figure out where the rotation is on this one as well. Or at least the inflow notch. And there's a little bit of an inflow notch. It doesn't actually look all too serious at the moment, but there is still one. So this is something that is worth noting with this storm system. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get indoors for the most part. That would be my recommendation to you. Let's take a look back at some of these other storms. Let's actually take a look at the storm up, the severe thunderstorm warning that's approaching St. Louis. And this severe thunderstorm warning is mainly for Jefferson, Washington, Franklin, and St. I'm assuming that's Francois or Francis. I think it's Francois County in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over there, you guys can see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. That is not fun to be in, so if you live over there, you guys need to really monitor this system as this moves on through. And this is eventually going to head up into the St. Louis vicinity. So if you know anyone who lives in St. Louis, tell them that a severe thunderstorm with wind gusts and upwards of maybe 60 miles per hour could be impacting your general vicinity. So, tell people on social media and stuff like that. Tell them that this storm might most likely be creating this intense amount of gusty winds. There's actually a little bit of rotation here. Hold up. Yeah, it's weak, but there is still a little bit of rotation there, so it's something to monitor as it moves on through. But yeah, as I said, Francois, close enough. Just kidding. But yep, strong winds in Missouri, especially if you live near St. Louis. You guys need to monitor this system. How is Ohio looking tomorrow? Ohio is definitely not going to get as strong of stuff that was happening here today, but still is something that they're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves on through, moves through your area, I should say. So please monitor this storm as it moves on through tonight into tomorrow. And then if you watch my video tomorrow morning, I'll give you a more in-depth update as to what people could see in tomorrow's risk. One thing I will say right now about a future forecast, we still have our enhanced risk and all, but I do want to talk about Friday real quickly, just something that caught my eye. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center actually issued an emergency outlook. So originally, this entire area right here was a bunch of yellow, the slight risk, which is a 2 out of 5 on the scale of severe weather. Then they issued an emergency outlook that added this orange area. This is an enhanced risk, which is a 3 out of 5 for severe weather. And that right there is pretty interesting, because what I can potentially see out of that event is some large hail, massive hail. 2-inch, 3-inch, maybe 4-inch at maximum. This is some really large hail from this event. So much energy. The lapse rates are pretty insane. For those who don't know what lapse rates are, stay tuned to the end of the videos of the ones that I posted in the mornings, and you'll be able to understand what lapse rates are and what they mean. But it's just some large hail that could very easily appear in places like southern Mississippi and northeastern Louisiana near Monroe. So Jackson, Vicksburg, Clinton, Pearl, Ridgeland, as well as near Monroe. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, tell them that there could be some significant severe weather that could appear within your areas on Friday. Is there any severe weather in Indiana? Nope, not at the moment. Well, there is, but that's over near Louisville, and that's not exactly what you're probably asking for. You live in Monticello, Arkansas. Are you all you're still getting is heavy rain? Yep, that's for the most part what most people in Arkansas are getting, except for the people near Conway. That's a lot of gusty winds there. There's actually a little bit of rotation that's now starting to develop a bit more near Paran. Not exactly too strong though, so we'll continue to monitor that, but nothing too serious in most of these cells. We'll move back over to Memphis here real quickly. That is not what I wanted to see. There we go. So here's all the rain that's starting to approach places. I know someone who lived near Hernando. You guys are going to start getting some gusty winds relatively soon from these storms. These storms across the board are actually starting to march its way through towards the Mississippi River, actually past the Mississippi River, south of Memphis. So for the most part, these lines of storms are really trucking on through with some gusty winds, maybe even some spotty hail. The chance for tornadoes can't be ruled out, but for the most part, it's starting to head into the Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky vicinity with some gusty winds for the most part. So that's the one thing I wanted to mention there. Jeez. You guys keep piling on the subscribers. You guys are absolutely insane. Thank you so much for all the support. I just took a look at my subscription thing just out of curiosity, because every now and then, I can't help myself. But we had 4,704 subscribers, and the next second I look at it, we got another 10 that add on to that. So, as I said, to all the people who help support us, I just want to tell you all, you guys are amazing. And this channel wouldn't be anywhere without you guys, so I really do appreciate all that you guys have done for me. So thank you so much. This supercell is looking very familiar, but I don't want to say anything. It does have that kind of curling characteristic that the storm that Producer Tornado had earlier as a supercell, but that might be more or less because it's a MCS, mesoscale convective system. This just giant band of thunderstorms. They're kind of just surging on through at the moment, so you have your gusty winds with this cell right here that's just pushing on through near Pineland and Browndell. You also have your other part of the MCS, which is your swirling band, which could be a potential supercell, something that might be tornadic. So we need to watch the areas to the north of the gusty winds, because typically what happens is towards the top of the gusty winds on the bow echo, they tend to swirl in these general directions to fill in behind. So one swirls counterclockwise, another swirls clockwise. The one that's swirls, oh my goodness, the one that swirls clockwise. Anyways, the one that swirls clockwise typically is weaker than the one that swirls counterclockwise. So because you have that bit of a supercell next to that counterclockwise rotation, you have something really interesting to watch out for as this moves off into Louisiana. So definitely something to keep in mind with this system as it moves on through. Let us see. Let's go back to the storms up near Shreveport. You say Hernando, not Hernando. Well, true. That's true. Now you know that now you know I'm not exactly educated. Like, well, not exactly. I'm educated, but educated in geography within these areas. So, don't hurt me, please. So a lot of these storms have now passed through Shreveport, so Shreveport's pretty much out of the risk at this point. That's the good news. We just got an update. Wind damage. Okay, so we have reports of roof damage along Highway 783 near Ringgold and Spring Hill Baptist Church. So that actually, if we go back to Shreveport, we back up to our tornado warning. Ringgold is all the way down here. This is where Ringgold is. This is where our tornado originally was, or at least we had two areas. So we had one tornado right here, another tornado right here, and as these storms kind of moved on through, that's not what happened. There you go. Okay, so as these storms kind of moved off, produced a lot of gusty winds from the storm, Ringgold and Spring Hill Baptist Church. I don't exactly know where that is, but it's around this area near Woodardville, and this is actually where your tornadic rotation was near. So you might actually have some damage from the actual tornado itself. So that's something to keep in mind there. Let us see. Let's go down to Alexandria's radar, or Fort Polk, as what it's called. Still that gusty wind threat there, but there isn't really that massive threat for tornadoes that the Storm Prediction Center offered us. But we are still moving off into that general vicinity, so yeah, it's still something to keep in mind that it's still moving off into the general vicinity of the enhanced risk with the 2%, or the 2%, 5%, and 10% chance for tornadoes. It's still moving over there, so this event isn't done. There's still that strong chance for some tornadoes, a couple of tornadoes likely, but really kind of quiet right now. Really quiet right now. But let's move up along the line. Let's go up to Memphis and see what storms are pushing on through along here. There are some general thunderstorms that are approaching the I-55 area, and you know, it's not too bad. It's definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor, but as that continues to move off to the north and east, places like Memphis, Hernando, Senatobia, as well as Covington, anywhere along I-55, Osceola, you guys could definitely start to see some severe weather, maybe some subpar severe weather that move into your area. Let's go over to St. Louis because there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's just to the south of it. And there is some interesting areas that I could look at, but there isn't a whole lot of rotation within this general vicinity. So I can't exactly say that it is super tornadic, but this is still something that people who live in St. Louis need to monitor because these storms are starting to move off into that general vicinity. I'll play, actually I'll put up a storm motion from warning here. And in St. Louis, it'll impact you in about an hour. So, all the more reason why people should monitor this event, these thunderstorms, as it continues to move on through to the north and east. Am I Ryan Hall, y'all's older brother? No. He's older than I am. I'm only 18. I gotta shave this beard, honestly. Get back to my original face. But, yeah, I'm 18, about to be 19, studying meteorology in Penn State, or at least I'm trying to. Took the semester off, so I can't exactly say I'm studying right now. But, over time, I'm going to try and learn some more about severe weather, or just weather in general, and hopefully that can be put into these streams and help try and give out more information to people. So, that's the plan. That's the plan for the most part. So yeah, a lot of gusty winds here, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, some spotty hail. I actually put it to the maximum expected hail size here real quickly for you all. No confirmed tornadoes. There was one confirmed tornado earlier on today, which I'm actually pretty proud of that we predicted. We predicted that cell specifically would go tornado warned, and it was wonderful. It was not wonderful for the tornado, for the people who were impacted by the tornado, if they were impacted, but it was still knows that people still know that we got it. But yeah, there's a lot of spotty hail that's moving on towards the St. Louis general vicinity near the Missouri and the Mississippi River, I should say. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor this system, because this is definitely a system that you don't want to take lightly. At any point in time, it can start to produce some real strong gusty winds. Romeoville, I'm assuming that's in Illinois, because that's the first spot that popped up here on my my Google Maps. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot. Storm reports on NOAA website say 0 tornadoes. Well, we had the National Weather Service confirm a tornado because from radar, so technically we had a confirmed tornado. Let's see. Let's go back to Fort Polk. There's a lot of gusty winds here. There's still a lot of gusty winds. I mean, it still has this classic bow characteristic here, with some spotty hail within the line. Actually, more towards the southern edge of the line near Farsville and Burkeville, as well as South Toledo Bend. So, a lot of spotty hail for the places near DeRidder or north of DeRidder. If you live north of DeRidder in Louisiana, you guys, sorry for blinding you all, because Epic Pen is fun. If you live north of DeRidder, or maybe even DeRidder, near Evans, Knight, Burr Ferry, Neam, Leesville, Rosefine, those areas, as well as in Texas, Burkeville, and Farsville, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors for the most part. I'd recommend doing that, honestly, because you do not want to be pelted with hail. There's your report of roof damage. That actually looks like it was relatively close towards... No. That looks relatively close to where the tornado damage was. Hold up. Or where the tornado was. So that might actually be tornado damage that we had. So let me back it up real quickly. And, there's the damage right there. We had our TVS right here. No debris signature, but still had some damage from this tornadic system. And yeah, So it's pretty interesting to look back on for the most part. Will there be a moderate for Friday? It's kind of hard for me to say officially, but there's going to be some large hail. I'll say that much. I can give you a 100% approval that there's going to be large hail, and I don't have to say anything or show you anything until really tomorrow as of right now, because well, actually I could show you some stuff, but I don't have to show you much to say that there's going to be large hail. Smash the like button, yeah. Smash the like button, people. You know, even though there's not a lot of severe weather at the moment, hitting the like button actually tells YouTube's algorithm that more people should watch this type of live stream, the severe weather content that I provide. So basically gets the word out a lot more efficiently. So if you guys want to help support the stream, do so by liking the stream. And then if you guys want to hang around with my channel, see more live streams like this, I most likely will be live streaming on Friday. Probably will. I'll be bored out of my mind if there's no tornado risk, which there is a little bit of a tornado risk there, so I might not be entirely bored. But if you guys still want to hang around my channel for a bit, please be sure to hit the subscribe button. Turn on notifications, because I upload every single morning, updating everyone as to what the severe weather is going to be like. So, now in my honest opinion, it's a win-win. You subscribe to me, and I help you out by telling you what's happening. So, yeah. This is the event here on Friday. As I mentioned, they issued an emergency outlook to put a 3 out of 5 on the severe scale, which is kind of pretty mental. Yeah, go join the Discord server. That's our Discord server. They issued an emergency outlook for an enhanced risk of severe weather on Friday. This is Jackson, Mississippi, Vicksburg, Mississippi, Clinton, Mississippi, and then the slight risk contains practically all of Louisiana. The enhanced risk actually might include Monroe, Louisiana. Monroe's like right about there, but practically all of Louisiana is in it. They could see a lot of large hail. So this is really something that people need to continue to monitor as this goes along. Answer this question in the thumbnail. Why in the world would you want to subscribe to your channel? Well, because in all honesty, loving the channel, love your content, keep up the great work, and you're not leaving. Well, the entire point of the that video was to be kind of like a channel trailer, and it's kind of like me asking the audience, so why would you want to subscribe to this YouTube channel? Well, might want to watch the video, you know? It's not exactly all too detailed. You know, it's pretty slow for the most part. I might have to update that eventually, but for the most part, you know, it tells you exactly what my channel's about. So, yep. That's, and then when I was referencing in regards to the garbage thing, I was referencing to the actual video itself. The video is pretty garbage. Not gonna lie. So, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible for that cell over in St. Louis that's heading towards them. So, that is something that we're gonna want to monitor that extensively. That's something that we're really gonna want to watch as that pushes on through. Let us see. Oh, that's for Friday, isn't it? Low level jet really is cranking, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, there's probably gonna be a pretty good tornado risk there. Not gonna lie. I don't know where this sounding is. If it's over in Texas, then there's a lot of capping inversion over there, so it's kind of questionable. But there's not a lot of capping inversion there, and there's not a lot of cape. I thought there was a lot more cape than that. Can't be in Louisiana then, because there's a lot of energy over there. There's so much energy over there. But it is what it is. Let's see. New update, St. Louis. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Franklin and Washington County has been canceled, but continues for Jefferson. However you pronounce the Francois, I think it's Francois. I think that's how they said for me to pronounce it. But yeah, that still continues until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over there, you're definitely gonna want to still stay indoors. Let us see. I'm actually curious. We could take a look at the St. Louis sky cam. There's a couple sky cams over there. Fox 2 now. Can we look at this? Yeah, there's St. Louis. From Clayton, St. Louis, and Lambert Airport. Is it looking at St. Louis? Which, if that's the case, it's looking in the wrong direction. Trying to find a good camera here for you all. So that we'd be able to see what's happening over there in St. Louis. Where is Lambert Airport? I'm curious. I think it's over here, isn't it? Isn't Lambert Airport over here? No, Lambert Airport's over here. So Lambert's to the north and west of St. Louis, which means that you actually get to see the severe weather off to your left-hand side. So you might actually be able to see some of the stuff within there. Okay, never mind. There's a decent threat. Yeah, that's pretty good. Gives my seal of approval. Yeah, Friday's gonna be really fun. At least it's gonna be fun for me. So we're definitely gonna want to monitor that as that continues to move on through. But yeah, Friday, Mississippi, Alabama. If you know anyone who lives over there, tell them to monitor my channel frequently for updates. Most likely every single morning, because that's when my videos are going to be uploaded, and so I'll be able to get your information out as to what all is happening. So Lambert is right here. That's noise. Stop it. We don't want noise. Go away. Don't care about a puppy cam, unfortunately. I care about the weather. Okay, there's your severe weather. I don't know exactly where this is, but you can clearly see the gust front here. This is some low-hanging clouds here, and this is basically your shelf cloud. So what happens here is because the gusty winds are pushing in behind the rain, it actually creates these juts in the clouds right here. And so this is your threat for gusty winds moving into St. Louis. And that is exactly what we really want to monitor as this moves on through. So let's move over to St. Louis's radar real quickly. As I said, strong gusty winds with a tornado possible. There is the chance for a tornado over near Hillsborough. I see a little bit of rotation down there, but it's just like a general swirl, if you will. So not all too insane, but still something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. That the threat for severe weather lingers for St. Louis. Let us see. Curious. Whoa. New update, Springfield, severe thunderstorm watch for Douglas, Ozark, Pulaski, and Wright counties have been canceled, so you guys are most likely out of the risk of severe weather. But some other counties, which I will not name because there are so many, you're still in it. So if I did not call your county, you're still in the severe thunderstorm watch if you were originally in one. Let us see. I'm curious. Hold up. S members. Jeez. Okay. So, we're literally 14 members away from getting 500 members on our Discord server. Earlier on, we had we were a 40 member deficit. So this, you guys joining has been really helpful to us, and we're just trying to grow our community here. We're trying to teach people how to look at weather. We're teaching people about what to look for specifically in weather and what exactly is happening here. So To all the people who joined the Discord server and all the people that supported me here, whether it's my channel, whether it's my live stream, sharing this video, liking the video, subscribing, stuff like that. You know, I just want to say I really do appreciate it. It really helps me a whole lot, and you will not regret it. Or at least I hope you won't regret it. I hope I deserve it. I will continue to provide content like this as long as I continue to be here. So, thank you so much. Yeah, so still some strong severe weather that's moving on through. I actually don't know where this stop. I don't care. Where is this storm at? World Outdoor Emporium in St. Charles. Where the heck is this? I don't even know where this is. This is just to the north and east of St. Louis. So we are actually looking at these storms that are pushing on through. And if we go over to St. Louis, that's that camera is right about, give me a second to try and figure it out, right about here. So this is looking at this massive line of storms that are pushing off into this general vicinity. And personally, I kind of want to just pan over to the camera. Actually, you know what? You know what we could do? This is when I wish I actually had my old graphics, because that would have been so amazing. But what we can do here is that we can actually bring in a window capture. Northwest. Good call, Stacy's mom. Stacy's mom has got it going on. There we go. That's covering the entire screen. That is not a good idea. So, actually, I'll put this over here. So, these are the storms that are moving off into St. Louis. This radar or this camera is right about here, and we can actually see these line of storms over in that image to the top right part of your screen. So, really interesting to watch as this unfolds in front of us. Some strong gusty winds. Might even see a few gusty winds across the board with this cell. Actually, hold up. Let's duplicate this. So I'll turn that over there. Pretty good. And then we'll go over here, and I want to see. Okay. So this is apparently your camera. Alright, nice. So we'll back out over here. We'll go see if we can find another area here in St. Louis. I don't exactly see a whole lot. Here's the Earth Cam of St. Louis. And yeah, there's some severe weather over there. It's not too bad. But it's not exactly, you know, anything interesting in particular right now. So we'll check back up with that here in a second. But still, some strong gusty winds that are moving through into places near St. Charles, and that's exactly what the camera is looking at. If you're wondering, to the top right of your screen. Let us see. New update, St. Louis. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Francois, but is still continued for Jefferson until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So I actually agree with that for the most part, because these storms are moving really far, really fast toward the east, the north and east actually, but still something to keep in mind with these storms as they move off to the north and east. So if you live in any of the severe thunderstorm warning over here, especially near Hillsborough, and some of these other areas near Byron's Mill, Scottsdale, Arnold, Kimswick, stay indoors. Same thing with the people who live in St. Charles and in St. Louis. If you live in those metro areas, I highly recommend you guys just stay indoors for now. because these storms are really going to be racing off into your general vicinity. Will Memphis get tornadoes? Memphis in itself, number one, it's getting a lot of thunderstorms right now. It's about to. If you look outside, you actually will be able to see that it's going to start getting some thunderstorms. But in regards to the tornadoes, it is in the risk for a 10% chance of tornadoes, but it doesn't exactly look like there's a lot of areas to where you can actually get that chance. Actually, if we take a look at some of these other areas across the board here, we'll go to Little Rock and see if we can see any sort of rotation on the back ends of these storms. I don't see a whole lot. I mean, maybe in the southern parts of Arkansas or the southeastern parts of Arkansas, there is some areas where it could be a little tornadic, but other than that, as of Memphis for right now, your risk doesn't really seem all too strong. I want to take a look over here in Shreveport. Nothing a whole lot. And let's take a look at Alexandria. Fort Polk, I should say. Ooh, interesting. So, Sal is starting to look pretty interesting, but it's rain wrapped for the most part inside the storm. So there's not really a whole lot that's happening with this cell, besides the fact that it still has some decent amounts of hail. You can see indicated here in the blue that there is some larger amounts of hail here, some in upwards of about a half an inch, maybe even a 3/4 of an inch if it gets stronger, but still something to keep in mind. Is one tornado F1 possible? We may have had that F1 earlier today, but maybe an F0. I can't see the damage, so I don't know. All right, take it with a grain of salt, but still something to monitor as well. That we had a tornado earlier on today, and in regards to tornadoes later on tonight, there is a chance, but I'm not seeing a whole lot out of it right now. So that's the good news. How's Hernando? Let's take a look. Hernando has a lot of severe storms, or not really severe storms, just some gusty winds that are moving on through your general vicinity. So a whole lot that's most likely going to be pushing on through, and I would definitely continue to want to watch this event as we continue to move on further, but there's not a whole lot of tornadic indication from this event. One thing I want to point out real quickly, I'm going to go back to the St. Louis radar real quickly, and the camera off to the top right here, that actually is over in St. Charles, so the storm is now starting to move on through. Wow, look at that lightning strike that just occurred. That was an amazing lightning strike that we had there. This is in St. Charles, Missouri, and that there's some strong gusty winds that are moving on through, and the visibility within that area has plummeted. So that is definitely something that we're all going to want to monitor with all of that, with those cells, especially since the more active it gets over there, the more intense it could be within your areas. So something to keep in mind with all of that. But that is 100% some strong gusty winds that are moving through these areas. You're watching from Baton Rouge. Hey, so Friday, severe weather. Could be some large hail. I'm just warning you about it now. I might live stream. Don't know. Probably will, because there could be a tornado threat as well. Although if it's like a large hail, like as large as I think it is, I might actually stream because of that. But yeah, Friday, severe weather most likely could impact you, Theresa. But yeah, lots of gusty winds that are moving here now. The visibility is plummeted for the most part. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know what more there is to say. I kind of want to exit this out and find another area to look at here. Lindenwood University. This looks to be a good one. What do you mean? What do you mean? It said that it's not there. Alright, well, apparently it just does not like me. I'm used to that. New update for Memphis. Significant weather advisory. Nothing too much to talk about here. What about Cuba, Missouri? Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is some really nice footage here. Hold up. Where this is near an airport, obviously. Where's Cuba? Hold up. Cuba, Missouri. I don't know where this is. Oh, it's down there? What? Doesn't make any sense at all. Sullivan. Along 44. There's Sullivan. So Cuba's over here. It's looking at these storms over here. Huh. If I knew that this the thing was here sooner, I probably would have said something about it, but some really interesting things. I might actually want to purchase a nest for myself, honestly. That'll be hey, if I get my weather station put on top of the house and get a nest, I'll be able to have a camera to look outside. That's a pure emphasis of laziness right there. Can't even go to my window to look outside. Just put a camera on top. Something's wrong with me. Something is wrong with me. Let's see. Let's take a look at Lambert's. Stop it. I don't care about the noise. So, oh, jeez. What in the world? Significant weather advisory, area forecast discussion. So nothing really too interesting. Old footage? No, it was just just some frickin' passing by thunderstorms. Yeah, no, Lambert, pretty interesting for the most part. There's nothing too serious that's happening here, I will say that much. So I think we can go to the Earth cam here and just basically load that up, and I hope for the best. Let's take a look back at the line of storms that's now starting to protrude here. This area right here actually is starting to get a little bit concerning near Barnhart and Kimswick, as well as Peverly, right along the I-55 area. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to really monitor the storm, because typically whenever you have this little kink in the line, that means that you could be having some tornadic rotation, especially on the rear end of this. This is where it can start to hook back. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move off to the north and east. Just me, or when you get a text, you think you're really popular, but it's just your mom telling you about your missing segments. That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Let us see. But yeah, a lot of gusty winds for the most part as this moves off to the north and east. So, you know, it's definitely something to really watch out for in St. Louis. You can definitely see the ominous clouds above me in that image. The darker clouds indicate some stronger thunderstorms that might move on through. And so the line of storms may definitely start to kind of push off and hammer on into those general vicinities. So if you live in St. Louis, I would really monitor the system as best as possible. If you guys like the content that you're seeing here and you're new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, turn on notifications, stuff like that. Leaving a like actually keeps people up to date. It actually tells YouTube's algorithm that people like this content that they're seeing here, and so it puts this video and or live stream and puts it into the recommended feed. So that's the reason why I ask, you know, like the video and stuff like that. You know, especially in some instances where you know, the video, we can get into some intense parts of the stream. You know, sharing the video, liking the video and stuff like that. That's the reason why I say All that is because, you know, the more we can get the information out, the better. And that's exactly why, it's exactly the reason why I say all of that. So, if you want to subscribe, turn on notifications. I update practically every single morning. I put out a video. The first half of the video is just basically a overview as to what all could be happening, and then the second half of the video, if you guys want to learn more about how weather works on a technical side of it, then you can stay for the second half of the video and stuff like that. But it's what, 30-minute video, something like that. So you may just want to look at the 15 minutes and say, all right, I got all I need to know. Nate informed me about what all is happening and when it's going to happen, where it's going to happen. That's all I may need to know, and that's fine. You know, that's up to you guys. Just I highly recommend tuning into my videos every morning. And then whenever there's live streams like this, you better believe I will be covering it. Or just events like this. New severe thunderstorm warning for the city of St. Louis. So if you live in Monroe, Madison, St. Clair, St. Louis City, or St. Louis County, in any of these areas, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live there, you guys really need to monitor this storm heavily, because this is definitely something that people need to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. But 100% something that we really need to monitor that. Especially with how much gusty winds have been with this event. We'll actually look at the higher parts of the atmosphere to actually show you how gusty some of the winds are here. And some of the winds could be in upwards. It's saying here along 45, maybe even 50 miles per hour in some spots. I just saw 47 miles per hour. So some really strong gusty winds that could be moving on through this general vicinity. And you can already see the ominous clouds above me. That is the St. Louis Arch, as most of you would know of. And so that is exactly what we are noticing here from this system. So something to monitor as this pushes on through. Let us see. Look at Cedar Hill Lakes, Missouri. Yeah. Give me a second. I'll take a look at that. Okay, so that is right here. So Cedar Hill Lakes is actually starting to get out of the main line of storms, which is the good news here for you all. You guys had some really strong gusty winds that pushed on through your general area. But the good news is that the line of storms is now a bit more to the north and east of your general vicinity, and it's moving off to the north and east. So these main lines of storms will be out of your hair for the most part. You might see some general thunderstorms that might pass on through later on this evening into tonight, but for the most part, the main risk is past you all. Quite a lot of thunder here in Wentzville. Line really organized after passing over. Oh yeah, you know, Wentzville. I'm assuming that's up here where we're looking at near St. Louis, but yeah, this line was really organized pushing on through. And yeah, actually, Wentzville's near St. Charles, so we actually had a live cam up there. There was a lot of lightning up in that general vicinity, so that's really one of those things to where. This line is potent. This line is quite quick, quite fast, and it's quite strong in regards to the gusty winds. And that's the reason why they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of St. Louis. So definitely something that people are going to want to continue to monitor as this continues to move along through.
Eli Moore Super Chat $3.99. Possible rotation in Tyronzo, Arkansas?
Let's take a look real quickly. Guys, remember, the camera up above me is St. Louis. That is actually the live sky cam. So if you guys want to know what's happening in St. Louis, look up there. In regards to the severe weather, the possible rotation that is in Arkansas, let's quickly take a look here. Gotta find Memphis's radar. Tyronza. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation. It's not exactly the best thing in the world, but there is definitely some there, I will admit. So, could be a brief spin up within this line, but nothing really too strong. But still, something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through this evening. I'll continue to watch that for sure. But yeah, strong line of storms that are moving up the Mississippi River. I mean, look at this. Here's the Mississippi River for the most part, and this is the strong line of storms. Yeah, a lot of gusty winds here. A lot of them. Wind damage reported in Junction City, which is in Union Parish in Louisiana. Multiple trees down the Rum Center area on Tucker Store Road. So, some more wind damage that's coming in. And then there's some more wind damage here in Van Buren County in Arkansas. The emergency management has reported wind damage in northern Clinton. One empty semi-truck was blown over on Highway 65B with damage to at least one building in the same area. So that's some strong winds that are over in those areas. And the fact that it can push over, the semi-truck, jeez, pretty crazy, if I do say so myself. Let's take a look back at the storms over here in St. Louis. As I said, St. Louis, you're not exactly out of the risk yet. As a matter of fact, your severe thunderstorm warning warns for the storms that are moving to your area. So, this is definitely something that you're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and east, because this cell, or these lines of storms, are really going to start picking up as this moves off through to the north and east. But a lot of gusty winds here. Hernando getting a lot of lightning. Yeah, there's a lot of storms over there. It's giving you a lot of lightning. You've got a storm right now that's right over you. Not a whole lot of rotation, barely any rotation actually, so nothing a whole lot to report here for you. Let's go back to Alexandria real quickly. I do want to look at this storm, see what it's doing. And it's looking kind of interesting. Definitely a lot of gusty winds here. This actually is telling me that it's really gusty here near Burr Ferry. Some strong gusty winds that are going behind the bow echo here. And so people near Burr Ferry, Evans, Leesville, Neam, you guys could definitely start seeing some strong gusty winds from the storm, and even some spotty hail. We can take a look at the spotty hail that's moving off towards Leesville. So I'll actually correct my where the winds are going. They're moving somewhat like this. Your gusty winds are forming kind of a bow like this. So right at the tip of that bow is where the strongest winds could be. Yeah, it's heading towards Leesville. You can see some spotty hail, definitely some strong gusty winds, I'll say that much. But even then, you can see a lot of gusty winds and some spotty hail for most of these storms in general. So we'll continue to monitor this storm as this continues to move on through. New severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings up there. Is there anywhere that I can move? Memphis, Shreveport, Fort Polk. Honestly, we don't need the Monroe right now. We can start moving this rotation, or this radar a bit further north, so we can move it to either Quad Cities. I think Quad Cities is probably better, maybe. But anyways, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's for Hancock and McDonough counties. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in your general vicinity there. You can see the line of storms that are starting to march on through over into Illinois. They're moving a lot farther north than some of these other areas that we've been talking about. But the that's the reason why they issued a severe thunderstorm warning, this new severe thunderstorm warning for Cass and Schuyler counties. That'll be in effect also until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live over there, you really need to continue to monitor that, monitor these storms. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So there is threat for some hail within these storms. But still something to keep in mind with all of that. All right, let's go back to St. Louis. Here's the line of storms. You can clearly see the line of storms that are approaching St. Louis. It's actually approaching the Beltway right now. So if you live along the Beltway or inside the Beltway into the metropolitan areas of St. Louis, there you go. There's your severe weather that's starting to ramp up a bit. So that's something to keep in mind as this continues to push on through. So if you live near St. Louis, you need to continue to monitor this heavily. Over here, if you take a look at the top right part of my, or the top right of the screen, you can see my mouse over there. This right here, you can see a little bit of some dark clouds that are starting to approach. So this is something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. We'll actually see this all unfold in front of us. So, Schuyler County, is that how it's pronounced? Sure, it's Schuyler. If it's Schuyler, then it's my my fault, but it doesn't look like Schuyler. Jefferson, Mississippi storm expires. Yep, so it's now just this one that's heading into St. Louis. Anyways, but some really ominous clouds that are approaching the general vicinity of St. Louis. A lot of lightning for the most part around here. We'll actually take a look at that based off a radar scope here. And radar scope is showing definitely some strong storms with some large amounts of lightning, more or less located near the St. Charles area. There was a person that was over there that said there was a lot of lightning that commented that, and I agree with that statement. That being made. Tornado warning. A tornado warning for Louisiana. Wow. Okay. So the risk, as I said, isn't exactly over here for you all. But let's see. Where's the tornado warning? So tornado warning for Jackson, Lincoln, Wachita, and Union counties in Louisiana. That's actually up near. Jeez, that's up here. Shreveport. So there is a bit of rotation here. Look at this. The range folding, you can't exactly see a whole lot. So luckily, we have our experimental radar. So tornado warning for Jackson, Lincoln, Wachita, and Union counties. That'll be in effect until, or not counties, parishes. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's take a look at our experimental radar here, because this is what it's used for. And yep, there's your rotation right here. It's not exactly the best in the world, but here is your rotation. You got your reds moving away from the radar, your greens and blues moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, near the town of Chaudront, moving to the north and east. So if you live near Chaudront, if you live near Downsville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. This will be heading over the Interstate 20 area, so if you live over there, you should be in your safe space as we speak. Heading off towards the Downsville into the State Route 15 area, you guys need to continue to monitor this one heavily, as well as towards Point. It'll be impacting the State Route 15 and the Point areas in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time, you can go ahead and plan out how you can get into your safe space. You can even get pillows, you can get helmets and stuff like that, and you'd be able to protect yourself from the tornadic rotation here. Just by looking at the reflectivity here from the experimental radar, you can see that there's a bit of an appendage here for this storm. The inflow coming in, so there is a little bit of activity here with the severe storm as it continues to approach Monroe. So that's something to keep in mind. If you guys don't mind sharing the stream and liking the video so that we can get the information out here. Let's get the information out. Liking the video basically makes it so that this appears on more people's recommended feeds. So it tells YouTube's algorithm that more people actually want to see this footage and or should see this footage. So just by liking the video, that's exactly what happens. And so we can get the information out for the people who live here in Louisiana. We also have our footage up for St. Louis, but for the most part, it's more or less for the people who live in Louisiana I'm more concerned about. So something to really keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east, that we really need to monitor this storm. But yeah, this is some really decent rotation here. Echo tops, I can't really see a whole lot because this experimental radar only does so much. But yeah, the storm definitely looks like it's starting to try and wrap up, I should say. The hook here is really starting to try and become a bit more organized. There isn't really a lot to say about this storm because there's not a lot that's falling here. This is a relatively small supercell in my honest opinion. But your velocities are still there. I mean, your greens are moving towards, your reds are moving away. Right here near Chaudhry is where the rotation would be, maybe even your tornadic rotation. So if you live over there, as I said, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest and most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. As I said, share the stream, like the video. Liking the video gets on YouTube's algorithm, puts it on more people's recommended pages. So let's keep going. Let's share this information because there is the potential of a tornado that could be heading off towards Downsville Points and along State Route 15 in Louisiana, just to the north and the west of Monroe. And Monroe is a decently populated area. I'll take the radar off. You can see how populated Monroe actually is. You know, it's not a place like Jackson, Mississippi, but look, there's quite a few places here around Monroe. And if we expand further out, there even is some developments that are in the pathway of this system. So if we can prevent this from continuing to if we can prevent this from impacting people, then that's the best case scenario for us. So as I said, share the stream, like the video so that people can actually get this on people's recommended feeds. That's the way to go here. That's what we're trying to do, trying to inform people about where this thing is going. So there's still some decent rotation here. Ooh, look at that, chat. Hold up, let me full screen. I'm going to full screen real quickly the St. Louis stuff. That is a shelf cloud right there off to the left-hand side. So these storms are now starting to really impact St. Louis, and the people over there need to monitor this one heavily. Real quickly, speaking of St. Louis, we're going to go over there. We're going to show people what all is happening. But strong gusty winds that are currently impacting St. Louis. People really need to monitor this storm heavily because as this moves on through, you guys can see gusty winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour, maybe even some nickel-sized hail, maybe penny-sized hail. But for the most part, strong gusty winds. You can see this blue here, which indicates some amounts of hail, maybe not too strong, maybe not too large, but your gusty winds are still there 100%. So definitely something to where the city of St. Louis definitely does not want to take this lightly, and that you could definitely see some gusty winds, even outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. Ferguson all the way down to Clayton, all the way to Florissant. You guys are getting a lot of gusty winds here, even off into Mussex Ferry and further north than that. Some strong gusty winds, basically extending from one end of the Mississippi River all the way to the other. So really something that we're going to want to watch as this moves on through. Back to the tornado warning we go, because this storm still looks relatively interesting for the most part. Yep, the rotation is still there, so this is a tornadic system that we are going to want to monitor. It's not super strong at the moment, but it also is strong enough to warrant a tornado warning. You can clearly see the hook here from this system, the inflow coming in unimpeded. So right in here near Chaudhry is where the rotation would be, or where the potential tornado could potentially be in those areas. And there's the new scan that just came in. The velocities have actually tried to tighten up a little bit. So there is some general rotation here with this storm. And that is something that we're going to want to monitor as this moves on through. People were saying there was rotation over here in Louisiana, this part. Kinda. I don't see anything. What about over here? Someone said there was rotation near Natchitoches. Not exactly. So I think the worst area of rotation would be near the Monroe area, but still something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. But yep, this storm definitely still looks interesting here in presentation. I'll put the tilt up a bit more. Here's your supercell. Here's the inflow notch to where the supercell would be. The one thing I do notice is that the outflow is a bit more of a bow, which tells me that there's a lot more of some gusty winds being surged in behind this. So a really strong wind threat right here, just to the south of Downsville, just to the north of the Interstate 20 area. So as I said, if you live near Downsville, live near Point, if you live near State Route 15, you guys need to go ahead, get into your safe space, get underground or get in the lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So as it moves off to the north and east, it'll head off to the town of Point in about 15 to 20 minutes, Downsville in about 5 to 10 minutes. Actually, maybe sooner than that, as soon as you guys are getting impacted. So yeah, as I said, some really interesting rotation here near Downsville. You can clearly see the reds are moving away from the radar, the greens and blues moving towards. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And this is exactly what we did not want to see here. Some really interesting rotation for the most part. For those who thought that the event is over, you're wrong. Unfortunately, you're wrong, but you are, we kind of said before that this most likely would happen, and this is exactly what happened. We're not out of the risk yet. We still have the threat for tornadoes. We have the 5 and the 10% chance for tornadoes still there. So I can't exactly say that this thing is completely over yet. What in the world? I don't even know. Anyways. But yeah, still some really interesting rotation here from the storm. It doesn't look all too organized completely. I don't see a debris signature from this cell, but still something that we're going to want to monitor as this continues to move on through. So as I said, if you live in any of these areas, either in this tornado warning or if you live in the areas near St. Louis, share the stream and like the stream. What that does is that basically gets the word out more efficiently. Liking the stream actually makes it so that it appears on more people's recommended feeds. So if you do that, then we'll be able to get the word out more efficiently. St. Louis right now is actually starting to get hammered by those lines of storms. You're actually going to see that on the screen above here. So, but this is definitely something that the people in St. Louis need to get indoors for. You do not want to be pelted with some strong gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour, as well as some spotty hail that could be with it. So stay indoors, please. And then in regards to the tornado warning that's down in Louisiana, just to the north and west of Monroe, you guys most certainly do not want to be in this whatsoever either, especially if you guys are trying to find the tornado and it's raining about. You won't be able to see the tornado until it's literally right on top of you. So just get into your safe space. That's the best thing to do in this situation. So I would just rather be safe than sorry, in my honest opinion. So place a storm track here. It'll be impacting the places of State Route 15 in about 5 to 10 minutes, more or less 5 minutes. It'll be impacting the town of Point in about 10 to 15 minutes, and then it'll be heading off into the Sterlington area in a little under a half an hour. So if you live over there, you guys have a little bit of time, but you guys definitely need to continue to monitor the storm as this moves off into your general vicinity. So something to really watch as this pushes on through. And that's concerning right there. The southern edge of the inflow notch here. That, I'm not sure if it's kicking up debris or anything. This is an experimental radar, so we can't exactly say that this is a tornado here. But north of Interstate 20 in Louisiana, if you live over there near Downsville, Point, Claiborne, you really need to get into your safe space now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Moving back over to St. Louis, the gusty winds are now starting to hammer your area. As a matter of fact, if you take a look at the camera above us, you can see just that. But for the most part, there is some real strong gusty winds that are moving on through St. Louis and even northern parts of St. Louis. So if you live over there, you guys really need to monitor this with the utmost care, in my honest opinion. So please, you're definitely going to want to go ahead and stay indoors for that one. If you guys are new to the channel and you do want to help support us, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. I do these live streams whenever these severe weather events are relatively bad. I also do uploads every single morning, updating you all on what all is happening about the weather in the United States. I could do weather for some other countries and stuff like that, but for right now, we'll stick with the United States. But if you guys do want to see more of that, please be sure to subscribe, turn on notifications, and share this with friends and family and on social media, as well as follow me on social media, including our Discord server, which I'm pretty sure our mod will distribute for you all. But still, regardless, something that we're going to want to really continue to monitor as this continues to move on through this evening. So yeah, a lot of gusty winds that are pushing on through in St. Louis. Not exactly too much activity there. A lot of gusty winds for the most part, but still something that they're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. All right, Ouachita and Union counties in Louisiana, you guys still have a tornado warning, but Jackson and Lincoln, or actually parishes, Jackson and Lincoln, though, you guys are out of the risk. You've been canceled for the most part, so that's the good news there. Let's go back to the storm over here in Monroe, because this actually is starting to look pretty interesting. The only thing oh yeah, that's a hook. Look at that hook, chat. Look at that hook. That is a clear hook right there from this storm. Would not be surprised if this thing tried to form. But yeah, that is a clear hook from the cell. Could become tornadic. Very easily could produce a tornado. As I said, unfortunately, we don't have the best of radar. The best of radar coverage here because we're using an experimental radar. But still, something to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. That we are going to want to really watch out for these cells, especially stuff that become tornado warned. 62 mile per hour wind gusts in St. Charles. So that tells you all the reason as to why I said there's a lot of gusty winds up there. We'll actually go back to the radar image. One thing I want to mention real quickly. Look at the visibility above us. The visibility's gone. There's no more visibility. There's nothing to look at. It's just rain. So, yeah. I kind of said before, there's a lot of gusty winds for the most part. And, yeah. It's exactly just that. It's exactly that. So, if you live in any of these areas near St. Louis and the metropolitan areas, whether you're north or south, you guys could definitely see some strong gusty winds for the most part. But yeah, that wind gust report of 60 some odd miles per hour. What was it? trying to figure it out here for you all. Where the heck did it go? So much for me. There you go, St. Charles. Yeah, 62 mile per hour. 62 miles per hour with that one. So, geez, pretty strong gusty winds with that one. Very strong gusty winds with that one. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning over here in Monroe. Let's see if this thing is updated any bit. Still has that decent area. What are the increments that this thing loads in by? So it's not exactly up to date per se. We'll say that much. It does lag behind by about, I'd say, what? At 10 minutes. So this thing might be actually impacting it, be impacted right about now. Let's move over to the Shreveport radar here. Let's move over to the Shreveport radar here. So, definitely something that we're going to want to continue to monitor with this as this continues to move on through. And Shreveport's having a whale of a time figuring out what's happening here as well. But there is some pretty interesting rotation for the most part. I don't see any debris signatures from this, which is the good news here, but we're going to go back in time a little bit to see if there is actually a tornado warning from this event, or a tornado that produced from the tornado warning on this event. So I guess we'll have to see as time goes along. As I said, if you want to join my Discord server, someone will put it in the chat. It just so happens to be me this time. But yep, there you go. The link to my Discord server is in the chat right there. We're almost to 500 members. We're just a bit shy at the moment. And when I mean shy, I mean we have 488 members at the moment. So we're pretty close to 500 members for the most part. Whenever we hit that milestone, that'll be the highest I've ever had. Or that'll be, I guess right now will technically be the highest amount of members I've ever had to begin with. So, you know, there's that thing as well. But, yep, some strong storms that are moving on through here for the most part. And the visibility is plummeted for the most part in St. Louis. But you still have the strong gusty winds that are moving through in Monroe. So if you live near Monroe, you guys definitely need to monitor the storm, especially if you live to the north and west of Monroe, near Downsville, near Spencer, those areas. The rotation has kind of depleted a little bit, I will say that much, but still something that we're going to want to monitor as we go through here in time. As I said, the radar isn't exactly our friend. We have our experimental radar here, but it's super behind sometimes, so we're not really going to use that a whole lot. But, yeah. What are your thoughts on Friday? The low-level jet and shear is lacking. It also looks to grow upscale, so I'm going to say it doesn't look like a big tornado day. Large hail and wind is likely, though. I say large hail is most likely. Geez, there's going to be some very large hail for the most part. There's a decent tornado threat. It's not exactly the worst in the world, but there is the chance for some tornadoes within the main risk area. So I'm going to continue to monitor this as best as possible, but as this continues to move on through, we'll have to see. So let's refresh our memories real quickly as to what this red box is about. A tornado warning for Ouachita and Union counties in Louisiana. Not counties, actually, it's parishes. But Jackson and Jackson and Lincoln parishes have been canceled, so now it's Ouachita and Union parishes. That'll be in effect until that would be 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look here at the reflectivity, there is some decent curling here. So your inflow notch would be right on the rear of the storm. Your rotation would be somewhere around there as well. It's not exactly all too strong at the moment, but it's still something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. So if you live near Point, if you live near Spencer, Sterlington, State Route 2, as well as State Route 143, you guys need to continue to monitor this system. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all, for the most part. This rotation will be moving off towards the Spencer areas in about 10 to 15 minutes, moving on through towards the north of the Perryville area, kind of paralleling United States Route 165 before crossing over the Sheltons and Wardville area, I should say, in about a half an hour. So if you live over there, you guys have a little bit of time, but still these storms are moving relatively quickly. So you guys definitely need to monitor this, especially for tornadic development. Let's go back to the storms over here in St. Louis. A lot of you must be wondering as to what all just happened. This is what happened. Your massive line of storms is officially pushed on through. And for the people who are on the western metropolitan area of St. Louis, you guys are mostly in the clear. But the eastern parts over into Illinois, you guys are still getting impacted by those strong gusty winds, even along the Beltway. So if you live anywhere along those areas, you guys need to continue to get into shelter, because you do not want to be impacted by some of these strong gusty winds. If we quickly pay attention, there's some low-hanging clouds there in St. Louis at the moment, as well as a little bit of a rainbow too, but that is a really ominous low-hanging cloud that is there. I'm not exactly sure what we are looking at, but that is some very ominous clouds that are moving on through after the storm pushed off. Might actually be the area of rotation that the National Weather Service has mentioned with this tornado possible, but that is a really interesting, really interesting thing to see here that's going over St. Louis in itself. So that's just some, I just want to continue to watch that. Just wanted to make a note. There we go. I just wanted to make a note of that there's that low-hanging cloud that's moving over St. Louis, and that is really, really interesting. That's not a tornado, guys. We don't see anything that's reaching the ground. It's just some really interesting low-hanging clouds that are moving through. But that's really interesting. Is that rotation? It very easily could be rotation. It'd be more towards the rear of the storm back over here. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it were to be something like that. But I don't see a whole lot from it, which is the good news. There is something there. I will say that much. That may be a hanging cloud, but that's not a tornado. That could be scud, it could be a wall cloud, but that's just really interesting that I wanted to make a note of. I can't exactly tell if that's a funnel, because the actual cloud in itself is pretty low resolution for the most part. But it's looking really interesting, to say the least. I will say that much. I will say that. I will say this: the visibility for St. Louis has gone up. So the storms have really just kind of pushed on through this general vicinity. But this is really something that we're going to want to continue to monitor, especially with these storms that move into Illinois. Because if this actually ends up turning into a tornadic rotation here for the most part, then we can potentially see something later on. New mesoscale discussion concerning Tornado Watch 75. Let's read the text here out loud. Isolated severe threat continues across southern portions of Tornado Watch 75 and vicinity. So basically, Louisiana, that's where the highest area, or the highest chance of tornadoes could potentially form. Maybe even to southern Arkansas into western parts of Mississippi. Convection has continued struggling to intensify across much of Tornado Watch. A feed of greater low-level moisture is present across Louisiana, where generally mid-60 dew points present along the surface. One cell in northern Louisiana has recently developed low to mid-level rotation. So that's the tornado warning that they're talking about right now. From area, radars showed sufficiently veering, strengthening wind profile and with height to support continued updraft rotation. A tornado remains possible in the short term, with any storms that remain at least semi-discrete, isolated. Strong gusty winds also appear possible. At this point, the need for a downstream watch remains uncertain, but trends are being closely monitored. So that's something that we're going to want to continue to watch as that continues to move on through. Alright, so St. Louis, for the most part, is really out of the risk, so we won't really have to say a whole lot more about what's happening in St. Louis. That's the good news there. There's actually been reports of wind damage here in Shelby County in Missouri. My goodness, I cannot speak. 3-inch tree limbs broken off and power poles are broken. That's some strong gusty winds, I'll say that much. So that's something that we really need to monitor from these lines of storms that are pushing on through, that it has had a history of doing some wind damage. So let's go back to the tornado warning over here near Spencer, to the north of Monroe. This storm is really starting to look pretty interesting for the most part. It has rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere, albeit somewhat weak, but it still is showing some signs to where it could potentially do so. So, as I mentioned, if you live near Spencer, Sterlington, as well as Perryville, you guys need to monitor the system. I'd particularly say get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. There's a little bit of rotation over here near St. Maurice, near Natchitoches, but it's still relatively weak at the moment. I can't exactly say that this thing is super well organized, especially since the echo tops aren't really too tall on the cell. So, I mean, it's alright, but it's not exactly too interesting. So this is derecho. Can't exactly say that for certain. Probably not. It'd have to do severe damage across a widespread area. But severe thunderstorm warning that has been updated. This is in the St. Louis vicinity, so St. Clair County in Illinois has now been canceled, but St. Louis and St. Louis City in Missouri will continue. No, I'm sorry. That's false. St. Clair, Illinois, St. Louis, and St. Louis City will be canceled, but Madison and Illinois will be continued further downstream, so you still have that severe area. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Ashley, Arkansas, and Morehouse Parish, Louisiana. So that's something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as well. I'm assuming that's going to be the stuff that's happening downstream, I think. But still something that we're going to want to monitor as time goes along here this evening. Let's go down to the stuff over here near Fort Polk. There is a little area, this little storm down here that's looking pretty interesting for the most part. By the way, there was a severe thunderstorm that was near Fayette and Shelby counties in Tennessee. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We'll take a look at that stuff in a bit, but I do want to take a look at the stuff near Leesville. It's looking decent, so I guess we'll have to continue to monitor that. And then there's more reports of damage from places around St. Louis. This is near Camp Point in Adams County, where emergency management reports downed trees and power lines. So if you live over there, there's a lot of damage that had been done from the line of storms, and that people need to continue to monitor that. So this cell down here is looking kind of decent. There's not really a lot of rotation on it, but just a lot of gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail for the most part, especially near Josephine and Neam. So those areas definitely need to continue to be closely monitored, in my honest opinion. Let's go back to the storm up here. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning that we were talking about. So that was downstream. So let's go up towards Memphis. Take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning. That's near Collierville and Cordova. So some gusty winds along this line here. Actually, some really strong gusty winds for the most part. And so people downstream near Oakland, Sladen, Red Banks, Moscow, Wilston, Somerville. You guys could definitely see some strong gusty winds for the most part. But it really needs to be something that people need to closely monitor as this moves off to the north and east. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and just go indoors. It's highly recommended that you stay indoors for the most part. I actually highly recommend it for the most part. So please go ahead and just go indoors. If you guys are new to the channel and you want to help support us, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream. Leaving a like actually tells YouTube's algorithm to send the stream out to more people. It actually gets put onto their recommended feed. So if you actually like the live stream, then we're getting the word out towards more people who might not actually know what's happening. So like the live stream, subscribe if you enjoy it, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media, as well as to people who might be impacted. That's another thing. We want to try and get the word out as much as possible for the most part. Sure, this risk isn't as bad as like the ones that happened in March, but it's our job here to try and cover this regardless. Am I in St. Louis? Myself, I am not in St. Louis, but I have covered a bunch of the stuff across the board here in St. Louis for the most part. So some strong gusty winds and some wind damage. There's some more wind damage being reported. Winds that took off a mobile... took the tin off of a mobile home. So I'm assuming that's the roof of the mobile home. That is some strong wind gusts over in LaBelle, which is in Lewis County, Missouri. So some reports of damage coming in from these lines of storms that are moving on through in St. Louis. And we just hope that no one is severely impacted by some of these storms. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to closely monitor. If you guys want to join my Discord server, please be sure to click that link because we have a nice little community of talking about weather and teaching people about weather and stuff like that. So if you want to just vibe with us, whether you like weather or not, that's the place to go. I enjoy that place very much so. Let's go back to Shreveport here. We'll go back to the tornado warning, and one thing I do want to note here on reflectivity is it looks like it's starting to create these swirling bands to where the rotation could actually be. So your inflow is right here towards the rear of the storm. Your velocities show that there is a bit of rotation here, so your reds are moving away, your grays are moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Let me actually fix this up for you real quickly to make it look a whole lot better. There it is. So here's a bit better the rotation. Greens moving towards the radar, your reds and grays moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live near Spencer, if you live near Haley, if you live off to the north and east of that towards Wardville, Beekman, as well as Shelton's, you guys need to monitor this storm heavily. And if you live near Haley and Spencer, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest and most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Getting some timings out here for you all. The new update came in and the rotation shrunk a little bit, but then again, we are moving further and further away from the radar, so we can expect the actual rotation to shrink quite a bit, but this will be heading off across the Haley area. As soon as you get this transmission, you should be indoors already, so you might as well just truck your way on through into the bathroom. That's most likely advised, in my honest opinion, and then it'll be heading off towards the Beekman area in about 15 to 20, maybe around 20 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys have a little bit of time to continue to monitor the storm, maybe get into your safe space if needed. But still something that we're going to want to continue to watch as time goes along. Let us see. not a whole lot of stuff that's happening right now. I will admit this. Let us see. I want to try and pull something up here. Mon logs. Nope, it's fine. What's the Rule 6 violation again? Which is motion of other Discord servers, which makes sense. But yeah, definitely a lot of storms that are marching its way on through. Some could be severe, as indicated here in northern parts of Louisiana. Some others, maybe not so much. But one thing I do know for certain is that the tornado warning will continue until it expires. Severe thunderstorm warning that was over in Tennessee just got canceled, so there is really not a lot to talk about here from these storms. There really is not. Let's see, more reports. This is actually a corrected report from one of the previous reports that I mentioned near Shelbina. So, reports from MPing of a 3-inch tree limb broken and power poles broken. So, still, regardless, it's the same thing as to what they reported. It's just the source was from MPing in regards to all of that. Let's see. But yeah, just a lot of stuff that's happening here. So I guess we can get into some forecasts and stuff like that. If we want to start getting into all of that. How's Eastern Iowa doing right now? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Let's go over to Lincoln, Illinois, and go over, switch the radar over to Quad Cities. There's still that severe thunderstorm, by the way, for, give me a second as I'll get this for you. For Schuyler counties, that'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. There's also been a lot of reports of some damage in general. Some tree limbs broken for the most part. So if you live over there, definitely a lot of gusty winds that are surging through your area, but Eastern Iowa, depending upon where you live in Eastern Iowa, it's calm and then it's quite rainy. So if you live from like Washington further down to like Winfield, Morning Sun, Minneapolis, and further south than that, then you guys could be seeing some gusty winds, maybe some larger amounts of rainfall that is occurring for the most part. So I would just have to say that you guys really need to monitor this. Unless if you're like over near Davenport, then right now you guys are kind of out of the risk. But you guys could start to see some of this later on tonight, probably within the next hour, hour and a half. So I'd really have to continue to watch this closely as this moves on through. But not a whole lot that's happening right now, I will admit that, near Iowa City. So you guys are starting to get some scattered thunderstorms that are going to be moving through your area. Let's actually see. Storm motion from warning. We'll place the storm track right here. That's not accurate. Yeah, storm motion from warning. Yep, so it'll be impacting Iowa City. This storm track's supposed to be flipped, so it's going this way. But it'll impact your area in about 15 minutes, more or less. Maybe a little bit earlier than that, maybe a little bit later than that, but 15 to 20 minutes, I'd say, is about a good rough estimate as to when you guys can see these thunderstorms. So, yep, that's, in my honest opinion, as to what all you guys can see within your areas. It's reached Illinois already? Yeah, for the most part. If we take a look back here on radar scope, here is the outline of the border from Illinois all the way over to Iowa. And now here you're in Missouri. Here's St. Louis. And going all the way down to Illinois. Here's your border of Illinois as well. Goes all the way down to the Ohio River and the Mississippi River where it intersects. This is a terrible drawing, but you get the point. The storms are inside Illinois, and they're creating some gusty winds for the most part. Flood warning has been issued for Bodcau and Bayou, Bodcau and jeez, I can't say things correctly. This is 100% wonderful. You know what? Let's just go over to there. So flood warning for Bodcau Bayou and Bayou Bodcau Lake until further notice. So the risk for flooding is pretty great over here in Louisiana. Good chance for some flooding for the most part. So you guys are really going to want to monitor this as much as possible here. I'm trying to see what else I can get here. There's flood advisory. There's not really too much. New reports come in. Jackson, flood warning. That's cool. Another flood warning. So a lot of flood issues across the board here with so much precipitation and rainfall. So your threat still lingers for the most part, but it isn't exactly, you know, all too expansive, if you will. But here's the satellite imagery for you. Hold up. What radar do I need the least? If someone asks what's happening in Searcy, I'll just tell them rain. Alright, we're putting this radar to Jackson because there's some new storms that are forming. New storms that are forming here. So, we'll continue to monitor this one. As this continues to load, we'll figure out what happens. There we go. So, here's your new band of thunderstorms that are forming. This is the thing that we noticed on satellite. And it's pretty congealed at the moment. I think it's actually connecting with the line of storms that are up into Tennessee and even into Illinois. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But still, new storms that are forming. And we need to definitely monitor this as much as possible. I don't see anything all too much with a telltale detail that tells me, you know, what if there's any sort of issues and or ideas as to what's happening within this line of storms. But still, regardless, you still have your tornado warning that's near Louisiana to the north of Monroe. It's pretty congealed at the moment. But there is some pretty interesting rotation that's heading off to the north of Perryville, heading off to the Wardville, the Sheltons, and the Beekman areas, as well as along United States Route 425. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and just monitor this storm heavily. Okay, Nate, let's figure out how to get you more subscribers. Don't say it's not important. We need more live chasers nationwide. Well, I mean, you know, if chasers want to help me out and get the word out, that would be great too. But in regards to more subscribers, I'm kind of fighting with like 5 or 6 other YouTubers, which may not sound like a lot, but you know, in regards to where I am compared to these other YouTubers, these other weather YouTubers, for the most part, have a lot more subscribers than I do. So, it typically, in regards to me watching my videos or people watching my videos, you know, I'm always happy whenever I get a subscriber. You know, at least if I ever get 1 subscriber every day, I will always be happy. If I get more, of course I'll be more happy. But, you know, if I ever see that I get a subscriber a day, I don't complain, because you know I know how hard it was. I remember how hard it was to get a subscriber way back when. And so, in regards to severe weather analysis and stuff like that, you know, this is when I mainly get all my content, all my subscribers and stuff like that. What I'm thinking about now, though, is I actually have an idea in regards to a video. This video will actually explain, or it's going to be a video series to where I'm actually going to explain the weather to you all. And it won't be just this stupid robot video or whatever. It will be, I hope to God it's funny. I hope. But it'll happen after a major severe weather event. So something like a moderate or a high risk that impacts a lot of people. That way, I'll take, you know, as much as I don't want to say I'll take full advantage. I'll take full advantage of how many people show up to my stream and continue to want to look at my channel. I'll take full advantage of that and post that video to where hopefully people will be able to like it, share it, stuff like that, and it'll blow up. But that's the plan. That's the plan. Yes, there is currently a tornado warning at the moment. It's the actual rotation itself is outside of the jurisdiction of the warning. But yeah, there is a little bit of there is a tornado warning currently near Sterlington, as well as near Spencer. So if you live over there, you guys are pretty much out of the risk. But their actual rotation itself is moving towards Sheltons and Wardsville. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor this for the most part. No, you just need big storms and live chasers and BU. Well, yeah, if I had live chasers, then obviously I'd do a whole lot better. Obviously a whole lot better. I mean, I have Matt, and so Matt helps a lot, especially when there's severe weather over in Texas. He chases that. We actually have had tornadoes on previous live streams, so we help out with that. New tornado warning, by the way. Look at that. That's for the new rotation that we were talking about. So Wardville, Sheltons, Beekman, if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So here's the rotation right here. You can see that the brighter oranges indicate stronger rotation. Actually, let's fix it here for you. So there you go. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the south of Wardville, near the town of Shelton's, moving to the north and east. So it'll be impacting the areas of United States Route 425 in about 5 minutes, moving off to the Galleon areas in about 10 to 15 minutes per se, and then towards the Bonita areas in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this storm as this continues to move off to the north and east. As I said, still some tornadic rotation with this as this moves off, and the people that I have called out for to watch the storm needs to continue to monitor the storm. So really something that we need to monitor as this pushes on through. Someone said there was a lot of stuff that's happening near Alexandria. Yeah, there's actually a storm near Niam that's started to intensify a bit. This might actually have some tornadic rotation with it as well. If I take a look at the upper parts of the atmosphere, yep, it is starting to kind of pick up that tornadic rotation. So this is another cell that we might want to look for near Fort Polk in general. So if you live in Fort Polk, you guys may also get some more severe weather, maybe even some tornadic rotation here. So something that we really need to watch out for as time goes along, and something that I will continue to watch for as time goes along. So let's get the word out here. People, share the stream, like the stream. By liking it, it actually tells YouTube's algorithm that more people like the stream, so this actually gets put out to more people's recommended feed. So if you actually like the stream, you're actually getting the word out a lot more efficiently than just by sharing a link. So if you like the stream, that'd be greatly appreciated. Also subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications so that you guys might be up to date with whatever I do, whether it's videos or whether it's live streams, just like for events like this one. But really interesting right here with this cell here near Niam, heading into the Fort Polk vicinity. Definitely something that I'm really going to want to monitor as time moves along. Alright, the severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois seems to be gone now, so that is good. But still, the threat for severe weather, the chance for tornadoes, lingers north of Monroe. So it's really something to monitor. Nate's in a slump everyone goes through. I'm not in a slump. In my opinion, I'm still having a whale of a time. I actually enjoy what I'm at right now. Sure, I'm not getting a lot of people who are watching, but I am I'm still being me, and I'm still having people who are watching me. So, yeah, that's all I can ask for. All I can ask for is people to continue to watch. All I can ask for is people to continue to stay tuned, you know, whether that's by subscribing, stuff like that. But, yep. So, the rotation here, it's starting to become really interesting. But I can't exactly say what all is happening in the surface because we're looking up 10,000 feet in the sky, and that's really high for me to actually say what all is happening. So I'll just say the rotation's near Shelton's. It's moving off towards Bonita and Galleon. So if you live over near Galleon, you guys have about 10 minutes to get into your safe space, get underground, and get in the lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And then Bonita, it'll be heading off into your general vicinity relatively soon as well, in about 15 minutes. So if you live over in those areas, you guys have a little bit of time, but not a whole lot of time. So just get into your safe space. Let's go over to Jackson's radar real quickly. And some of these other cells along the line here are looking kind of interesting. Not too interesting to the point where I can start saying, hey, they might be tornadic, but it's still something that I'm going to want to continue to watch as this unfolds in front of us. But yeah, that's this is definitely something that we're going to want to watch and monitor as this moves on through. 100%. Yeah, this storm really is looking interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if they pull a tornado warning here, Fort Polk. So if you know anyone who lives in Fort Polk, I'd tell them to monitor this storm heavily. Maybe even get indoors. I'd say get indoors, more or less. In my honest opinion, that's probably the best thing to do here, because I would not be surprised if something was issued from that. Convective outlook has been issued. Oh my good lord. Slight risk. Okay, so it got downgraded to a 5%. 5% chance for tornadoes instead of a 10%. So that's one thing. The Storm Prediction Center is losing faith into the chances of tornadoes being formed there, but it still has a 5% chance for tornadoes, and that is still the threshold of me being able to live stream here on YouTube. So we will continue to cover it as much as possible. Memphis. updated. I don't care. I don't care about that either. So that's not updating me on anything. Has there been any confirmed tornadoes today? Yeah, according to the National Weather Service, with one of the warning texts, it also had debris signature on it, so it helped out with that. But we had a confirmed tornado that we actually watched from when it was a baby cell, or for the most part a baby cell, all the way up into it producing a tornado. I think that was actually the highlight of this stream. We actually noticed that cell prior to anyone else noticing it, and I'm hoping that we I hope that we helped people along the way, informing people about the weather, that it could impact people, and there's only so much we can do, you know? So we try to inform people, we try to help people. We will continue to do this as it continues to move on through, but 5% is not a 0%. Yep, indeed. That is true, 100%. Speaking of not a 0%, this thing is not entirely a 0% chance of forming tornadoes. It actually has a 2% chance of tornadoes. But it does have some general rotation here. You can see the greens are actually moving towards the radar. Hold up. Where's the radar? There's the radar. So the greens are moving towards. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle right here is where the rotation would be. So I would continue to monitor the storm, the tornadic potential for this storm as this continues to move off to the north and east, but really something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. So we had 500 likes, everyone. That's amazing. You guys are absolutely insane. As I said, liking helps share the video because YouTube's algorithm tells YouTube's algorithm that people need to go watch it. But that is amazing that we got over 500 likes. So thank you all so much for supporting the stream. It's making this the 7 hours worth it for the most part, even though the 7 hours is always worth it for severe weather. So pretty nice. Audio could be a bit higher. I mean, yeah, that's true because my voice is kind of dead. So I will say that you're about right with that. But just know it's because my voice is kind of starting to die. But if it makes you feel any better, I can't actually turn it up any further. So, oh well, oh well. But yeah, this is definitely pretty interesting for the most part. Let's take a look over. Jay Bolton, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Let's take a look over at the storm here, the tornado warning storm. Can't look at it anymore because there's range folding across the board, so we can't exactly see what's happening here. We gotta take a look at it from Jackson's radar, which is an equivalent distance, and there is a little bit of rotation here still. Your reds are moving away, your greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Use your donations for equipment. I already have. I got one of the best microphones in the game. I'm currently using the money that I got from working at the ski resort to buy myself a mic stand and the shock mount. That'll be coming in towards the latter stages of this week into the beginning parts of next week. And yeah. I just left the MRBB33 Weather Channel, which says 2 cyclones could meet and heading over to Australia. Can I confirm this? I probably could confirm this actually for you. Hold up. How do I want to look at this? Weather Bell. Weather Bell's probably the best. All right, GFS. We're going to want to take a look at the southern hemisphere. That's not exactly what we want to look at. New Zealand-ish. No. Australia-ish. Where's the Pacific? Asia and Africa. Oceanic. Yeah, for the most part. We'll go over to tropical tidbits then, and we'll take a look at these regions. So, Southwest Pacific here. Here's your cyclone that's over towards the side here. You got these 2 potential cyclones that could be moving off in between Australia and some of the American Samoa Islands, moving on through towards New Zealand. But I don't see anything that can actually congeal within itself. Let's take a look at the opposite side of Southeast Pacific, Southwest Pacific. Indian Ocean. All right, let's take a look here. Okay, so here's your cyclones that you're talking about over to the side. Yeah, it does look like these cyclones could combine. Actually, more or less, what happens is there's this study that's been conducted for weather. So it's called the Fujiwara effect. And what that means is if you have two low pressure systems that are near each other, they actually will spin or rotate around each other. So it's the same thing with tornadoes that happen. Same thing with cyclones, same thing with low pressure systems. So you can actually see, based off the diagram here, this is exactly what happens. The cyclone doesn't exactly just join per se, it's just conjoin with each other. It just kind of gets slingshotted into Australia before the cyclone actually makes landfall on the western side, so it's pretty interesting. Levy is a friend of mine. Levy I haven't actually talked to, but I've heard is amazing. So, yeah, I appreciate Levy for putting together tropical tidbits like he has done. He's pretty amazing at what he does with this. So, yeah. That's pretty cool, but for the most part, yeah, I'd say the two tropical cyclones at least come close to merging. He says that might grow over 300 miles wide. It might. I can't actually make a distance tool here for you. I can't actually measure how wide this could be, but it is pretty expansive for the most part. Actually, I have one way of doing it. I can eyeball it. Yeah, I'd say 300 miles wide's not that big. Around the type of style that I can anticipate. A confirmed tornado. Oh boy. Observed. Was this based off a radar? What? Oh yeah, there is the debris signature right there. Look at that. Shelton's. Yeah, well, good thing we told people in Shelton's and Wardville to get into their safe space. Galley and Bonita, you guys need to stay in there. That is right there. I gotta do a couple more things to say. Yeah, that could be a tornadic signature right there, so... Yeah, if you live near Bonita, you guys need to go ahead and really get into your safe space now. Because this is a tornado that's on the ground, alright? That's really, really something that we're gonna have to watch as this moves off to the north and east. Some general rotation, you got your greens moving towards, your reds moving away. Right in the middle, this broad area of rotation that has produced some debris that's lofted up to 10,000 feet up in the sky. This is where your tornado would be. So, Galleon, Bonita, Jones, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. As I said, Bonita and Galleon, you guys will be impacted within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jones in about 15. So if you're over there, you have a little bit of time, but not too much time. So I'd recommend just getting into your safe space if you're in those areas. But this is really something that you guys need to monitor really heavily as this moves off to the north and east. Take care of that voice. We love what you do. I'm so used to yelling at sports games and stuff like that, so this is more or less just a bit of practice. I'm training myself for when I do longer live streams and stuff like that. Yep, confirmed tornado here. Actually, take off the radar here. It does seem as if it impacted a couple of residential areas, unfortunately. We'll circle the debris ball here. And we'll turn off radar. Yeah, it does look like, unfortunately, that it may have impacted some residential areas. So we can only hope that the people near Shelton's took or seeked shelter, because this is definitely a storm that did damage to people. So you got gate to gate. You can't get gate to gate at 10,000 feet up in the sky. So that's the one thing about that. But Yep, there's some really interesting development from the storm. The debris ball has kind of just fizzed away a little bit more. So it does seem as if the tornado actually has kind of weakened a lot. There is a new area of rotation that's forming near Galleon, I will say that much. So if you live near Galleon, near Bonita, you should be in your safe space now. I would not be surprised if something started to pick up the pace and intensify within those general vicinities. So if you live near Galleon and Bonita, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Let's look back at the storm that was over near Fort Polk. We were talking about Fort Polk earlier. And yeah, there's your rotation. It's still there. Still pretty good for the most part. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for the system as well. Classic hook signature for the most part. As we saw before, inflow coming in unimpeded. Actually, if we take a 3D of the cell, it's relatively close to the radar, so we'd be able to see what exactly is happening. But look at that inflow notch, chat. Look at that. Holy crap. That is an inflow notch and a half. Oh, yeah. Look at that. You see this cave right here? This is where your inflow comes in and feeds the thunderstorm in itself. So when it continues to feed the thunderstorm...
Super Chat $2.99. Big time squall and semi-discreet cells Friday, man.
Yeah, Friday's looking really interesting for the most part. I'll continue to talk about that in tomorrow's video. But yeah, thank you for the $3 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. But a massive inflow notch right here to where the inflow, the energy would be able to go into the thunderstorm and feed it. So that is 100% a supercell that is approaching Fort Polk and is passing through Fort Polk. That is crazy. Check KULM. Think it's back up. Are you sure? Oh, wait. Crap. Don't do it. Don't do it. Go back. Mistakes were made. Jackson, St. Louis, Shreveport. Let's move this back over to Fort Polk, and we'll move this. We'll keep this right here. We'll actually grab some radar data. But yeah, as I said, definitely some strong rotation here. The greens are moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And that is exactly one of those things to where we need to continue to monitor this event as this moves off to the north and east. Yeah, classic hook signature with this. I mean, just look at this. Look at this on presentation. Actually, I'm really curious to see what all it looked like prior to. So it still had that hook signature, but it just didn't look all too interesting for the most part. And there's the tall tail sign of the hooking characteristics, so it actually didn't show a hook until the thunderstorms actually went away from the massive storm, but still. Some general thunderstorms here that could produce some tornadic rotation here into places like Fort Polk. So, yeah, this is some really intense rotation here. If you know anyone who lives in Fort Polk, please be sure to share this stream with them. That way I can be able to help them as to what weather's going on through. What in the world just happened? Flood warning. Cool. Don't really care. So if share this video or this live stream here on social media about this potential tornadic threat that's heading to the south or heading through Fort Polk right now. This will be heading off eventually towards the Alexandria vicinity. So now it's a long ways away still, but it's heading off into that general vicinity. So if you know anyone who lives near like Fullerton, Linder, as well as Saper and Hinston, you guys need to let them know to take their proper precautions, because these cells could be trucking on through and could potentially become tornadic. So share this video on social media. By liking the stream, you actually put this live stream on people's recommended feeds. So if you like the stream, you actually share the video a lot more effectively than just sharing it with a link. So if you please could like the video, that'd help me out too, obviously. And that would be greatly appreciated. As well as, you know, if you guys want to subscribe, turn on notifications, stuff like that. Be informed as to when I do this stuff, whether it's live streaming or uploading videos. Then, you know, that's at your discretion. But my job here is to try and inform people as to where this is happening. So, yep. There's really interesting there. I'm gonna go back to the confirmed tornado that was over near Bastrop in Louisiana. Someone asked about if there was a confirmed tornado. There was. It's not on the ground right now according to correlation coefficient, but it's heading off towards Galleon and Bonita as well as Jones. It actually did a bit of damage near Shelton's. If you knew anyone who lives in Shelton's, I would try and, you know, figure out as to if they are all right. But for the most part, this tornado warning is continuing to move on through, and that people need to continue to monitor the storm, especially as it moves over into Arkansas. This is heading just to the south of Lake Village, south of Montrose, and it'll be heading off towards the Mississippi River, to which it would then move into Mississippi. So something to keep in mind with all of that. Let's see. This is really something that we're going to have to monitor still, because you can clearly see the rotation. The greens are the winds that are moving towards the radar. The radar's like over here. I'll draw a giant R. Your reds are the ones that are moving away, and this counterclockwise spin is your rotation with your tornado. And so right in here is where we can expect it. It'll be heading off into the Jones area. So if you live off near the Jones area, this will be impacting you in about 5 minutes. And it'll be heading towards the Wilmot area in about 5 to 10 minutes, and it'll be heading off towards the Eudora area in about a half an hour. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time, but not too much time, so something to keep in mind with all that. We have reports of wind damage in Pineland, Texas, 11 miles southwest of Pineland, Texas, actually, in San Augustine County. So trees are down on Fire Road, massive widespread fire. Not fire, jeez. That's this, massive widespread trees down on Fire Road for the most part. So if you guys have lived all along the line, you've heard tonight that I've told you that there is, for the most part, a lot of wind damage from these gusty winds, and it's actually backing it up right here. Whereas Bonita, this is northern Louisiana, and Wilmot is southern Arkansas. So just a reference as to where these storms are at. There aren't any correlation coefficient drops, no debris signatures that I can point out here for you all. But still, regardless, the threat for a tornado is still here, and that we need to continue to monitor this as this moves up to the north and east. What radar am I using? This is GR2 Analyst. Free trial is 21 days, but if you are a weather nerd like me, then I would highly recommend paying the $250 for it. Only one-time purchase, but still something to keep in mind with all that. I would personally do this. Let us see. If you guys want to join my Discord server, please be sure to go ahead and do so. The link will be in the chat here. So just go ahead and click the link. And we're that close to 500 members, guys. It's a new milestone that I'm looking forward to. My highest way back when before was like 413, and then this new Discord server that we have right now, we smashed it. So let's continue to do all of that, and let's keep adding up more members here, expanding our community. Actually not new severe thunderstorm warning. It's a continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning for Ashley and Morehouse. So Ashley County in Arkansas, Morehouse Parish in Louisiana until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still a tornado possible and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so something to keep in mind with all of that. Something tells me they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for our cell. Yes, they did. There's our new severe thunderstorm warning. Lake Charles is in the thing now, so let's actually bring in Lake Charles. There's Lake Charles right there. Boom. Severe thunderstorm warning for Vernon County in Louisiana, or Vernon Parish in Louisiana, with a tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and a quarter-sized hail. So if you live near Fort Polk, you guys really need to monitor this storm extensively, because this could easily ramp up and possibly produce a tornado, especially around near Fullerton. If you live near Fullerton, if you live south of State Route 121 in Louisiana, if you live around State Route 10 or north of State Route 10 in Louisiana, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. So please take that into consideration. And as the storm moves on through, we will continue to monitor it to the best of our abilities. Let us see. There is a severe thunderstorm warning up in Illinois. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized sails from Menard, Sangamon, Cass, and Morgan counties. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's see if I can actually get my my radar up there. It's actually off near. It's actually off near what's his face. So I'll be able to actually kind of see it a little bit. Bye, Quad Cities. Bye. So, but yeah, let's go back to the cell over that's heading off into the Jackson area. Here's a report of some tornado damage. Trees were blown down and a home was damaged with residents trapped inside, possibly injured. Exact time and location uncertain, but we'll update with later details. TDS evident on KULM radar, which I'm actually not surprised about. If we go over here towards the KULM radar, we back it up a little bit to let's actually take a look at the higher parts of the atmosphere. There we go. Yep, there's the debris signature, or for the most part, the debris signature. That is indeed a tornado that was on the ground, and so yeah, I would not be surprised for the most part. ROI on at this point? I don't know what an ROI is. I'm not good with acronyms. This is the truth here. But, yeah. Yeah, that's a clear signature right here, though. I will admit, clear tornadic signature. As if that wasn't obvious here. Yep, there's your debris signature. As you continue to move on back from KULM, so that is indeed most likely on the ground for the most part, and that hurts everyone's eyes. So, my apologies for killing everyone's sight. Yep, there's the report of the tornado that we just read over. So, really interesting to say the least with this storm. But, can't exactly say it's on the ground at the moment. It does look relatively weak for the most part in the upper parts of the atmosphere. So we'll discuss that here in a bit. But let's get to the severe thunderstorm warning that's in Illinois. The places and people in Lincoln and Springfield are starting to get this severe weather that's marching on through their area. So some strong gusty winds and upwards of, say, 60 miles per hour with some small hail. I'd say some reasonably small hail, so people need to continue to monitor that. Romeoville is all the way up here. They're not getting any severe weather, so they're good for right now. But, yeah. Return of investment means you're virtually a millionaire. Not yet. But even then, if we ever do get up that high, that's when we'll start doing charity streams and stuff like that. For the most part. But right now, Can't afford to do it for the most part. But yeah, there is a general area of rotation-ish from Monroe's radar. If we go over to Jackson's radar, there is a little bit, but not really too much. Not really too much going on here. But there is still something that's happening within that general vicinity, so... yeah, I guess we'll have to see. But definitely something that we're going to want to monitor as time goes along. What's the weather like for Greenwood, Mississippi? Here, give me a second. You just keeping people informed? That's my job. That's what I'm trying to do. Just pivotal, you're only in a thunderstorm for Friday? Well, I would just continue to monitor it, honestly. You know, the event on Friday, if you live in the South, I would continue to monitor. I mean, it's just looking more and more like something that we're going to have to continue to really watch. Greenwood, Mississippi. Right within these areas, could easily see some scattered thunderstorms. Nothing really too severe, in my honest opinion, but still something that we're going to want to monitor as this heads off to the north. A lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorm activity, and so really going to want to monitor this as best as possible. Nate, your voice? Yeah, I know, my voice is shot. It's shot, but we're still going. We don't stop until the event is over. That's the plan. We're going back to the, we're going back to when I was, actually fighting to get subscribers for the most part. And, every single live stream, I would stream for 12 hours. Just go. My, voice would be gone. But I didn't care because I'd fight for subscribers. And that's still how it is right now. We're still at the bottom. We need to work our way up to the top and try and continue to get our information out. You know, it's easy to get other people's information out and general information for people for weather. But if I want to, you know, make my brand better than other people, I gotta fight. I gotta fight. And that's what I've always done. Okay, so someone asked about severe weather in Selmer, Tennessee. There's actually some storms that are approaching Selmer right now. They're relatively far out from you, for the most part. I'll try and get some storm motion to try and inform you as to when this will come out to your general vicinity. So storm track, in about an hour is when you can see the main line, but some general thunderstorms, you can see them in about 15 minutes, something like that. So definitely something that you're going to want to watch there for all those areas. Okay, all the counties in Arkansas, your tornado watch has been canceled. So there you go. Your risk is practically over. That's the good news for you all. But unfortunately, there is still some tornadic rotation that's over near Bonita and Jones. And that could indeed be, you know, some form of tornadic rotation in general. That could be, it could be impactful to people. So we'll have to continue to monitor that as it continues to move on through. All right, let's take a look at the Jackson's radar. See what all is here. So yep, there's the radar. Here's the velocities actually. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar. The blues and greens are moving towards. So right in the middle is where the general rotation would be. We're pretty far out from the radar right now. We're starting to get closer though, I will say that much, but we're still pretty far out away to say what exactly is happening at the surface. But we still have some pretty interesting tornadic activity with this storm still. So we're going to have to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north and east. What about having multiple channels available when there are multiple storms? Huh? Are you talking about like multiple YouTube channels? If so, that's narrow. That kind of defeats the purpose of all the weather onto one channel and gaining as many subscribers as you can. if you know what I mean. New tornado warning for Chillicothe,
Sam Krauser super chat
Chillicothe County in Arkansas, as well as East Carroll, West Carroll parishes in Louisiana, and then Washington County in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So I'm assuming this is the extension to this warning right here. But if you live in these areas near Wilmot, Edora, I should say, Redlands, Kilburn, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you live in any of these areas, you need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north and east, because this does have some general rotation. We've been looking at this for quite some time. Not exactly too much that's happening here besides some strong outflow winds that are wrapping around. Your inflow is still relatively modest, but still, it's one of those things to where the tornadic rotation is there. So definitely something to where people near Edora need to continue to monitor the system. As I said, as it heads off to the north and east. Let's get some timings out here for you all. So if you live in Edora, about 15 to 20 minutes is when you guys can start seeing this tornadic storm. Kilburn within 5 to 10 minutes, as well as Redland within 15 minutes. So if you guys live over there near Edora and Redland, you have a little bit of time, but not a lot of time. And if you're in Kilburn, you need to get in your safe space now. So that's highly recommended from me for you guys to actually go ahead and get into your safe space. So share this video. By liking the video, you actually can share it because what that does is that tells YouTube's algorithm to go and watch this video. It gets put into people's recommended list. So just by liking the video, this actually happens because of that. So if you guys were to do me a favor, like the video, share it on social media, friends and family who might live in these areas, get the word out so that we can be able to try and prevent people who might be majorly impacted. If having more than one channel defeats the purpose, then that's a design flaw that needs to be changed. No, because if you think of it this way, if one channel is meant for for getting the weather out, then that's basically how it should stay that way. If you try and separate it based off of different weather, then it's kind of stupid, because you're trying to get everything all into one channel. And if you want it all into one channel, you want to be flexible with what all you cover. So if you just make a specific channel just for that, it's kind of stupid, especially since one area of weather occurs more than another in specific times of the year. For instance, snow occurs more than hurricanes in January. Same thing with severe weather. Severe weather occurs more than hurricanes and snow in May. Hurricanes occur more than severe weather and snow in August. So weather kind of just makes this channel go year round, more or less, instead of making it into specific channels. So please say the name when highlighting a potential tornado in a city. Yep, that's I've been saying Edora, Redland, and Kilburn. That's the areas that need to get into their safe space. So, yep. This is definitely something that people need to monitor as this continues to move on through. You're only getting the weather out to one place. You can do it in other places. Well, I mean, kind of. But if there's some areas that are not going to be as severely impacted as one, like if you're just going to see some regular a sunny day compared to some guy who's going to get impacted by tornadic winds, don't you think that people who are going to be impacted by the actual severe conditions should have priority over the people who are going to see normal days? That's just my thing there, because if I'm going to be talking about some areas that aren't going to be as impacted as much, well then, you know, that's nice and all, but my point being here is that the places in Oklahoma are not as important as the people right here, right now. That's my word. You know what I mean? Talking about outbreaks? Okay, well then I'll cover every single thing. And take a look at the past high risks that I've done. I've done all sorts of stuff. But that's just my thing there. I cover everything. Oh my good lord, so many subscriber notifications. Oh good lord. But yeah, it's similar, you know, if you're saying that, then it's just, I've done this today. I've covered Louisiana, I've covered Arkansas, I've covered Illinois, I've covered Missouri. I've done all sorts of stuff. But, you know, for my high risk that I had, I covered everywhere. I had people who were with me as well. So, you know, it's just... I've done as much as I can to cover as much space as possible. That's what I'm going to continue to do. But we still have the tornado warning that's heading towards Adora, Ridland, Kilbourne. Those areas need to continue to monitor as this continues to move up to the north and east. That's my Streamlabs. My Streamlabs is stupid sometimes. What I'm actually going to do is I'm probably going to tell Streamlabs to stop doing that in the chat. Because it actually starts to, you know... Kind of looks like spam, doesn't it? Are you getting botted right now? No, that's just my Streamlabs that automatically update. So you can see the actual notifications off to the center of the screen there. That makes sense. That makes sense. So I'll just say I'll focus on that in the future. But yeah. As I said, tornado warning on the border of Louisiana and Arkansas. Adora, Ridland, and Kilbourne in Arkansas. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Alright, let me ask you this. If I make a channel for different regions of the United States, does that mean that I'm going to have to make YouTube a full-time job? Because with the money that I have right now, and the amount of success that I have right now, it's not enough. And not to mention, running that many channels, I'll have to make so many videos and so many live streams of it. And if there's an event that covers multiple areas, what channel is it going to go to? If it goes to the main channel, that's too much for the people to... That's too much for me to ask for of the people who are on YouTube. Alright, that's just how it works. I've tried that. Other people have tried that more than I have, actually. It's just... It doesn't work like that. There's no return for that at all. As a matter of fact, it's made people want to quit YouTube because of it. That's just stupid. And most people are saying just make one channel. That's a whole lot easier so that I can cover it all in one video than just making one video specific to every single thing. It's just... I don't know. I don't agree with you on that one. There's so many other YouTubers that are doing it even as high as they are, the same way that I'm doing, and they're doing just fine. Does your software allow you to look at TV station-owned radars that transmit to the weather service or just weather service radars? I don't think the TV stations have their own personal radars. I think they just go off of what the National Weather Service say. But, yeah, for the most part. We're looking at the same radar that they do. It should be easy. No, if you do more work, it's gonna be harder. That's how that works. Sure, it may be, you may think it's worth it after like a long period of time, but it's just not. if you all just combine it all into one thing, not as much stuff that you have to do. I don't know. It's just I just don't agree with that concept. Yeah, most people are saying that if you make multiple pages for specific areas, it's pretty annoying. And it's very hard to gain popularity based off of that because it's very slow off of it. Yeah, if I was a local news network, maybe that would work. But you can't build your tornado... You can't build your YouTube channels based off of specific areas as efficiently as a channel like this one. Maybe that hints something. Anyways, let's get back on to weather here, because that's what you guys came for. How is Inverness, Mississippi looking? Let's take a look at that real quickly. You're all the way down there, which is just to the north of Jackson, so it'd be over here somewhere, I think. There's Greenwood. You know, there's Inverness. Okay, so you guys have some general thunderstorms across the board. So it's not entirely all too bad, but still something to keep in mind as it continues to move up to the north and east.
$1.99. Yo Nate, how is Inverness MS looking?
Eli Moore, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Really something to monitor. Ooh, that's a report from Brad Arnold. Observed stovepipe tornado crossing Highway 165 just southeast of Wilmot, Arkansas. Interesting. So maybe the chance for maybe the tornado is still there, but the radar is really kind of just lacking for most of the spots. So that's something to really monitor for the most part. But yeah, really something that we need to continue to monitor as this moves on through. And Eli Moore, as I said, thank you for the $2 super chat. As I said, Inverness right now is dealing for some general thunderstorms. This tornadic storm is heading through your general vicinity, or is going to head through your general vicinity in about an hour. So if I am still on by then, which I very well could be, then I will continue to diagnose what all is happening with this event. But still something that we're going to continue to want to monitor as this moves on through. But Eudora, Arkansas, I mentioned before that you need to get into your safe space, and I still stand by that. You still are in a tornado warning. It'll be crossing over State Route 159, as well as United States Route 65. So whoever did that, whoever's in there along those lines, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space for the most part. Let us see. Why did I get pinged here in this? Oh, well, that's cool and all. I don't really care. Anyways, let's get back over to the weather real quickly. Hail near Ashland, Illinois. I think there is, but it's some spotty hail. Really spotty hail for the most part. So, or at least you can assume, but I don't exactly know where Ashland, Illinois is to be able to say for certain. So let me look that up real quickly. Uh, somewhere over here. Springfield. Ashland. Yeah, there was a little bit of hail that passed on through. Just a little bit. Some spotty hail for the most part, but yeah. JD, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there's a little bit of hail that pushed on through, so yeah, that's something interesting to see. Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, let's go over to Memphis and see what all is happening. So your original line of storms actually passed on through here. Your main bow echo is now moving off towards Bolivar in Tennessee. So if you live over there, you guys are really starting to ramp up with the severe weather, or at least the gusty winds for the most part. Might go severe for places like Jackson, Tennessee, maybe Hornsby, but those areas need to continue to watch that. Hernando, I know there's someone who lives over there. You're starting to get to the mid to end part of this risk for the main part of the thunderstorms. There'll be another line that'll be passing on through later, but for the most part, your thunderstorms could be done relatively soon. There's a severe thunderstorm warning right here for Greene and Clay counties in Arkansas, as well as Pemiska and Dunklin counties in Missouri. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It also has a tornado possible tag on it, so that is something to really monitor as this moves on through. Miku fan? Hatsune Miku? If so, yeah, she's pretty cool for the most part. Anime is pretty cool for the most part. Not gonna lie. Anyways. Yeah, no, you can still see the rotation here. Well, we didn't show you the rotation before, so obviously we can't say you still saw the rotation. Reds are moving away from the radar. The greens are the ones moving towards. So this general rotation here, the winds moving in the atmosphere kind of forms this counterclockwise rotation. And so here near Senath, as well as in Kennett, right along the border of, I believe this is what? Missouri and Arkansas. Yep. So right along there is where you can see the bit of a rotation. So if you live near Kenneth, if you live near Bragg City, you guys could see some tornadic conditions. But as of right now, nothing too serious here. Tornado warning that's in Arkansas and Louisiana will continue all the way until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that's something to keep in mind there. Tornado watch has been expired for most of the Shreveport area, so that is the good news. So yeah, something to keep in mind there. But yeah, let's go back to the tornado warning real quickly over here in Jackson. And some pretty interesting still some pretty interesting rotation. Actually, it isn't in Jackson, Mississippi, but with the Jackson radar, we can actually see it. So, here's the tornadic rotation here. You can see the greens and blues are moving towards the radar. Your reds are moving away. Right in the middle, right about here is where the rotation would be. Just to the north and west of Kilbourne, just to the south and west of Eudora. So if you live near Eudora, I've been saying this for quite some time now, you need to get into your safe space. So if you haven't already, please do so. Get underground and get in the lowest and innermost part of your buildings, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Butchered all the names of the towns and counties in the boot heel of Missouri. Now you know I don't live down there. I mean, I'm sorry, but you got the idea. Although, if you could give me an idea as to how to pronounce them, that would be great. That would be really great. I'm not gonna lie. Why is someone saying Orange County, Texas over and over and over and over again? Listen. All right. We'll check Texas here. There's nothing really that's happened a whole lot. I mean, this is just the line of storms for the most part. The storm over here that just head past Fort Polk still showing bits and bobs of rotation, so I will say that much. There's also this supercell down here near Night, so that's something to monitor as well. But there isn't really too much stuff to look at here, just some general rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere. But for the most part, it seems to be relatively neutral, so You should study how to pronounce some of these names for the next stream. You see, that takes a lot of work, and I like just going with the flow for the most part because every county and or city name is different from the next. Like, first, it's like Carolyn and Caroline, you know, the name. Carolyn and Caroline. You know, like you're looking at it. Okay, so Carolyn's gonna get impacted. Caroline. All right, I'll just say Caroline. And then the same thing happens for another city. You're like, all right, Caroline's gonna be impacted. It's Carolyn. Okay, that's cool and all. You can do whatever you want. It's just, you get what I mean. So I could try and study for it and stuff like that, but there's so much. No, it's so different that I'm just like, all right, that's cool and all. I'd love to figure out how to pronounce it so I know how to do it in the future, but yeah. Let's see. Yep, so Eudora still has some pretty decent rotation here. You can still see those reds that are wrapping around, your greens that are moving through. So right here, just to the west of Eudora now, it's moving over State Route 8, actually. So if you live near Eudora or north of Eudora, you guys could basically see some tornadic rotation move through your area. So United States Route 65 is when is where you can see this thing pass on through. Just to the south of Lake Village near Genie and Chicot. Actually a bit more to the south of Genie, south of Chicot. So right in between those two areas. So something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. But if you live near Eudora, you live along United States Route 65, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, in my honest opinion. Let us see. If you guys are new to this stream and you are want to help support my channel, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe and turn on notifications because a tornado has been reported here. My goodness, radar confirmed tornado. Debris signature? Bro, a debris signature this high up in the sky again? Okay, well, yeah, there's your debris signature near Kilburn. This actually is not where I thought the rotation was at all. There's no rotation over there at all. What in the... Eudora, Kilburn, Redland, Grassaway, multiple areas of rotation. You need to go ahead and get into your safe space because at this point we're looking up so dang high in the sky that we can't figure out what's happening in the ground. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building. As a matter of fact, you know what? Backtrack real quickly. Backtrack. Alright? If you live in Chicot and Carroll counties, as well as Washington County in Mississippi, and, well, I'm sorry. What the heck? This is so bad, it's not even funny. I gotta scroll down. Okay. Chicot County in Arkansas, Carroll, East Carroll and West Carroll Parish in Louisiana, as well as Washington County, Mississippi. Just go ahead and get into your safe space because there isn't really much that the radar is helping us out with here. It's actually really hard to see where the rotation is, there is any. Actually, hold up. There's a little bit of rotation right here. So it just appeared out of thin air. That's nice. So your greens are moving towards, your reds are moving away, or your grays are moving away. Right in the middle, near Kilburn, is where the rotation would be. So if you live along south of Eudora, near Reedland, near United States Route 65, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Do that real quickly. Make this a whole lot easier for us. This is really something that we got to continue to monitor, but it doesn't exactly seem to be all too strong. The reason why I say that is because we're looking up pretty high up in the sky, and usually the higher in the sky you get, the stronger the rotation there is. And there's not a lot of strong rotation here. I mean, you got a lot of these purples, which is range folding. This indicates that there's some missing values within the radar, but it still doesn't look as strong as you typically would think it is. Although you do have your obvious rotation there, so I will say that much. There is something there, but nothing all too crazy at the moment. So, yeah. Did Nitro get banned? I don't think he did. I hope he didn't. As much as I don't like arguing, I think he got timed out. I don't know. No, he didn't. But no, he's still there. So yeah, that's definitely something that we're gonna have to continue to monitor as these storms move on through. Let's actually take a look at the echo tops. These storms actually span an upwards of 42,000 feet up in the sky, which is not bad. So this is really something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. As I said, if you know anyone who lives in Eudora, lives near Reedland, lives near Kilbourne or Grassaway, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. It doesn't look like the debris signature is all too prevalent now anymore, but still something to keep in mind with all of this as this moves off to the north and east. So definitely something to monitor with all of this. We're getting some reports of flash floods over in Mississippi near Coldwater. So Highway 51 is flooded all over the 4 lanes, 6 to 8 inches deep. So the threat for some flash flooding is here in some of these areas. So if you do see any flooded roadways, turn around and don't drown. Do not risk going into flooded roadways because they can appear a lot more shallower than they actually are, and that's the reason why people can get trapped in flash floods. It's this common misconception that some roads are not as deep as they may seem, and that with that, it actually impacts them in regards to how they get there. What radar site is this? Shreveport? No, this is Jackson. This is Jackson's radar site. I'm using Jackson's radar site at the moment, which is the most helpful in my opinion. Or at least I think it is. If you guys are new to the stream and you do want to support the channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually gets the word out more efficiently. Rather than just sharing, because it tells YouTube's algorithm that more people should see this live stream. So by liking the live stream, you can see what that does. Also sharing the live stream as well on social media and your friends and family. And if you guys want to stick around for some more content, stuff like that, like this, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I upload videos every single morning for the most part. And I do live streams just like this to try and inform as many people as I can. So we're going to try and continue to do as much as we can with this event, and try and inform as many people as we can in this event. So, yep, and if you want to join the Discord server, click that link that my moderator has sent. That way, you guys may be able to take part in my community. Take a part in my community. Jeez. Words. Take part in my community that I'm building on Discord. We're really close to 500 members actually. S members. We have 496 members. We're 4 away. So if you guys want to take part of this, please be sure to join us. We're very, very close to doing so. There we go. Let's go back over here real quickly. Selmer, real quickly, let's take a look at what's happening with Selmer. So Selmer, Tennessee. I'm gonna pull something up here real quickly. Where's Memphis? There's Memphis. Perfect. So Selmer, actually is, they saw some general thunderstorms before, but now they can start to see some more thunderstorms that can move into your area. Especially within the next 40, 45-ish minutes. That's when you can start seeing some really gusty winds. So I'd monitor that as best as possible, in my honest opinion. But definitely something to keep in mind with all of that. The storm that's over near Kennett and Bragg City, as well as along United States Route 412 in the southern parts, or the extreme southern parts of Missouri. There is still a little bit of general rotation here. Not anything too serious, in my honest opinion, but still something to keep in mind as it moves on through. So, local weatherman says some broad rotation on Green County severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, I agree. I actually agree. I was just about to say that. There's some general rotation here near Kennett that's heading off towards Bragg City, Peach Orchard, Homestown, Wardell. So, definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. But, yep. Definitely something that I'll continue to watch. Thunderstorm wind damage in 10 miles north-northwest of Jasper in Texas. Trees reported down on power lines just south of Boykin Springs recreational area. So these lines have had a history of producing some damaging winds that can take down trees and stuff like that. So all the more reason why you should go indoors when this stuff is happening. There was a confirmed stovepipe tornado at 8:05 according to a report at Wilmot, Arkansas. Yeah, that was the, there was a report that I believe Brett Adair had. I think that's what it was. Let's go back to Jackson's thing here. No, Brad Arnold, I'm sorry. Brad Arnold had a stovepipe that was near Wilmot. So. Do I know if Reed Timmer ended up getting close to a storm, or this storm? Maybe? I got no clue. We're 2 away from 500. Oh boy. Getting close. But yeah. Some really interesting things that are coming out here. 2 areas of rotation, actually. One near Reedland and Chatham. The other one north of that. Just to the north and west of, or north and east of Eudora. So you can see, actually I'm going to put some storm motion here. Tornado warning just got updated. Storm motion from warning. So we can see right here, the reds are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards. Same thing here, except it's the grays and the greens. So these 2 areas, I'll indicate them in a white circle. One rotation right here, another one right here. And so these 2 areas could be moving off into the general vicinity of the Arcola and Estill area, as well as Hollandale. But if you live over along the Mississippi River right now, near Chatham and James, as well as in State Route, let's see. This is not telling me. Oh, it's because I was on my Epic Pen, of course. If you live along near State Route 1 in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So, as I said, it'll be moving off along State Route 1. That'll impact you in about 5 to 10 minutes. Further along towards Arcola at about 20 to 25 minutes. So definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor this as it moves off to the north and east. So really something that we're going to want to monitor as time progresses here. But the potential for a tornado here along the border from Arkansas to Mississippi, there is a chance here. We're still in that 10% chance for tornadoes that the Storm Prediction Center originally issued, but now it's a 5% chance for tornadoes. If we actually update the Storm Prediction Center here for the day 1 outlook, you can see that the slight risk has been narrowed down to a expansive 5% that extends from the border of Tennessee and Mississippi, the northern parts, all the way down into places like Alexandria and further on through into places like Hattiesburg and Jackson. So, Jackson, Monroe, Hattiesburg, Alexandria, Meridian, you guys are still in the 5% chance for tornadoes. And then the threat for wind is there, but hail not so much. So it'll be more or less a tornado and gusty wind threat, which typically is what happens once storms become a bit more overnight, or storms go into the overnight threat. So that's just something to keep in mind for the most part. Okay. That's not anything of usefulness. Let's take a look back at Fort Polk real quickly. These two supercells are really been trying to struggle for any sort of dominance here. So on the real struggle bus, if you will. But some area of tornadic rotation here near DeRidder is definitely something that we're going to want to monitor as this moves along through. Not anything too super strong, I will admit, but something that we will continue to have to watch as this moves on through to the north and east. But yeah, this is, for the most part, the risk is localized and to just 2 warnings. And, not really a lot to talk about here, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Yep, it was in Arkansas before, but now it's right along the border of Arkansas and Mississippi, so it's getting there. How's Missouri look? Alright, let's take a look at Missouri. Depending upon where in Missouri is the real question, but we'll just take a look at the one area that has a severe thunderstorm warning, which is the extreme southern parts of Missouri. So near Kennett, you guys have a lot of gusty winds for the most part. It's actually turning more into a gusty wind threat with a little bit of rotation near Kennett, but this is a lot more of a gusty wind threat right here. Would not be surprised if wind gusts got to an upwards of around 50 to maybe even 60 miles per hour, which is perfectly warranted for the severe thunderstorm warning. So that's something to keep in mind with all that. The chance of tornado is low. It's lower than it was earlier, but still a chance for the most part. Williamsburg, Iowa, for the most part, you guys are actually just getting some general severe weather. Nothing really too much to report for you guys, but we'll move over. Iowa City, as I said, is getting a lot of scattered thunderstorms at the moment, and it just so happens to be near Williamsburg, so that's the same thing for you all. Williamsburg, Louisiana, or that's not Louisiana, that's just Iowa, which if that's the case, then that's exactly what you got. How's Louisiana? Let's look back at DeRidder. This general vicinity is a lot of thunderstorms here. There's a storm over near Melder, which is south of Alexandria, with a little bit of general rotation, but it's kind of, as I mentioned before, on the struggle bus. So, you know, it's kind of fighting its way along, and I guess we'll have to see as time moves along as to whether or not this thing can produce a tornado or not. But as of right now, nothing really too interesting that I can report. You're back from 4 hours ago. Can you get an update? Were you here during the first tornado warning, the one that was near Shreveport, or south and east of Shreveport? If you weren't, then that was our first tornado. Then we had another tornado that was right next to it near Ringgold. And there was a couple others. There was one that was near north of Monroe, near Sterlington, like Shelton's, and over near Wilmot, over towards the Eudora and the Kilbourne area. So, in that general vicinity, there was a tornado, and yeah. that's basically what happened for the most part. Long bunch of gusty winds in St. Louis, and can't exactly say there's a whole lot more after that. But yeah. So, bunch of bands of thunderstorms that are moving on through now. I know someone asked as to what's happening in Selmer or what could be happening. As I said, about 40-ish minutes until you guys can start getting some of your thunderstorms, your strong thunderstorms. But Missouri, anywhere from Poplar Bluff and further north, you guys are more or less out of the risk unless if you're like right on the border of Iowa and Missouri. So, something like that. We're heading towards Louisiana, but waiting in Jackson, Mississippi to see if things head this way. Do you touch on Mississippi? Yeah, there's a bunch of thunderstorms that are heading towards Mississippi for the most part. I'll actually go to Jackson's radar to get you guys the whole overview as to what things look like. So, right here where I'm about to circle is Jackson. There's a tornado warning that's just to the north and west of Jackson, right on the border of the Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana corner right in there. It's had a history of producing a couple of tornadoes, but it's moving off to the north of you. So, yeah. Otherwise, there's a bunch of some scattered storms for the most part in Jackson. If you're heading towards Alexandria, or if you're going south towards Alexandria, there's a lot more stronger storms down there. But if you're heading to places like Shreveport, a straight shot should be all right for the most part. You shouldn't have too many issues in your travels. Anything serious for Bama tomorrow? Kind of ish. You have a 2% chance for tornadoes and a 5% chance for wind. But in my honest opinion, your stronger risk will be on Friday, to where there would be some stronger amounts of hail, maybe even some gusty winds, and maybe even the threat for tornadoes present. So I guess we'll have to continue to monitor that as that moves off to the north. Moves off further towards Friday, I should say. I would say north and east, but that's typical storm motion for storms. And we're not looking at storms here, are we? We're looking at outlooks, and they don't move. Watching from Chicago, well, hello. I'll be covering these types of events if they ever get up to Chicago as well, so please be sure to come back whenever that happens, if it gets, if it gets bad and stuff like that. So, if you guys are new to the channel, by the way, I know I've been plugging my channel a lot, but let's be honest here, I'm a YouTuber. We do this. But if you're new to my channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leave a like actually gets the information out a lot more efficiently. So if you guys want to help me out by liking the video and put this on YouTube's algorithm, that would be greatly appreciated. And subscribe if you're new. Turn on notifications. I upload videos every single morning. If you want to watch the first half of the videos, that's fine. It's just a general overview. But if you like a bit more of the technical side for how severe thunderstorms actually come into play and stuff like that, then watch all the way throughout. It's a 30-minute video. I know it takes up a lot of your time, of your life and your day, but I mean, if you are willing to stick around with me, then there you go. That's the best way to spend it right there. But yeah, as most of you have noticed, there's a new red box here, and this is a new tornado warning. This is in Mississippi for Sunflower, Washington, Issaquah, Humphreys, and Sharkey counties in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So some gusty winds, some spotty hail, and the chance for a tornado as well. And so this is really something that we're going to continue to have to monitor regardless if it's on the ground or not. If it is on the ground, then it's all the more reason for people to get into your safe space. But if you live near Arcola, near Estill, Hollandale, Percy, anywhere all along United States Route 61, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space. Get underground or get in the new... I'm losing my mind. I've live streamed for 8 hours and 10 minutes. All right, let's try that again. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's multiple areas of rotation here, but we'll just take a look at the velocities so that you guys would be able to determine for yourselves. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the ones moving away. So there's one rotation right here near Grace. There's another one right here near James. So I'll draw the arrows here for you. There is another area of rotation there.
$1.99. Has the MS Tour weakened or gained strength so far?
Eli Moore with a $2 super chat scared the crap out of me. Thank you for the $2 super chat. My goodness, thank you. I really do appreciate it. So it's turned into a bit more of a gusty wind threat in my honest opinion. But I'd say it's about the same, honestly. So I'd get into your safe space if you live into places like Hollandale. I know you live near Indianola, that general vicinity, so it might be heading just a bit to the south of you, but I wouldn't risk it. I'd try and find a spot to where you can stay safe, especially since there's an area of rotation near Wayside and James, so definitely monitor that. But I'm monitoring this lines of storms that are looking pretty tornadic for the most part, so we'll continue to look at this as long as we are able to. But is the tornado gonna hit Nebraska tomorrow? No. Unfortunately for you all, or fortunately for you all, I say unfortunately because I have a friend who lives in Lincoln and he always loves to storm chase. But unfortunately for you all, you guys aren't going to really get the huge chance for some severe storms in the near future. That's just my honest opinion. So, as a matter of fact, I think severe weather is going to start kind of depleting a little bit after this, these bands of events. So this is really going to be something that we're going to want to really monitor as this moves on through. You should make a Tornado Seek Shelter PSA as a sound clip. If you play, you can play as needed instead of using your voice for hours on end. You see, I would do that, and I know there's, I know Ryan Hall, y'all does that, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like it gives a lot more character for a person to, kind of say it themselves. Because if you keep saying it over and over and over again with your PSA, then it just gets pretty repetitive and it starts to annoy people for the most part. I'm not saying that's anything wrong with, what Ryan Hall does, because he's still phenomenal at what he does. It's just saying, I like the type of input that I put in, and even if my voice sounds like crap sometimes, and number one, I'm fixing that situation because I just got enough money to buy myself a mic stand and a shock mount so I can put my microphone closer to my face. And number two, I just like the character that I put into it. So, yeah. That's basically how I see it. We are 5 subscribers away from 4,800. That is absolutely insane. We're getting so close to the goal for the end of April, which is 5,000. We might even break it before it gets to the end of April. So that's absolutely amazing. But only play it when you warn. Oh, no, I know. That's what I implied as well, is that whenever I warn people, I just still feel like it's better. You know what I mean? Turn up my sound. Unfortunately, I can't do that. I mean, I can try and get as super close to my microphone as possible, but until I get my mic stand, I can't really do that at the moment, and I don't get my mic stand until the beginning of next week, so you guys are gonna have to suffer with me. But anyways, we're 1 away from 500 on our Discord server. If there's anyone who wants to join our Discord server, that would be greatly appreciated. As I said, 1 away from 500. That'd be absolutely amazing. So, but yeah. long band of severe thunderstorms that could produce some tornadoes. It'll be moving off towards the general vicinity of Hollandale, Percy, Nita, Yuma. I'm assuming that's how you say it. No clue. I live in PA, so my geography is pretty shady for the most part. But Percy is still Arcola or Archola. I think it's Arcola, actually. I think it's Arcola. Bourbon, Darlov. If you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor these storms. These storms in general have always, had the threat for producing some strong gusty winds. We've had multiple reports of that doing so. Multiple reports of damage to trees, houses, mobile homes, even a semi truck that got flipped. So just something to keep in mind, that if these things aren't tornadic and they're just producing a bunch of gusty winds, you should be indoors. You should be in a safe space anyways, because you do not want to be impacted by these storms whatsoever. Did we seriously get to 500? Yes, we did. We got 500 members on our Discord server. That is insane. So pretty cool for the most part. That is amazing. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Areas in red is experiencing extremely wet rain at the moment. Oh yeah, that's heavy rain. That's really heavy rain. So, that's basically how we're looking at it with the precipitation. Even pinks could be indicating some extraordinarily heavy rain that could even add some hail in some areas. So, something to monitor with all of that. Every April/May, it usually is the Funnel Cloud party here in Chicago, so maybe I should subscribe. I mean, as I said, I do cover most events that are could be impactful to some people or most people. So events like today, I would have live streamed even if it had a 5% chance for tornadoes, but just so happens that there was a 10% chance for tornadoes, so I decided to live stream that. On top of that, that's basically the icing on the cake. It probably could have been a 5% chance for tornadoes, honestly, but some models are just really stupid, so it is what it is. What do I use for polling the radar in GR2? Iowa State feed. Iowa State feed. So, come to Oklahoma, it's way worse. I'd love to come to Oklahoma and chase, but yeah, that would kind of do a dent in my pocket, I'll tell you that much. So yeah. Definitely a lot of storms across here that are could be doing damage with gusty winds for the most part. Look at that, 4,800 subscribers, guys. Look at this. You guys are crazy. Beginning of the day. Where's the beginning of the day? That's not where we were. So beginning of the day right here, we had 4,569 subscribers, and we've gained about 250 since then. That is absolutely stunning. I appreciate every single one of you all for helping me out. As I said, thank you so much to all the people who keep help making my channel grow, and it's absolutely phenomenal to see what you guys have done here for me. So thank you so much. All right, the confirmed tornado warning is gone away now, so that's the good news here. Yeah, that's pretty much the only good news we have right here, but the bad news is we still have the other tornado warning that's in Mississippi. I see a lot of gusty winds for the most part along this line, but you could see some quick spin-ups or embedded rotations within this line of storms. So if you live near Arcola, Estill, Hollandale, Percy, as well as Darlov, Isola, Inverness, you guys need to continue to monitor the storm. And if you're a bit more towards the Hollandale areas, you guys need to get into your safe space and get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So it'll be hitting the Darlove area in about 5 minutes. It'll be heading off towards the Inverness area in about, I'd say, 25 minutes. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time. But yeah, places near Darlove, Bourbon, about 10 to 15 minutes per se. And Isola, that'll be at around the 20-minute mark. So that's your time frame into which you guys could see some of this severe weather to impact your vicinity. Getting reports of 51-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Metcalfe, Mississippi, which is in Washington County. I have no... Oh, Washington County's here. Okay. So, I don't know where Metcalfe is specifically, but 51-mile-per-hour wind gusts from ASOS right there. So, and there it is. There's your 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. It's further north of the line in itself, but still some strong gusty winds associated with these storms. So definitely something to monitor with all that. If you guys are new to the stream, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and stuff like that. That'd be greatly appreciated. May not seem like I am, I appreciate all the stuff that you do, but, my channel wouldn't be anywhere without you guys, so I really do appreciate all that you have done for me. But, yep, yada yada. You guys know the drill. There isn't really a whole lot of stuff happening now. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for Evioles and Rapides parishes in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's a tornado possible tag on it with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So I do want to go actually move over into the general vicinity in Fort Polk. Here's your severe thunderstorm warning that has the tornado possible on it. It's moving just to the south of Alexandria. Oh yeah, this thing has some really strong rotation. We were talking about this storm and to how it was fighting to try and stay alive for the most part, and yeah, this thing is really starting to wrap up. So I would not be surprised if they pull the trigger and put a tornado warning on this thing. So if you know anyone who lives south of Alexandria near Woodworth and I-49 near Chambers and Lemuel near United States Route 71, as well as near State Route 457, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and monitor the weather. And I think this thing might be on the ground. I would not be surprised if this thing is on the ground, but yeah, if you're driving on the interstate in I-495 and if you're driving southbound and you're near Willow Glen, you need to just stop what you're doing. Don't drive any further south. If you're near Meeker, if you just pass the intersection of United States Route 167 and the interstate I-49, you need to stop what you're doing and just head off in the exit. Head off to the exit on State Route 112. You need to just go ahead and get off there. This will be crossing over the intersection, the next exit near Chambers, or the Woodworth exit. So if you're before the Woodworth exit, you need to just stop. You need to stop and brace yourself for the potential tornadic rotation that'll be moving through your area. I highly recommend doing so because this could really start to ramp up a bit within your general vicinity. And that is questionable. So this is something that we're definitely going to want to monitor as time moves along. A lot of storms that are starting to push on through, especially here in Louisiana. You got your stronger storms that are more south of Alexandria, but this one obviously has your tornado possible on it. So definitely something that we're going to want to monitor. Your spectrum width is now starting to spike again. Yeah, I think this could very easily be on the ground. I would not be surprised if it was on the ground, actually. So Lemuel, as well as Chambers, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic or the tornado as possible. The reason why I say it's on the ground is because usually when you have a couplet like this that displaces itself from the actual inflow, this actually can tell you that you have some pretty decent, a good chance of a tornado being currently on the ground. We'll move it to storm relative velocity, so you can see it still displaces itself from the inflow, so this is a pretty decent couplet right here. That could be indicating a tornado potentially being on the ground at the moment. So this is something that we're really going to want to monitor as this moves off towards Lemuria and Chambers. Let's see, rapid satellite analysis tells me that it's going through a decent environment right now with a decent amount of energy. The Cape is a little under 2,000 joules per kilogram, but it's still looking pretty interesting. And there's your debris signature right there. So as if you didn't believe me before, there is your debris signature from the tornado. So this thing is 100% on the ground, as I had mentioned before. So Lemuria, as well as Chambers, anywhere along United States Route 71, you need to get in your safe space now. If you are east of Lemuria on State Route 457, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get underground as well. Underground or the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. The good news is the actual rotation kind of fizzed out a little bit. So that is the good news here. But it still is showing that debris signature that had been lofted up from the tornado itself. So maybe a brief tornado that had spawned from this cell, but still something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this moves on through. So this is definitely a debris signature that was spawned off of a tornado. So regardless as to whether or not the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning, I am a firm believer that this thing was on the ground at one point and that it was moving across or at least close enough towards the I-49 areas. So we can just hope and pray that people weren't majorly impacted, especially since the interstate is the interstate. There's quite a few people that could be there in the interstate as well, but still something that we're going to want to monitor as this continues to push on through. And your debris starts to fan out a bit more. So yeah, this was a debris signature. It continues to move on through in Lemuria. You guys are now starting to get impacted. I told you all you need to get in your safe space. But right here, this is exactly what we are starting to see. These storms that are starting to form a bit more of these tornadic rotations. These stronger cells that can easily start to become a bit more impactful. So really something that we're going to want to monitor here. So share this live stream with people on social media and stuff like that, as well as leave a like on the video, because that actually tells people that more people enjoy the live stream, so it gets put on to more people's recommended pages. So if you do that, you're actually getting the word out a lot more effectively. So if we could please do that. This is south of Alexandria, that just passed over Interstate 49. If you guys know anyone who lives over here, if you live over here as well, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet. This is in Louisiana. This is near Chambers and Lemuria. This is going to be heading off towards State Route 457 in Louisiana relatively soon. As a matter of fact, we'll get a storm motion off here for you all, and it'll be heading off into those areas in about, I'd say, 5 minutes. So if you live over there, that's how much time you have in order to get into your safe space. It'll be heading off across the State Route 1 area in about 10 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Because this storm is really starting to kind of ramp up a lot more. This is a storm that we really need to monitor more and more as time goes along. The debris signature is not as visible as it once was. So this means that the tornado may have actually lifted a little bit, but still threat for tornadic potential is there because of how strong the velocity couplet is. You can still see the greens, the bright greens are moving towards the radar. That's the winds. And the bright reds and oranges are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And so this is some decently strong rotation that we're still seeing from the storm. And it actually was stronger than it once was before. So this could easily recycle and form another tornado in and along the line. But one thing that I do want to mention is that it is around 9 o'clock in those areas. So not only is it going to be dark, but it's going to be rain wrapped. So if you were trying to go outside and see if you can find the tornado yourself, you won't be able to see it. It's going to be surrounded or wrapped in rain. And so it's whole lot easier and a whole lot better, whole lot more comfortable for me, for you all, in my opinion, to be into your safe space rather than being outside and trying to find the tornado itself. So that's something to keep in mind with that. There's your tornado warning for Avioles and Rapides Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that'll be for this storm right here that we've been watching. As I said, I'm very confident that a tornado has occurred over this area. So now they are pulling the trigger on the tornado warning. That could easily intensify further along the line. And people near Echo, people along State Route 1, heading off towards Marksville, you guys need to start watching this system as this starts to push on through further on along this event. So definitely something that people need to monitor as this moves on through. As I said, I'm very confident that I produced a tornado at one point, and so you are now currently under a tornado warning. There's your polygon here for these areas. So please, 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 you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space if you haven't already. This is a dangerous storm that could produce a tornado, and that you really need to monitor this, or at least get into your safe space if you're in the tornado warning. So Avioles and Rapides Parish in Louisiana, as I said, that'll be in effect until, if I pull this up here, until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you need to really continue to sit in your safe space if you haven't already. Just by me using satellite and RAP analysis, which tells me what the conditions are within this environment, this has a 76% chance of producing a tornado, and that is more than enough for me to tell you all that you need to continue to stay there. So please, please, please stay in your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Share this with people who might be impacted. Share this on social media with friends and family who might be impacted. Also, like the video. By liking the video, you actually tell YouTube's algorithm to share this with more people, put this on people's recommended feeds. So by doing that, you're actually spreading my live stream out, getting the word out to people who may not have it or may not know what's going on. So I would highly recommend doing that and helping me out by getting this information out to more people. So by liking the video, that is exactly what you will do. Or would help out with, I should say. But still, really rain wrapped here. It's very hard to see for the most part what's happening. As I said, the greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds and oranges are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Right in the middle is where the tornado would typically be. And that is exactly what we're going to have to monitor for, the potential for another tornado off of this event. So that's something that we're going to have to continue to watch as this pushes off to the north. Or actually, not even to the north. It's moving due east at this point. A right-moving supercell that is has the potential of producing tornadoes. So definitely something that we're going to want to watch as this unfolds in front of us. But still some strong rotation here. You can clearly see the rotation here. Storm relative velocities actually show the inflow. It's relatively strong here. Actually, I'm going to take a 3D of this. I'm going to see if I can see the inflow notch. I know I'm asking for a lot from this storm, but I can actually take 3Ds of supercells, and it'll be able to tell me as to what all is happening. And indeed, we can actually see the inflow notch here. Look at this, chat. Let's see if I can make the 3D a lot smaller here. Look at that. There's the inflow notch right here. This is where the supercell would take in all of its energy. I'm looking at a specific amount of precipitation within the thunderstorm, looking at heavy rain right now, and I'm discarding all of the heavier rain and lighter rain. And so if we take that out and look at the supercell, you can actually see the inflow notch that the storm would have in order to take in all of its energy. So right within there, right in that cave, if you will, is where the thunderstorm or the supercell would be able to ingest its energy and be able to sustain itself. So this is a very strong supercell that's moving across southern parts of Alexandria off towards the Echo and the Marksville vicinity in Louisiana. what app is this? This is GR2 Analyst. This is one that I use quite frequently. So there's a 21-day free trial. So if you are a weather nerd like myself, then please be sure to check it out. As well as, taking into consideration, it does cost $250 after the 21-day free trial. But if you're a weather nerd, I highly recommend it. I really do. So, but some really strong rotation here that's moving off across here. As I mentioned, State Route 457 and anywhere along State Route 1, heading off towards the Echo areas. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. No debris signature yet, but this thing still could try to form a tornado. It actually might be recycling a bit. I will say that much. So if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this one. Let's move back over to the tornado warning over in Mississippi. This is heading towards Inverness and Indianola, as well as United States Route 49. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. This is more of a gusty wind threat now, in my honest opinion, but it still doesn't hurt to get into your safe space, because I'd rather be safe than sorry. There's actually been some instances where we thought that the storm was not exactly in a prime condition to produce a tornado, and yet it did. So that is something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through to the north and east. And if you live in that tornado warning in Humphreys and Sunflower counties in Mississippi, you need to continue to stay into your safe space. Let us see. Yep, a lot of gusty winds for the most part here in northern Mississippi. There is some areas that actually have some general spots of rotation with these discrete cells, so we'll have to watch that too. That's something to something that I'm actually really interested in, but we'll have to continue to watch that as it continues to move off through. We're very close to 600 likes, everyone. Let's get that like count up to above 600 likes. That would be amazing. We've already reached a couple milestones with how many subscribers we've gotten. So I can't thank you enough for what all you've done, but let's get that let's get that like count up and above 600 likes. That would be greatly appreciated. This is still some really interesting rotation here. As I mentioned, the reds are moving away from the radar, the greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be located. So if you live near Echo, if you live along State Route 1, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get an updated timing here for you all. Marksville will be impacted in around 20 minutes or so. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time. You can start monitoring the storm a bit more, possibly get helmets, get pillows, get more walls in between yourself and the tornadic rotation than just you getting underground or in the lowest innermost part of your building. But still has some general rotation. It does seem to have weakened just a little bit. But we are now starting to see a mesocyclone signature with this supercell. So who knows? This thing might continue to try and reproduce, maybe even recycle later on into its lifetime. So that's something that we're going to have to really watch as this moves on through the evening. But yes, definitely something that we're really gonna want to continue to monitor as this moves on through. As I said, this is south of Alexandria, Louisiana. Here is Alexandria, Louisiana, right here, circled in the black. This is where the tornado warning is. This is south of that, south of the interstate near Chambers and Lemurie, heading towards Echo and Marksville. So if you know anyone who lives down there, you need to tell them to go ahead, take their proper precautions, and get into their safe space now. All right, there's no time, no space. This thing has had a history of producing tornadoes. You need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. Let's see. We've been streaming for 8 hours and 40 minutes. This is a lengthy stream right here. But the grind continues, even if our voice does not. But yeah, that's how it works for us. We gotta continue to monitor this. Where's the line right now? Can you zoom out? All right, so the line here in Louisiana. This is Louisiana right here. This is your line of storms that are moving on through into parts of Texas and Louisiana right here. So that's your line right there. You also have a line of storms that are pushing through Memphis, heading off into northern parts of Mississippi, and even into places like Kentucky, and a little bit of the line that's lingering into places like Arkansas. But you have a big line of thunderstorms that are moving on through here. This line that's currently pushing on through northern parts of Mississippi into eastern parts of Tennessee, or not eastern, western parts of Tennessee. Eastern parts of Arkansas also has that giant line of storms, so definitely something that we're going to want to watch through. Jonesboro, you guys are getting a line of thunderstorms. A little bit of general rotation south of Jonesboro, but nothing too serious at the moment, but we're going to continue to watch that as that moves off to the north and east. So definitely something that we're going to want to watch. So this supercell is pretty high precipitation based. A lot of rain around this. There actually is two supercells that are right next to each other. One which is the one that's causing the tornado warning. The other one is a bit further south near Cheneyville. That actually has a little bit of a signature of potentially a supercell there. So that's something to keep in mind with that. And we need to continue to monitor this as this moves on through, because the threat for tornadoes still exists, especially into some of these areas. As I mentioned, south and east of Alexandria, heading towards Marksville in Louisiana. If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and get into the safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Nashville is at risk for some gusty winds. I would say yes, but tornadoes, I would have to say no. Not today, at least. Tomorrow you might see a little bit of a risk, but as of right now, I would have to say no. So yeah, definitely a lot of rotation here. Now it's starting to head a bit further to the north of Echo. It's more or less localized just due east of Chambers. But this will be heading towards the Effie, the Marksville, that general vicinity right there, as well as around State Route 1, as well as around State Route 453. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. As I mentioned, get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, and LeFlore counties in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you're over there, you can see some gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour, I should say. Some spotty hail, and maybe even the threat for a tornado over there as well. Selmer, Tennessee, can I check up? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's take a look at what's happening in Selmer, Tennessee. You're going to now start to see that major band of thunderstorms that'll be pushing on through your area. You can see some gusty winds and upwards of 40 to 45 miles per hour. Well, sustained winds of 40 miles per hour. Maybe some gusts and upwards of a 45, maybe even 50 in some spots. So I'd continue to watch this storm very carefully, or these lines of storms if I were you, especially as this will be impacting your general vicinity within the next 5 or 10 minutes. If you guys are new to the stream and you do want to help support me, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like actually helps get the word out, because it tells YouTube's algorithm that more people should watch the video or watch the live stream. So by doing so, you actually help me get the word out a lot more. So that's the reason why I always say leave a like on everything, whether it's my videos, my live streams. It will help get the word out to more people, And so that would be greatly appreciated. Sharing the stream on social media as well as friends and family is a good too as well. That also helps get the word out. And subscribing if you're new, turning on notifications if you yourself want to be up to date. That is also recommended if you want to be up to date with my content, the weather that I put out for the public. I do upload videos every single morning to update people, so that is something that I would ask you all to consider. So the new severe thunderstorm warning is basically an extension to the original tornado warning here, but for the most part, the tornadic risk has kind of depleted for that cell in Mississippi, mainly because it's more of a gusty wind threat, but still something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as that moves on through. Someone asked if Orlando is still in the risk. Yeah, they kind of are with these thunderstorms, but for the most part, you're in the clear. I'd say you're in the clear for the next couple of hours before the lines of storms or some general thunderstorms that can move on through. Maybe some could be severe, but for the most part, I'd say the worst is past you. I'd say the worst is definitely past you. So, but yeah, Selmer, Tennessee, I said that you guys could definitely see some stuff, and there you go. So if you're in Selmer, this is when the strong gusty winds are going to start moving on through your area. It is 75 miles east of Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, for the next 4 days. Tomorrow you guys might see some severe weather, and on Friday you might see some severe weather, so I'd monitor that as well. And then on Saturday you guys might also see some severe weather. So I'd say no. So it seems as if the tornado warning down here that's south of Alexandria has been either expired and or canceled. Tornado threat has diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. Large hail, damaging winds remain a threat. So that's interesting there. Tornado possible is still on the severe thunderstorm warning, so we're going to want to continue to monitor this. But yep, I do have to agree, the winds have started to deplete a bit. So that is the good news here with this storm. But for the most part, this is definitely a storm that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. But yeah, I talked about this tornado warning that was off near Inverness. As I said, you're probably going to want to stay into your safe space. For the most part, I foresee a lot of gusty winds within these storms. So it'll be more of a straight line wind risk in my honest opinion. And yeah, I would want to continue to monitor this as much as possible. Yep, this is definitely to where the event's starting to kind of downtrend a little bit. I will say that much, but I gotta say the highlight of the event of the stream today was the first tornado warning when we caught the storm prior to it actually turning tornado warned. We kind of said that storm was going to be tornadic way before it actually showed major signs of it being tornadic, mainly because of how the structure was looking on radar presentation. Then we called the tornado being on the ground prior to the debris signature because of the spectrum width, which I highly recommend using to indicate as to whether or not a tornado is on the ground, but you just have to know what you're looking for in using it. So yeah, I think that's the pretty good highlight of the stream, was us being able to determine whether a tornado was on the ground before anyone else knew. And yeah, that was clearly the case there. I will say this. Alright, I will say this. You heard my voice crack there. That's because, as I said, I've been live streaming for almost 9 hours. So I've been going at this for quite a while. But a new area of rotation might be developing near Midnight in Silver City. There actually is a little bit of an appendage here. I will say that much. But there isn't a whole lot of an appendage here right now, so it's not so much to talk about. But they could issue a new tornado warning for this cell right here, so we'll continue to monitor this as the event continues to move on forward. I want to at least continue to keep live streaming until this rotation kind of dies out a little bit. Sure, we're looking up about 3,600 feet up in the sky, which actually isn't that tall. It's actually not that bad. But still something pretty interesting for the most part. Who do I turn the coverage over to? No one. When the live stream ends, it ends. I usually live stream from the beginning of an event to the end of the event. That's just how I work. That's how I function. So, I try to, cover as much as possible, especially since there's these other larger YouTubers that try and live stream at specific times, and that's kind of not okay with me. I try to clean up. Do you think Cincinnati has a chance for tornadoes tomorrow? Yeah, I would say they have a small chance. Very small chance, a marginal threat, actually. But for the most part, I would continue to watch that. I would actually watch my video tomorrow morning that I'm going to upload about your risk. I'll talk about that as well as the threat for some severe weather on Friday. A massive event for severe weather because of how much energy and what the lapse rates are looking like that day. Large hail I'm anticipating on that day. Large hail. Very large hail. So, but the only thing about it with Texas is that it's pretty capped, so it's kind of iffy in that department. But in places like Louisiana and southern Mississippi, here, I'll actually show you the risk. They actually issued an emergency outlook. They gave a 3 out of 5 on the scale for severe weather, or the enhanced risk, as they like to call it, here in places like Jackson, Mississippi, Vicksburg, Mississippi, Clinton, Mississippi, Pearl, Mississippi, Ridgeland, Mississippi, all the way up right close enough towards Monroe, Louisiana. So if you're in over there, in those areas over there, you could potentially see some large hail on Friday. Very large hail. But that's still something that we're going to want to monitor as this continues to move on through. And when I say they, I mean the Storm Prediction Center. They're basically the guys that are meteorologists. They obviously know a lot more than I do, but they're forecasting these storms to be quite significant. And I agree with them in the aspect of hail. Tornadoes, I'm kind of iffy on right now. But there is confirmed tornado damage in Louisiana. Yeah, I saw that earlier, actually. There was some in the northwestern parts of Louisiana. There was some in or north of Monroe, heading off towards Bastrop and Shelton's. Also closer towards the border of Louisiana and Arkansas, south of Wilmot. So, yeah, there was a couple reports of some tornadoes with this, but definitely an active day here of severe weather, to say the least. I'll say that much. So, Deep South can't get a break. When can the actual tornado alley get these bad storms? When it's not early April and March. Once it starts to get into like late April, May, and stuff like that, that's when the severe weather threat starts to head north. And that's when people need to start monitoring. Is 6,500 Cape for Friday, and the dry line 7,000 in spots like dang. Yeah, I know, right? Some of the Cape, I'm gonna be a bit more conservative and say 4,000 to 5,000 joules per kilogram right now. I know that much for a fact. At least 3,000 to 4,000 joules per kilogram. I know that much. But some can get up to 5,000 if it's a bit more consolidated. But it's just, it's pretty boggling to look at the event on Friday. How's things in Texas? Depending upon where you live in Texas, things are okay for the most part. The only areas in Texas that really need to be talked about a whole lot is Houston along the coast towards Corpus Christi. You guys are getting some general severe thunderstorms that are moving on through your area. And so places near Beaumont, you're really going to want to monitor these storms, but they're not really going to be a lot severe. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. Someone in my chat who I know is trying to be a Met or trying to study for meteorology just informed me of something, and yep, this thing is trying to recycle again, but it's not exactly all too strong at the moment. It's pretty weak right now, but for the most part, this thing might be trying to recycle. So I guess we'll really have to monitor this as this moves off to the east, due east towards Hesmer, Mensura, and Marksville. If you guys have a Discord account or something like that, and you want to join my Discord server, please be sure to do so. Link will be in the chat here, so all you have to do is click the link and boom, you can join Discord server. And we're pretty active over here. We've got a really nice culture for the most part, to where we just talk about weather as well as messing around and stuff like that. No drama whatsoever. So if you bring drama in, you get the boot. But we just like to try and keep that same energy for the most part. So if you guys keep that same energy for the most part, that would be great. That would be great. Yep, severe thunderstorm warning continues, so that's nice. But this storm right here in Marksville is looking pretty interesting for the most part. So good call on that one. So someone said before that something was occurring or something was trying to do something in Mississippi. I have to try and read the comment again here. Starkville, Mississippi. Okay, so let's see where Ackerman is specifically. I do love to take into consideration what my chat says, although if I think it's stupid, then obviously I'm not going to, look at it completely. But because I have a feeling that this actually could be true, which it actually is. There's actually a discrete cell over here. Can't exactly call it a supercell per se, but there is a discrete cell over here that could potentially give off the risk of producing some rotation, maybe even a tornado. So that is something we're definitely going to want to continue to monitor as this moves on through. New severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Aviolas Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado possible, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter size hail with that one. So you're really going to want to monitor this as this moves on through. Let's see. Yeah, no, this is definitely something to really monitor. This discrete cell that's kind of pushing on through. Doesn't exactly look like it's all too favorable of producing tornadoes right now. I will say that much. Storm relative velocity shows that general rotation. You can see the reds are moving away from the radar. The greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Near French Camp, heading off towards Ackerman. So if you live over there, there is the chance for some tornadic potential, but nothing all too big, nothing all too large, in my honest opinion. So we'll have to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. But yep, there is definitely some general areas of rotation here with that storm. Now there was one area that had general little bits and bobs of rotation near midnight. That eventually went on through into Thornton. That has kind of diminished a little bit, so that is the good news. As I had foreseen, these lines of storms, these general thunderstorms, are turning a bit more into a straight line wind risk. That typically is what happens with most thunderstorms, most cells, as they continue to move on through into the evening. So a lot more of a gusty wind threat for the most part, and that people need to continue to, I'd say, just stay indoors. I mean, not that you'd be outside at 9:30 at night, not saying I judge or anything, but, it's not saying that you guys are out that late at night. I just recommend that you guys would stay indoors for the most part. Let's take a look back at at that supercell that could be trying to restructure itself near Marksville and Hesmer in Louisiana. This is for anyone who's trying to figure out where this is at specific. My goodness, I can't speak right now. Where this is at specifically, Alexandria is right here in Louisiana, and right here is where the rotation would be. And if you don't know where Alexandria is, I'll zoom out here for you real quickly. And Alexandria is right about here. Your rotation's about here. New Orleans is about here, and Dallas is about here. So this is where it is in Louisiana, and that is the cell that we are looking at. And so this is showing some general areas of rotation. Not too strong at the moment, but you do see those classic green winds moving towards the radar. Your reds are moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So that's something to keep in mind there. Your helicity is not all too good, but it is trying for the most part. Your cape, for your most unstable cape, actually is 1,667 joules per kilogram. Mixing layer cape is 1,550 for all you weather nerds out there. So that's something to keep in mind with all that. But this area right near Hesmer and Marksville, there actually is some pretty decent rotation here. So that is something to really monitor, to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. So we'll continue to watch it. It has a history of producing a tornado. I saw the debris signature myself. So now they issued a tornado warning right afterwards. They had a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning, but clearly had a debris signature. So in my opinion, it was on the ground, but still something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this moves on through. Where at in Tennessee are you referencing the lightning? Where in the world is people referencing Tennessee? You just got an update on the one you were looking at. Your phone went off for a tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm. You should get it soon. I didn't get anything. Very serious storm west of Tennessee. You're in Paris, Tennessee, in the middle of Memphis and Nashville. Okay, so that makes sense. So a lot of gusty winds, for the most part, has actually been rumbling through Tennessee. There's actually a lot of straight line winds here. You can see this kind of curling nature within the line. This indicates that you have a lot of storms that are pushing a lot of gusty winds behind this. So yeah, I could believe that there's a lot of gusty winds within this those cells, and that I would really stay indoors for the most part. There's actually been some more reports of wind damage to a large trampoline. I don't know why they would put that on the National Weather Service IEM bot, but they've reported damage to a large trampoline. And so if you guys don't want your trampolines being impacted, or if you don't want to resemble yourself as a trampoline, please get indoors, because you really not want to be hit by a large trampoline. New severe thunderstorm warning for Adams County in Mississippi. Actually, never mind. There's a new tornado warning for the cell, so we're going to disregard that. We're going to go to the cell near Marksville again, because this is the cell that we've been watching for quite some time. Tornado warning has been issued for Aviolas County, or Aviolas Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can also see almost an inch size hail from this, so that is something that we're really going to have to monitor with this storm. Just by looking at the rotation in itself, let's actually go to the reflectivity, a classic hook signature that we would see on these supercells that could indicate some tornadic rotation, the inflow coming in unimpeded. So this is definitely something we're going to want to monitor. We also see this inflow spike right here. This typically indicates where the inflow notch starts. If there was another spike right about here, this would be kicking up a lot of dust and would show you how strong the inflow notch actually is. But as of right now, your inflow notch is localized within this spike right here, and your hook wraps around like this. And so that is where your tornadic signature would be, right at the top of that hook. And so if you live near Mensura, if you live near Marksville, if you live along State Route 1, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off towards the State Route 1 area as soon as you hear this transmission, so you need to get into your safe space then and there. Then it'll be heading off just to the north of Hamburg, or heading off into the Bordelanville areas in about 15 minutes. So if you know anyone over there, share the stream to them. Actually liking the video, believe it or not, actually gets this on YouTube's algorithm, tells people that more people need to watch this video, so it gets onto their recommended section on YouTube. So by liking the video, that actually helps get the word out a lot more efficiently. So share the stream on social media, or share this on social media for the most part. Share the information on social media so that we can get the word out and try to help people who might be impacted by this set of storms. So definitely something that we're going to want to continue to keep in mind as we move on through. As I said, Mansoura, you guys need to go out and get in your safe space now. This is right when these storms are going to be starting to march on through, and then it'll be heading off into the Bordelanville in about 15 minutes. Let us see. And this is definitely something that we need to continue to monitor heavily. As I said, classic hook. Let's go to the maximum expected hail size indicator here for you all, and you can see some hail is actually could be above an inch. Some of the greens actually can start to get into your 3/4 of an inch, and your brighter greens actually get to about an inch. Actually, these really bright greens get to about an inch, maybe even a little over an inch size hail. So you could not only see some tornadic conditions from this, but you could even see some large hail if you are not going to be directly impacted by this potentially tornadic thunderstorm. Yeah, so this is something that the people near Bordelanville in Louisiana need to continue to monitor. As I said, this will be located just to the south and east of Alexandria. So here's Alexandria in Louisiana. Here's the tornadic supercell. There's also another tornadic supercell right down here that I want to look at here in a few. There's also a couple other cells that are looking pretty tornadic. As a matter of fact, there's a bunch of cells that are looking pretty tornadic for the most part. So we'll take a look at those cells a bit more in depth as time will move along. But as I mentioned, if you live in these areas, you need to continue to monitor this storm heavily. There's a lot of radar interference right now. For the most part, you can see this blue beam right here. What I'm looking at is the correlation coefficient, and the correlation coefficient actually looks at the density of the particles in the atmosphere. So the more the density is similar to water, the higher the correlation coefficient is, or the more red it is. The more dense the particles are, like hail or maybe even debris that could be lofted up in the air from the tornado, the lower the correlation coefficient could be, as well as the finer the air is, so like some fast moving winds, the lower the correlation coefficient could be with that, which is the reason why if I circle this area right here, this giant blue area, and go back to the base reflectivity, there's no rain over there, so it's just some really fast moving winds that are moving into the inflow for the most part. But by looking at the correlation coefficient, I'm trying to see if we have any debris here or anything I should really be concerned about for a tornadic potential, but the correlation coefficient is kind of being obscured at the moment because of this this beam in the radar that is kind of obstructing us from seeing what all is happening in the sky. So bit of a radar anomaly, if you will, and that is something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as this moves on through. But I don't see a massive correlation coefficient drop. There might be one right here, might be a debris signature, but it's pretty hard to say for the most part. This is a bit further north of the tornadic rotation than I would like it to be, but otherwise this is still something that I'm going to continue to have to monitor for the most part. Actually, let's go to higher parts of the atmosphere. This doesn't help either. Still doesn't help, so we can't exactly say for sure if a tornado is on the ground at the moment. We'll just have to rely upon what the data is of the people who actually reside there, maybe the damage that could reside within some of those areas. We'll have to see if a tornado was on the ground at that moment. But for the most part, we warn whether it is on the ground or not. This is a tornado warning, and this does have the potential of producing a tornado. I would not be surprised if this is on the ground. And so if you live over near a Borderlandville, if you live along State Route 1, as I mentioned before, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. As I said, this is in Louisiana. This is for Avioles parish here in Louisiana. They call their counties parishes because they're French, or the stuff is originated from France. So that's the reason why it's called parishes. So if you know anyone who lives just to the south and east of Alexandria, here's Alexandria in Louisiana, which is more towards the central parts of the state. You need to tell them to really monitor the system. As we've mentioned here before, a classic hook signature that we are seeing here from the reflectivity, the inflow to which the thunderstorm would ingest all of its energy would be going in there just like that. And so for the most part, people need to continue to monitor the storm and get into your safe spaces now. I would highly recommend doing so. And even if you're not being directly impacted by the tornado, you could see some large amounts of hail and upwards of 1.25 inches. So definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as this moves on through. But this is something really interesting that I continue to want to monitor as this storm continues to move on through. So Borderlandville, as I mentioned, if you live over there, you need to go ahead and tell them to get in their safe space now. Is Illinois okay? Yeah, Illinois is getting a lot of scattered storms at the moment, so you guys aren't really going to see a whole lot of severe potential. But I'd still pay attention to the National Weather Service just in case if they issue a severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, this is some really interesting rotation for the most part. And this is a cell that I would continue to monitor as this pushes on through. I don't see any major updates here, which is good news. There is a report of some damage in Missouri. So this is in Shelbyville in Shelby County, Missouri, from the original severe thunderstorm line that pushed on through St. Louis. So the wind tore off a screen door of a house, carried a dog house 40 feet, and knocked down a dog pen. So some damage there, maybe some minor damage of some gusty winds and stuff like that. But for the most part, this is strong gusty wind event, except for deep in the south, where we can see the potential of tornadoes to lie within here. Let's see. This is for sure something that we want to continue to monitor. The rotation is still relatively strong. Correlation coefficient, I still don't see a debris signature here, but the spectrum width is starting to indicate that there might be something around within this general vicinity. I will mention that the velocities are pretty messed up here within this general area where I box in, but there is the potential for a tornado to be maybe currently in progress just to the north of Mensura. So as I mentioned, if you live near Mensura, if you live north of Lone Bridge, live north of Moreoville, as well as near Borderlandville and Hamburg, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Your ZDR, which just shows your updraft here, actually looks pretty decent for the most part. I'm trying to find a tornadic updraft here, and I actually found it. So let's see if I can see a ZDR column. Yeah, a little bit. And upwards of 13,000 feet. That's not bad. So you do have a ZDR column within this storm. Tornadic updraft is within this cell. So this does have the signs of it to potentially be tornadic. A new scan just came in, and this hook looks a whole lot worse. Look at this right here, chat. Classic hook signature. Your inflow started to get a bit clogged because of some thunderstorms that are forming along the outflow boundary, which might be a sign of this storm to potentially weaken further, or it might merge and actually amplify the rotation a bit more. But still a large hook here that is moving on through. This is a classic supercell signature that we never want to see here on radar. But then again, we need to continue to monitor this as this moves on through. The purple means heavier amounts of rain. The reds are heavy amounts of rain. Yellow is moderate, and green is slight, not as large amounts of rain. So This is definitely a storm that we need to continue to monitor for the most part. The indicator as to what the DBZ is off to the left here. So if you know anyone who looks at these radars and looks at DBZ, just by looking off to the left, that actually can tell you what the DBZ is. But for the most part, it is looking really interesting. I can't say anything for certain as to whether or not there's a debris signature because of how the radar interference is really bad within some of these areas along the correlation coefficient. But still, something to keep in mind with all of that. So as I mentioned, the correlation coefficient takes a look at the density of the particles in the atmosphere. So if it looks a bit more like rain or the density, it's measured as a high correlation coefficient, or these reds. But in some of these greens and blues, besides this over here, I'm drawing an X over that so that it doesn't, you don't get confused. Some of these greens and blues, it could be measuring some heavier amounts of precipitation, maybe even some higher densities, such as hail, maybe even debris from a tornado. That could be represented as a low correlation coefficient. And so just by looking at these areas, this can basically be a determining factor as to whether or not we had a tornado or not. But I tend to use spectrum width a lot more to try and figure out if a tornado is on the ground earlier, because the spectrum width will actually show you if it's on the ground earlier than a correlation coefficient signature does. So that's, something that I use quite often. But if I can't find anything on spectrum width, which I can't see a whole lot right now on spectrum width, then I look at the correlation coefficient very much so often. That's something that we'll have to continue to monitor as this storm moves along. The inflow notch is actually shrunken a lot, which means that this cell is turned a lot more high precipitation based, and it's not really going to favor a whole lot of strengthening from here until it potentially recycles. But as for right now, it's a relatively strong signature that's moving into a lot of rain, a lot of cool air, and because these thunderstorms typically want a lot of moist, warm air, it will tend to deteriorate the supercell a bit and become a bit more unstable. So still a lot of rotation here. I mean, you can see the bright oranges moving away from the radar, the bright greens moving towards the radar. Right in the middle is this general rotation to where the tornadic signature could be. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, as I've said, near Mansoura, near Bordelonville, as well as north of Hamburg, north of Morieville, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So share this live stream on social media, as well as like this video, like this live stream. This is going to sound stupid, but by liking the live stream, you actually put me onto YouTube's algorithm to where my live stream can be put onto more people's recommended pages, and this actually gets the word out a lot more effectively than just sharing it on social media. So if you guys would do me a solid and like the video so that this can appear on more people's pages and stuff like that, that would be greatly appreciated. We can get the word out a lot more effectively that way. DeRidder, Louisiana. So DeRidder itself actually just got done with a bunch of severe weather, so you guys are starting to get into the clear. Actually, the major threat is past you all, so DeRidder, you guys are actually fine. That is the good news for you all. But no. There we go. Jeez. My phone notification went off, and I was like, oh boy. But yeah. New scan just came in here. The rotation's still decent. I don't see a debris signature from the storm, so I'm not seeing a whole lot in regards to there being a tornado on the ground. But there still is the threat for that there. So this is something to keep in mind with all that. Just need a little damage to my school, not much, just a little. 2 exams tomorrow. I feel your pain there. I'm studying to try and be meteorologist while I was, until I took the semester off because I'm not doing online classes. No, go away. But yeah, I feel your pain there. I feel your pain there. Reed was in Arkansas today. Did he catch anything? I think he was looking at the storm that we were looking at earlier on in the stream. So I guess we'll have to see a bit more as to what all he saw after the stream in regards to what all he saw. But I don't know if he saw anything. Or at least I have no clue if he saw anything. If you guys want to join my Discord server, it's a nice little community that we have with other weather enthusiasts and people who just chill out and have fun. We don't have a lot of drama here, so if you want to join that, the link is in the video. Well, link is in the chat right there. You have other college meteorology students that are trying to escape the tragedy of college. That is true facts. But we have a plethora of them there. So if you want to join the fray, even get yourself a special role, go ahead and feel free to join. But we try to teach people how to look at the weather the correct way. So, yeah, that's basically all that we do for the most part there. What about Shelbyville near Kit? Let's take a look at that real quickly. Mobile, Alabama is pretty much out of this risk as of right now. But tomorrow, you guys could start seeing some severe weather with gusty winds and the threat for tornadoes. Maybe some large hail, but it's a small risk. Friday, however, for the person who lives in Mobile, Friday is a day that you're really going to want to monitor, particularly to where you guys could see some large hail in your general vicinity. That's an event that I'm watching closely. As I said, I upload videos every morning, so if you want to stay up to date with what all is happening, please be sure to tune into those. Even if you only have to watch for the first 15 minutes, which is basically just me talking about what people can get, then that's cool. But if you want to watch the whole 30 minutes, which is basically just me talking about it in in-depth analysis and stuff like that, then that's fine with me too. You guys can learn a thing or two about how the weather works and stuff like that. Because it's not all just about, rain. There's other factors and stuff like that that go into meteorology and the weather and stuff like that. It's a lot more complex than people think it is. Some people say clouds, rain, tornado. Not always like that. So. We did go through an area that seemed to have wind damage, caught up in an area of the road closed area and had to turn around. Found a funnel with minor rotation that was weakening. Yeah, so you probably saw the latter stages of a supercell. So, heard there's a rain wrap near Pineville. I didn't see anything near Pineville, but there could easily be something there. Severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Holmes, and Leflore counties in Mississippi have been canceled, so you guys are in the clear there. That's the good news. Tornado warning will continue until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so we will continue covering this event here for you all. But still some strong rotation here for the most part. And still some high precipitation based storm here. This is some really a huge HP mess. So, lot of rain with this storm. Might be trying to deplete itself a little bit more, but there's definitely a lot of activity with this supercell, whether it has a lot of rain or not. So there's still a widespread risk for hail, even if there isn't a tornado risk. Huge area of hail expanding from basically an entire county, or a half of a county, I should say. I'll actually put a marker down here and see how far this expands. It expands a good 17 miles, 16 nautical miles if you wanted to be, if you were curious. Actually, I think that's larger than 17 regular miles. So, yeah, a wide hail risk here with this supercell. That could be potentially producing a tornado as well. New scan just came in. I don't see a debris signature as well. Spectrum width is nothing really too interesting to look at. Your radar scan actually shows a very skinny inflow notch here near Borderlandville. And so you still have your massive hook here. Your rotation would be right about in here. But it's just so high precipitation based that it's not even funny. There's definitely something that's happening in there, but it's not all too huge at the moment, not all too organized at the moment. In order for it to be organized, these bright greens and these bright oranges would have to be right next to each other. That's when you could potentially see a tornado in progress. But for the most part, as of right now, it's not exactly all too organized. So that is one thing. Jeez, 4,829 subscribers. You guys are crazy. I've gained almost 275 subscribers today, which for the type of channel that I have and the other severe weather live channels that are, on YouTube, that's pretty crazy. Seems how I'm on par with some channels that have like 27,000 subscribers. And I've been uploading, a lot more consistent with uploading videos before I did, and then I started uploading videos, and now I'm starting to try and get back into the game. Tornado damage is north of Bastrop, Louisiana. Morehouse Parish tonight. Officials say one injury with an elderly lady having a large gash in her head. That is some really interesting damage here. A lot of downed trees. A roof got torn open. Here, I'll actually pull this up here for you all. Charles Peak, by the way. This dude here is the storm chaser for the Weather Channel. So, thank you for the footage here, my friend. Tornadoes can do damage like this. This is some debris that was lofted from this cell that was over in Bastrop, which is in northeastern parts of Louisiana, north of Monroe, I believe. Or at least I think that's where it was. Let me fact check myself real quickly. Fact check. Yep, that's north of Monroe. So that's the damage that it did. You can see the debris that spread across the board here. Opened roof here. This doesn't look to be entirely structurally intact or a well-built home, but for the most part, this did do a lot of damage to this this home here. And look at the trees that fell, all the debris, the bricks and stuff like that. And this is a living room right here. There's a TV here. There's a fireplace right here. There's most likely a couch or a sofa that's probably here or behind this person. This is someone's home that got impacted. This is what these thunderstorms can do, and it's very unfortunate as to what these storms can do. And that's the reason why I say whenever there's a tornado warning, you need to get into your safe space. You need to be in a place to where you're underground or the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, so you're not impacted by these tornadic systems. So really something to monitor as this continues to push on through, and that when I say stuff like a tornado warning for your area, you could experience damage like that. Maybe not as bad, maybe worse. But regardless, do not take the risk. Rather be safe than sorry in situations like that. So, really something we're going to want to monitor. I want to take a 3D of this tornado warning here in Borderlandville, in Louisiana. And you can actually see the inflow notch here. It's not actually all too prevalent for the most part, because it's really rain-wrapped for the most part. But you can see your inflow notch right within the storm here. Let's see if I can get a lower value here. Yep, there it is. So here's your lower value. And, you might not be able to see it all too much, but there is a bit of a gap so that if it can get past that major parts of rain, your warm, moist inflow that the storm loves to feed on would be right within here. This is your cave right within this general vicinity. And that is where... that's what we call an inflow notch. So something really interesting that we're looking at here on radar, that this is supercell that is continuing to ingest a lot of energy. That is basically continuing to move on through and is still trying to produce some tornadic rotation. So that is something that we're going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes off to the east. Oh boy. Hey, we got a sponsor. Oh my goodness. Marie Hall with the sponsorship became the weather enthusiast. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Woo! Thank you for the sponsorship, my friend. I really do appreciate it. What you guys get is you guys get exclusive emotes and stuff like that. I actually don't really do a whole lot with my members. It's more or less just a sponsorship thingamabobber, but I really should do more. Like, post exclusive membership updates, stuff like that. I don't want to do, like, exclusive live streams for members, because that's kind of stupid. I feel like everyone's entitled to the same information. But, yeah. I honestly should do more with my sponsors. New tornado warning for Aviolas Parish in Louisiana. So this is just an extension, I am assuming, of this storm. But this is really something that we're going to want to continue to monitor. So whenever they do put up the new tornado warning, that'll be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And they just basically put it right over the original tornado warning, which will expire in 3 minutes. So that's something to keep in mind as well. As I said, if you live near Bois de Leonville, live near Big Bend, you need to go ahead, get underground, or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and tornadic rotation as possible. Anything serious for Thursday a.m. through Friday and noon in Georgia. So for Thursday, you guys have a marginal chance for some severe weather. That could be a moving through your area. Strong gusty winds, chance for tornadoes, some spotty hail, can't really be ruled out. On Friday, you guys are also in a marginal risk for some severe storms. A bit to the west of you, it's going to be a lot more significant. Large hail most likely as possible, maybe the threat for tornadoes. But then on day 4, the threat for severe weather also comes back into this general vicinity as well. So if you guys live even just south of Noonan, Georgia, south of Atlanta, towards places like Tallahassee and Pensacola and Columbus, you guys could start easily seeing some severe weather in your general vicinities. So we'll continue to monitor this as this pushes on through into the latter stages of this week. Let's go to the tornado warning that's currently in progress here. As I mentioned, this is in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So this is something where people need to continue to monitor this as best as possible. How's the Mountain State, West Virginia looking? You know we don't get anything. Oh boy. But yeah, it's looking all right. Could be better, could be worse, but nothing really all too interesting. Jackson, Mississippi, and then this is New Orleans. New Orleans. Jeez. Was all that backlogged? Yes, it was. I really need to actually turn off the Streamlabs notifications in my chat for the most part, but that notification up there, and that's fine. We can keep that there. That's fine. Do you think Memphis is good for the rest of the week? No. I would say no. On Friday, you guys could see some more severe weather. Now, if you guys are going to ask me as to when this could occur, I'm going to be honest with you. I am not as educated as to the timings of this event on a Friday, which is the reason why I recommend people to stay tuned to my video tomorrow morning, to which I will be able to explain what's happening on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in regards to what's happening and the timings of the events. And then towards the middle to the end stages of the video, that's when I get into the in-depth analysis as to what happens with like energy and crap like that, and soundings and stuff. So if people want to know what's just generally is happening, I'd recommend staying tuned to like the beginning to the middle part of the video. And then if you want to stick around for the real interesting stuff, then stay for the end. So, we are trucking along here. I'm not gonna lie. We've been streaming for 9.5 hours. Streamed for more than most YouTubers. Actually, I think we streamed more than all YouTubers here today. So that's our consistency is there. We try to get from the beginning to the end. Yeah. North Mississippi, look real North Mississippi right now. Boonville and other surrounding areas. Oh boy. Memphis. Memphis is the best place to look for right now. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of rotation off near the Kossuth and the Biggersville area, as well as Corinth. There could be something there. I will not lie. Let's go to a radar scope and move over to that general vicinity. Actually, do I need all the other radars up in Lincoln and crap? Do I really? There's a bunch of scattered thunderstorms. I don't need it. Let's move our radar over towards Aberdeen here. How's Selmer for the rest of the night? Selmer.
Marie Hall Super Chat $5. What does East Noonan have in store this amen into Friday?
Marie Hall with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Now I'll take a look and see. Because you throw money at me, that's exactly what I'm going to do. That's not how it's supposed to go, chat. I'm supposed to do this without the money. So, anyways, Selmer, you guys are still getting a lot of thunderstorms. For the rest of the night, it'll be basically on and off for the most part, so you'll have to monitor that as well. Alright, because I have been super chatted, I might as well take a look for the most part as to what's in store Thursday into Friday for Noonan specifically. So let me refresh my model page here. We'll take a look at the NAM 3K model, and we'll be able to see what's happening. So Thursday morning, approaching the sunrise hours, you might see some passing showers that might go through at around 8 to 9 o'clock. Then moving on through, the chance still lingers for the most part. Your thunderstorms will continue to come about and move along until the evening hours, and that will continue to march off into places like the Mid-Atlantic, but you're not in the Mid-Atlantic, so you don't have to worry about that stuff. Friday morning, for the most part, it'll be, I'll take a sounding here. It'll be somewhat cloudy for you all, and the chance for thunderstorms will begin to resurrect again Friday afternoon to Friday evening, so very easily could start to see the chance for some severe weather move on through into your general vicinity. New tornado warning for Concordia Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that's after these storms move off from some of these other areas. Or the area that's in the original tornado warning. So that would be Aviolas Parish. Once that moves out, it'll move into the new tornado warning, which will be in Concordia. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Is radar scope better than GR2? I'm going to quote the National Weather Service here. No. I love GR2 Analyst. It's one of my favorite programs. You can take 3D scans. You can customize it however way you want. You can look at it with specific stuff. You can even add satellite wrap analysis. The satellite tells me that it has a 43% chance of producing a tornado. It's got 1,300 joules per kilogram mixing layer cape. The helicity at surface of 1 kilometer is 118. You can see all sorts of stuff with this. You can put as many stuff as you want on GR2 Analyst, and it only costs you $250. Whereas there's some other programs that cost you like $250 per year. It gives you a little bit more stuff, but you could just add that on here. It's not that big of a deal. May not look as good, but still Save a lot of money. I like this a whole lot better than any program. That includes GR Earth, WSV3. Definitely would use this over any other product. But still some general rotation around here. By the way, I'm sure that answered your question, or I hope that answered your question, Marie. As I said, thunderstorms will begin to linger into places, around your general vicinity of Friday evening. But for the most part, you have a good chance of some scattered showers. Some could bring some gusty winds and some spotty hail. There's just a slight chance for tornadoes is possible, though. So you'll have to continue to monitor that as time moves along for you. Your rotation is kind of depleted a lot here. A lot more of a gusty wind threat, I'm not going to lie. And we can see that based off of this little curl right here, this arc. So this tells me that a lot of gusty winds, the rear flank downdraft is surging around, is creating a bit of a gust front within this high precipitation based cell. So a lot of gusty winds that are surging here into the Big Bend area. As I mentioned, you should be still in your safe space. So this is currently moving right over top of you at the moment, but for the most part, as this moves off towards the east, it's heading off into relatively rural areas. It'll still head towards the Black Hawk and the Fort Adams vicinity, especially areas along State Route 15. But if you go in, if you live in those areas, you need to take your proper precautions. And if you don't, well, there's a good chance that most of you don't, because there isn't really a whole lot over here. GR2 is the best on the market by far. Radarscope I like for on the go, like last minute use. I love it on my phone. I use it on my phone all the time. If I'm not home, this is what I'm using it for. New tornado warning has been issued for Feliciana and Wilkinson, actually Feliciana Parish and Louisiana, Wilkinson County and Mississippi. I didn't actually realize that we were this close to Mississippi, so that kind of caught me by surprise. But that'll be in effect until 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the chance of a tornado, some strong gusty winds, and some spotty hail with this one. You can see here on our maximum expected hail size indicator, some hail can get in upwards of a ½ an inch, so definitely a widespread area of spotty hail for the most part, but your main threat lies within the chance for tornadoes. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. If you guys do like the content that I provide, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as well as share this with friends and family and on social media. And also join my Discord server. We have a Discord server with a nice community here. So if you want to chill out and hang out with a bunch of weather nerds, we don't talk about weather all the time, but if you want to do so, talk with us, talk with me for the most part, because I'm going to be there for the most of the time. Yeah, head over to the Discord server. That'd be greatly appreciated. But yeah, this is definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor, this tornado warning, or these tornado warnings, I should say, because it's not just one, it's three. All for the same cell, because the different jurisdictions for the National Weather Service, that's the reason why they have issued so many. This one is for, I believe this is Lake Charles. So this warning right here is Lake Charles that just got canceled. This one right here is Jackson, Mississippi, so this is their jurisdiction right here. And then this is New Orleans' jurisdiction right here that I've colored in. So that's the reason why they have issued so many tornado warnings, is because they're trying to cover up the gaps that lie within all the jurisdictions. So now you know. What about Mississippi Gulf Coast? So later on tonight into tomorrow, you guys can start to see a lot of your gusty winds and maybe a tornado threat. Not too intense, but on Friday, you guys could see a stronger threat for severe weather, especially maybe even some large hail in your general vicinity. So I would continue to monitor the weather from tomorrow and especially Friday. I make videos every single morning updating everyone as to what all could be happening. So if you want to stay tuned to that, that'd be greatly appreciated. Because it helps me out with my analytics, but it also helps you understand as to what all could be happening in your area. So if you want to stay up to date with all of that, be my guest, but As for right now, what I'm saying is there's going to be a huge threat for some severe weather in your general area. These echo tops, which are actually telling me how high these thunderstorms go up to, are telling me that they go up to 48,600 feet up in the sky, which is pretty tall. It's been one of the tallest thunderstorms we've seen all day today, and you know, I'm looking at this at 11:30 in the evening. Most of you are watching at 10:30 in the evening. So this has been a pretty strong supercell that has been marching its way through central parts of Louisiana into southwestern parts of Mississippi. But definitely something that people are going to want to continue to monitor as this pushes on through. Take a sip of my water. Excuse me. So there's still that threat for tornadoes, as I mentioned, but if we look across the board here, for the most part, there aren't any other severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. I mean, the two severe thunderstorm warnings here, according to this warning box, they're both right here near this tornado warning. The two tornado warnings obviously are right next to each other, as I mentioned. But if we take a look at some of these other areas that span across the deep south into the Ozarks, you know, we'll go to the Columbus Air Force Base, which is near Tupelo, Mississippi. A long line of storms, all could be gusty and upwards of, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Still exists. It's moving through Tennessee at the moment, moving through northeastern parts of Mississippi. There's even an area that has a very small thunderstorm that could be starting to try and rotate near Montpelier and Matheson, I should say. So definitely something that we're going to have to continue to monitor here with all of these storms. But for the most part, the severe weather threat is now localized into parts of Louisiana. So let's take a look at Memphis's radar. Yep, so the second band of storms is now starting to march into the places near Memphis. This is what we were talking about earlier. It's where they could be severe, they could be not, but right around there is something interesting to monitor for sure. Let's see. Dixon, Tennessee. Is there anything going to be around there? That's over near Nashville. Kinda. Ish. Yeah, you guys can see some these lines of storms that could barrel on through your general vicinity. So I would not be surprised if you guys saw something relatively soon. Gusty winds, as I mentioned, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Maybe some spotty hail, but it's looking very unlikely for the most part, so keep that in mind. Kind of weird there are no more watches, must be dying down. Indeed, that is exactly what is happening. Is there actually no more watches? Kind of curious. Hold up. Oh, crap. Watch. Yeah, there's no more watches. There's a mesoscale discussion. Severe potential watch possible. 6 or a 40% chance for issuing a watch, whatever watch here. Probably would be like a severe thunderstorm watch or something like that, but nothing too serious with this event. Nothing too serious. So that's something that is interesting to note. So let's continue to look back at the Fort Polk area. This is definitely a storm that is continuing to kind of congeal and become really high precipitation based for the most part. A lot of these thunderstorms are now starting to initiate along its outflow boundary, which every supercell gives off an outflow boundary, and thunderstorms can actually form off of it. Basically, it just basically gives it a little push to where thunderstorms can form. And because the storms are now starting to form, they're actually starting to move into the inflow notch and actually start to congeal the thunderstorm, possibly make it even weaker. So we'll play it over time, and you can notice here's the main supercell right here. You can see these thunderstorms that are forming just to the south of it, more thunderstorms begin to form and stuff like that, and that'll continue to move into areas near the supercell. That could potentially weaken this storm. So that is something to keep in mind, and that is exactly what's happening right now, that the storm is starting to weaken on a rotation aspect of it. But for the most part, it's some pretty interesting storms that are moving on through in this general vicinity. We'll take a 3D here. The hail core actually goes all the way up to 20,000 feet. So that's pretty high up in the sky for storms like this. And your massive rain core, your heavy rain core, goes all the way up to 40,000 feet. So we were mentioning that these storms go up to 48,000 feet. And these storms in itself actually go up to higher than that. So that's something to keep in mind there. But one thing that's cool about looking at 3D analysis with this storm, or with these storms, is that we can actually take a look and see what the ecotops are like in this aspect. And it actually looks pretty interesting, not gonna lie. Ecotops actually go above 50,000 feet in some areas, so that's kind of cool. It's kind of funny. But you know, for the most part, it's kind of just more laid back into this supercell that has a lot of rain, and it's killing itself off because of it. So that's something that I do want to make a note of. After this, these cells start to move on through, we probably will start getting to the part of the live stream. We'll have to end it there. We're going on 10 hours of live streaming, which is pretty insane. We've been live streaming for quite some time now, for practically almost the entire day, from beginning to end. So, yeah. I still think the highlight was us predicting the tornado before anyone else even thought it was going to be a tornado. We saw the signs, chat, and it told us, and boom. That was pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. And for the people who took my class in radar analysis on in my chat here, the radar analysis that we did in our Discord server, you guys saw that arching characteristic too. So you and I both saw the same exact thing, and right there is a perfect example of what could have been a tornadic cell, which did produce tornado damage. So right there is an example of how to look at radar analysis correctly. Mabin, Mississippi? Bruh. What's happening over there? What's poppin'? Brand new whip just topped it. People are gonna unsubscribe because of that. That's an unfortunate thing. Alright, Columbus. Columbus, Mississippi. How's Tennessee before I leave? I'll get to Tennessee in a second while I'm up there. Let's see. Mabin, which is over here. Yeah, we were talking about that storm earlier. The storm with a little bit of rotation for the most part near FIBA, Matheson. Can't exactly say it has a hook, but it has some general rotation, so there is something there for the most part. But yeah. Someone asked what's happening in Tennessee for the most part. Let's take a look at Memphis. A lot of strong gusty winds that are approaching places like Waverly, Lobelville, Linden, Waynesboro, Centerville, as well as Dixon and Charlotte, McEwen, Erin, Cumberland City, and then further areas near like Columbia, Spring Hill, places like I-65 all the way up into Nashville. You guys could start seeing your gusty winds a lot later on in the evening, well overnight, past midnight. So if you guys are over there, I would definitely consider monitoring this event very carefully. But doesn't seem to be all too severe, doesn't seem to be all too tornadic. So that is the good news for you all with this event. Will the storm near Chicago break apart or strengthen a bit? Let's take a look at it then. Chicago. So these lines of storms right here that are approaching the Chicago metro area, personally, I think they'll stay about the same, maybe break up a little bit because there's not a whole lot of energy in this area. But you guys could definitely see a lot of thunderstorms within your general vicinity that could bring gusty winds and upwards of probably 40 miles per hour, maybe 45 if it gets relatively intense that way. But still something to keep in mind as that pushes on through. Pronounced Phoebe? Of course it is. Seems legit. Now you know I don't live in those areas. But yeah. If you guys would do me a favor real quickly, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream. We're getting large amounts of likes here. For the most part, we're up to 669. If we can get up to 700, that would be amazing. I don't think we can do it, but it's always nice to set goals, and that's exactly what we have here. So 700 likes, that would be great by the end of the live stream here. And you guys have been doing amazing with the subscribers. As a matter of fact, we've gained almost 300 subscribers this live stream. So that's absolutely amazing, stunning as to what all you guys have done for me. So I appreciate that. I really do. It helps me so much with what I do here on YouTube. And so thank you so much to all the people who help support me. Right now, the storm is kind of having a whale of a time trying to figure itself out. You have your original rotation, which you can actually see the hook up here with a little bit of the inflow notch. Yeah, it's right about there-ish. The little arms that would swirl into the storm-ish. So that is something that we're going to have to continue to monitor for the most part. But this is something that is pretty interesting with all these thunderstorms that are moving out in front of the supercell. This might actually start to kill the thunderstorm in itself. So that's just something that I'm noticing, something that I am looking at with this storm. When can Fanta sponsor me? I've been drinking Fanta Orange for about 2 months now. Dude, I've been drinking Minute Maid Lemonade for 2 straight years. I think it's safe to say that I'm addicted. So if I can get a Minute Maid sponsorship, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? That'd be great. I would self-promote their products so hard it wouldn't even be funny. This is still live? Yes, indeed. This is exactly what I would do here. This is the basis of this channel right here. Is live streaming these events. This is actually what was built. This channel was built around. And then the videos every morning is just kind of like an add-on. So we're known for our live streaming and us covering these events in depth. So whether it's severe weather, hurricanes, although hurricanes is kind of an annoying to cover live because it moves slow as heck and your data comes in slow as heck, and nothing changes over the span of say 5 to 10 minutes, unlike tornadoes. So it's not as fast paced as I like it to be, but I'll cover that. Especially if it is impacting the coastline and stuff like that. Yeah, we do some other stuff too. We're going to be uploading a series soon, a series about weather, and you guys will be able to enjoy and be able to understand how the weather works. We're going to start out relatively simple, and so the general areas. The series is going to be called Weather Explained. So whenever you see Weather Explained in your notification box, that's a video you're going to want to watch, because you get your information as to how the weather works, but it's also pretty funny too, so you'll be able to enjoy yourselves while watching the content. Or at least I find myself funny. I'm not sure about you all, but I think I'm pretty cool. So, yeah. That's something that I will be looking forward to. Now I just gotta record the video, and for the most part I've got my script done. So after a major event happens and we gain like a crap ton of subscribers, that's when we're going to post it, because we're going to take advantage of all the new influx of members and try and, get the video out to as many people as possible. So that's the reason why I say liking the video helps a lot, because it gets us on YouTube's algorithm, gets the word out on the live streams and stuff like that. But liking the video on videos and stuff like that also tells people that tells YouTube that people might enjoy this video, and the more people that actually watch it and stuff like that, they might enjoy it, they might like the video, and they might send up to YouTube's algorithm, so it might be a video that people may enjoy. So that's just something that I think about as a YouTuber. I shouldn't be thinking about it because it's, I'm relatively young in my career for the most part. I mean, even though I've been doing this for a year and a half in regards to severe weather coverage, posting videos, or at least with the amount of subscribers that I have right now, I'm pretty young. Although, I gotta say, I'm 150 subscribers away from 5,000 subscribers. I had a little under 2,000 subscribers at the beginning of March. So I've grown exponentially over the past month here, and I have absolutely enjoyed this to the maximum. This has been great for me. All right, someone asked about Beaumont here. There's actually some thunderstorms that are moving through into your general vicinity. Someone wanted me to do a 3D of the cell. Let's see if I can move a radar over into your area so I can give you a good 3D image here. We'll look at Lake Charles, because that's closer to Beaumont than it is to Houston. When does it get to Alabama? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is when it starts to get to Alabama, so that's when you need to continue to monitor the weather there. Lake Charles, by the way, their radar was taken down by a hurricane. What was it, Laura? It was either Laura or Delta. But it absolutely shredded the radar, and so this is actually a new radar that the National Weather Service had to put its funds to. Now it's up to date. Now we can see what all is happening. But yeah, let's take a look at the cell near Beaumont. Let's take a 3D of the storm. And not a whole lot's happening in regards to its hail core. Just some passing by thunderstorms will actually turn the precipitation up a bit more. And yeah, these storms aren't exactly too high up in the sky. They still span up to about 40,000 feet. But otherwise, the area near Beaumont might actually see some larger amounts of heavy rain, maybe even some spotty hail for the most part.
Doll Grant Super Chat $4.99. Can you do a 3D scan of Beaumont TX?
Doll Grant with the $5 super chat, already ahead of you there. Yeah, here's your 3D of the cell. It looks pretty cool, honestly. Not gonna lie. Anytime I do a 3D, I'm always marveled by what it looks like. So, 3D of the cell. This is exactly what it looks like, clouds and all, with precipitation. And this is a really interesting general thunderstorm. Might be a supercell, but it doesn't look all too organized to be a supercell. So I'll just say a strong thunderstorm that is moving on through Beaumont. So, yeah, this is pretty interesting to say the least. Nothing is ever wasted for $5, because I know every aspect of money that's put into the live stream, I'm gonna put it into weather stuff. All right, I just used some of my money that I got from YouTube to put into a new mic stand for my microphone, so that some of you all might be able to hear me a bit better. I'm probably gonna put my money into getting a weather station so that I can put on top of my house and be able to understand what the weather is around my areas. But
Lexar Gaming Super Chat $1.99. When is Chicago severe weather peak season?
Like April, May, June, July. That time frame, more or less the May time frame, honestly. So late April into May. That's when you guys could see your severe weather start to uptick a bit more. So, yeah. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Lexar Gaming. I really do appreciate it. And all the people who donate, All the people who even like the video or subscribe. I don't like the money. I don't really care a whole lot about. You know, just the fact that people like the video and subscribe to the channel is more than enough for me. More than enough for me.
Doll Grant Super Chat $4.99. Thank you.
Doll Grant with another $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. That is, jeez, that's a lot of money that you've given me. $10. So thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Can you check the tornado warning in Louisiana and Mississippi? Yep. Doesn't look a whole lot interesting because we're getting pretty far away from the radar for the most part. But yeah, you have your general rotation, your hook that kind of spirals around like this, your outflow boundary that is creating a bit of a gust front here with your rear flank downdraft, and so you have a lot of gusty winds that are pushing on through near retreat as well as Pinckneyville. So those areas in right along the border of Louisiana and Mississippi, they need to continue to monitor this. And yeah, as this continues to move off into your general vicinity, this is definitely a storm that could definitely be tornadic moving along the way. So we'll have to continue to monitor this as much as we can, or as much as we are able to, I should say. As I said, if you guys are new to the stream, you do like what I do here, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media, join my Discord server, follow me on all of my social media stuff. I don't have a link to all the stuff in my social media, so you'll just have to look at one of my videos that I upload every single morning. And yeah, stuff like that. Do you ever chase storms or plan to chase? Yes, I chased a couple of times. I live in South Central PA, so it's very hard for me to chase over here. But I have chased a couple of times over here. And if I ever get the opportunity to pay for a plane ticket and try and join up with some of my buddies who live over in, say, the Plains or something like that, then I'll be able to storm chase and get that coverage here for you all. I'll most likely be able to live stream it as well, so that'll be something as well. Hey, I just realized what I could put more money into. There's this thing called a live view. Hold up. Someone was telling me about it the one time. This thing called a live view solo. Live view solo. This thing costs $1.50, but it's basically a video and audio streaming encoder for people who like are mobile, who live stream on the road or places like Disneyland and stuff like that. So this would actually be able to show you our live streaming coverage of us chasing a whole lot more efficiently. So who knows? I might actually put my money into this so that whenever I do chase, I have that available. I have my my DSLR Canon that I could put the camera on top, something like that, and so we'd be able to yeah, do something with it. That'd be pretty cool. So, but that's something that we'll have to save up for in a later note, and you know, we'll have to see. I'll definitely get there with YouTube's ad revenue. I'm making like $6 a day or something like that with my videos, so the grind is still there. I think I'll have plenty enough of money to get from YouTube's ad revenue for my videos, even without donations. So yeah, this storm is still kind of pushing on through, and when this tornado warning expires, that's when we will expire. Because, here, let's play a game real quickly. Because you guys can't exactly see how long exactly I've been live streaming for, how long do you guys think I've been live streaming for? You guys can guess around the correct amount. This includes hours and minutes, so if you guys can guess the correct amount or around the correct amount, then yeah, I will give you all a cookie. I'm just kidding. I can't give you a cookie. I'll just say congratulations, whoever put that in chat. First one who gets it gets the shout out. We're killing time here, and while that happens, we still have the rotation. The greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, so, you know, it's not exactly, you know, all too big, all too super, but still a lot of activity there within that area. Tyler Reedy, oh my god, you got that 100% correct. 10 hours and 9 minutes. Right there, congratulations. You won the guessing game here. So, yep. We've been live streaming for quite a long time. Brian, you're actually pretty close too. 10 hours, 25 minutes. You're pretty close. So, good for you, Brian. I'm assuming that's Lefevre, whatever. I can't pronounce people's last names and or cities and towns. I can't. It's just... I am not educated well enough. New severe thunderstorm warning. Speaking of education, for West Feliciana, East Feliciana parishes in Louisiana, as well as Wilkinson and Amite counties in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until midnight. I'm not going to cover that all the way until midnight, so, no. But, some large hail and upwards of ping pong ball sized, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and a tornado possible is with this. So, assuming that they don't issue the new tornado warning after this old tornado warning expires, we'll have to see. Lefevre. Well, now I know. I think I was little close, just a little, but I still sucked at it. So Lefevre, Brian Lefevre, as well as Tyler Reedy, you guys did pretty well. Yeah, so there isn't really a whole lot to talk about here. I'm not gonna lie. This warning still has a while until it actually can expire, but in my honest opinion, after this warning goes by, they won't issue another tornado warning, and we won't see a whole lot more tornadic conditions from this. So honestly, I'm thinking about calling it quits for the night, because it's almost midnight. As I mentioned, I've been streaming for quite some time here, and so, yeah, I need to hit the sack, be able to relax, and so that I can create my video tomorrow morning. So I'll go through the last things of self-promotion. Like the video, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media, as well as follow my or join my Discord server, follow my social media and stuff like that. Let us see. What do I think could happen on Friday? A bunch of large hail. I'll say that much. There could be some chance for tornadoes there, as well as some gusty winds, but some large hail, 100%. That is exactly right there. What we can see. Yep, I think that's gonna be, for the most part, what I think that's gonna be the most part, us being done for the evening. So I think I'll retire for the night, and I will catch you guys in the next video. For the most part, I'd say, I think maybe I think I'm gonna be uploading a video tomorrow morning. I'm most likely going to be uploading a video tomorrow morning. So if you turn on notifications, you'll be able to see that. Can you pull up some soundings around Houston for Friday? Fine. I'll do it. Pull up a sounding. Pull up a sounding for Houston. We'll bring in the Doom casting model right here, the Doom casting product right here. The worst case scenario indicator is what I like to call it. And
oh, good Lord. That's a lot of damage.
I'm actually really curious as to what some of these other stuff says. That's some capping inversion right there. So there's not the storms might not even form in general. Here, actually, we can go into the demonstration here. You guys, soundings, all right? So first things first, photograph this tells you spin in the atmosphere. If you think of it this way, if you start right here and you have a weather balloon and you let it go, and then you track it with a radar or a GPS, the GPS tells you that your weather balloon goes north and then it goes east as it goes higher and higher up in the sky, continues to go east all the way over until it gets to like what, 12,000 kilometers up in the sky. So stuff like that. In between, so right in these areas, right in the red line right here, that's what we're going to want to look for tornadic rotation. So right in there, because it's showing, it's going off, curling off to the right, there is something within those areas that could be something tornadic, so we'll have to monitor that. Convective available potential energy. This is also stands for CAP, or not CAP, CAPE, I should say. CAPE. The more CAPE there is, the more energy, the stronger your thunderstorms typically will be. It's the measure of the buoyant force in the atmosphere between warm air rising and cold air sinking. So, you know, within that general vicinity, the bigger displacement between those two factors will indicate in a higher CAPE amounts. So, all this area, right in here, this CAPE, all the way and upwards of 4,000 joules per kilogram. That's a lot of CAPE. You typically want over 2,000 in order to consider strong thunderstorms, or supercells as we like to call them. And so the fact that it's almost double that amount, that's a lot of energy. A lot of energy. Just by looking at the SKU-T chart here, this green line is dew points. This red line right here is temperature. This dotted line is the pathway in which a developing thunderstorm would take. So if a thunderstorm we're trying to reach maturity from like just a small little bit of cloud to, you know, a lot of rain and stuff like that with some hail, this is the pathway in which it would take. We call this the developing parcel line. So anywhere in between this dotted line and this red line here, when the dotted line is on the right side of the red line, this right here is your convective available potential energy, or CAPE. You also see a little bit right here. But whenever that's the opposite and the red line actually goes to the right of the dotted line, that is capping inversion, which can limit thunderstorms. So the best way to describe what capping inversion does to thunderstorms, I'll go full screen here for you all. I'll drink all this water. If you think of it this way, your energy and your thunderstorms with no capping inversion is like this water bottle with no lid. If you squeeze it, air comes out, and that's basically your energy. It shoots up, and so you have your thunderstorms and stuff like that. But what capping inversion does, blew that up a little bit, is it acts as if you put a lid on top, and if you squeeze your water bottle, you can only do so much, but your lid can't come out. Your lid won't pop off, so that is, you know, limiting factor there. However, if there's a certain amount of CAPE, or capping inversion, to where it's relatively weak, which is negative 60 and below, which, by the way, this isn't at all. If we quickly go back and we zoom in, you can actually see that there is negative 95 here, so these storms are definitely not going to form. Yeah. Doesn't look like it, at least. Anyways, back to the demonstration. If we make it to where the capping inversion isn't as strong, which, how we do that, just a water bottle here, so fun times. We create a lot of energy, and you can actually see the capping inversion here on the lid. So take a look at how this lid starts to bowl upwards. You can barely see it there, but you can notice the lid start to bowl upwards. There it is. So that is your capping inversion. You'd actually see that on the thunderstorms too. I'll show you that in an example here soon. But that is your capping inversion. So if the cap starts to weaken and weaken, and we let go of the lid, and as it, you know, just breaks, it shoots up and creates a bunch of steam. And the rising motion of the clouds and these thunderstorms will create these explosive supercells, and that's where you can get your strong tornadoes and stuff like that if you have a lot of energy. So just something to keep in mind with that. And I also want to show you, because of how the cap kind of curled up like that, you guys are like, oh, there's no way clouds do this. Well, actually it does. Pileus cap cloud. There we go. Let's go to the image. This is what it looks like right here. I'm not joking you. This actually happens in weather. Here you go. That's capping inversion right there. That is a pileus cap. So it actually limits thunderstorms from forming. You can also see this in some of these other storms too. You can see capping inversion right there. So that actually limits the thunderstorms from forming. And so that's just a good demonstration as to what capping inversion does to thunderstorms and how it limits it from getting stronger and actually becoming, you know, massive supercells. So that's just something pretty cool that I like to do as a demonstration. But anyways, as I said, like the video, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family, and on social media. I'm going to take a look at the radar one more time for the most part. Oh, wait, hold up. I said I would pull up some soundings. My bad. So areas near Houston on Friday. This is north of Houston here. A little bit. Oh, no, I'm sorry. A lot capped. A lot of energy, but there's a lot of capping inversion, so yeah. Kind of a lot of energy that's being limited. But if you're in places like southern Arkansas, there is still some capping inversion, but for the most part, it's, you know, there's a lot of energy here. But right along the boundary here, I'd say in southeastern parts of Oklahoma, western parts of Arkansas, this is where you can actually see your strong storms that could form off of the line. And then some more storms over in Mississippi and Louisiana could form. That could be your tornado risk. Not exactly the best tornado risk in the world, but some large hail could come off of this. Your lapse rates, it's 3 to 6 kilometers, is 8.4. And you have a dry spike at 850 to 700 millibars. That right there can contribute to some large hail. So that's definitely something to keep in mind there. And by the way, you know, for hail, you know, large hail, in order for hail to form, hail needs to kind of start on some particles of dust. And so if there's some dry air, typically there's dust that's suspended in the sky, and that hail starts to form on that dust. And so if the dust has more water around it, it'll freeze, more larger amounts of hail, and that's the reason why I say there's a dry spike there. It could contribute to larger amounts of hail, so that's something to keep in mind with all that. This event is looking pretty interesting as it heads towards the overnight. If it actually breaks the capping inversion, you could see a significant event for tornadoes in southern Arkansas. Again, unfortunately, but we'll have to continue to monitor this as we get closer and closer and into tomorrow's video. So anyways, I'm going to stop prolonging this for you all. And yeah, my name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate. I will catch you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.